4:55. At the dining table, Li Er was a little hesitant. This was the second time his wife had asked him to drink as much as he wanted. It had been many years since the last time. Seeing that Qin Pingon had deliberately suppressed his fist intent and drank 2 or 3 cups of wine, Li Er felt that something was wrong. Why? Did he fall asleep right after getting drunk? Was he thinking that he could eat less of a meal with his fists? But this did not seem like something Qin Pingon would do. However, Li Er was still very happy that someone was drinking with him. He put one leg on the bench, but when he lifted his leg and bent his back to pick up a piece of stir-fried pork with winter bamboo shoots, his wife glared at him and scolded him to act like an elder. Li Er was very conflicted and could only sit properly. He had never seen her so fussy before. He would occasionally drink a few cups of wine, but his wife did not care about these things. Their family had always been like this. Li Huai liked to squat on the bench and gnaw on chicken legs and hooves when he was young. He did not have any so-called upbringing. Women were not allowed to eat at the table. Li Er's family did not have such rules. Li Er glanced at the dish that was deliberately placed beside Qin Pingon's hand. He realized that his wife was glancing at him. Li Er understood that this dish of stir-fried pork with winter bamboo shoots had nothing to do with him. The meat dishes on the table were all with Qin Pingon. Li Er's table was filled with vegetables. Li Er took a sip of wine and smiled. Actually, this scene was not unfamiliar to him. During the years when Li Huai did not go out to study and travel, their family had always been like this. Li Huai stayed in the Great Sui Kingdom to study and learn. The 3 of them moved to the foot of Lion Peak in the North Continent. Even though Li Huai often went down the mountain and the family of 3 gathered for dinner, Li Er always felt that it was a little lacking without Li Huai there. Li Er did not favor boys over girls. This had nothing to do with what kind of person his daughter was. All these years, Li Er had only one request for Li Lu. That was to settle matters outside and not bring them into the house. Of course, his son-in-law was an exception. Qin Pingon was 70 to 80% drunk, but he was not so drunk that his teeth were chattering and he could walk without hindrance. He left the square table and the main room and went to Li Huai's room to rest. He took off his boots, lay down gently and closed his eyes. Suddenly, he sat up and turned the boots by the bed so that the tips of the boots were facing inward. Only then did he continue to lie down and sleep soundly. It turned out that he missed his hometown, Luopa Mountain, and his first disciple. Li Er was busy cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks. The woman was still sitting in the same place. She suddenly asked, "Li Er, what do you think of Qin Pingon?" Li Er smiled and said, "Sure." Otherwise, the man wouldn't have thought of selling the Dragon King basket and the golden carp to Qin Pingon. Because of this, he was reprimanded at the Yang family's shop. The woman whispered, "Do you think this child likes our daughter?" Li Er stopped what he was doing and said helplessly, "This is not a matter of whether he likes her or not. Qin Pingon already has someone he likes." The woman was disappointed. "Our daughter is not lucky." Li Er smiled and didn't say anything. The woman slammed the table and said angrily, "What are you laughing at? Is Li Lu your biological daughter? Am I the one who stole a man?" Li Er shrunk his neck and said in a muffled voice, "What nonsense are you talking about?" The woman complained, "Our daughter is stupid and her father is useless. He doesn't even care. What sin did our daughter commit in her previous life to be reincarnated into this family to suffer? Don't tell me that Li Huai will have to support her parents and daughter-in-law in the future, and in the end even her married sister will have to take care of her for the rest of her life?" Li Er asked curiously, "Don't Dong Shuijing and Lin Shui, who studied in the same school as Li Huai, like our daughter since she was young? I didn't see you care so much before. And the scholar who walked with us last time, didn't you also think that he was not bad?" The woman shook her head. "That's not the same. I think Qin Pingon is the most like Mr. Qi from the school. I can't reason with him, but I'm very good at judging people." Li Er didn't say anything else. He nodded and continued to clean up the dishes. The last time his wife let him drink to his heart's content, it was Mr. Qi who came. The woman asked tentatively, "Does our daughter really have a chance?" Li Er felt a little guilty. The next round of punches would make Qin Pingon full. Even if he had a chance, he probably wouldn't have a chance. The next day at dawn, Qin Pingon got up and helped to carry water back. At the well, the neighbors asked and said that it was a distant relative of the Li family. Then Li Er took Qin Pingon out to Lion Peak and told the woman that they were going for a walk on the mountain. The woman was beaming with joy and couldn't close her mouth. She didn't say anything. Li Er was a little confused. He didn't know what was going on. Li Er took Qin Pingon straight to Lion Peak's ancestral hall. They chatted along the way. Li Er thanked Qin Pingon about Jing Dafeng guarding the door at Luopa Mountain. Qin Pingon said that it was nothing. Li Er said that with Zheng Dafeng's temper, if it was in the past, he would definitely not be willing to return to the Yang family's shop for the rest of his life. He would just eat and wait for death. His life would really be over. In the end, his master didn't treat Zheng Dafeng as a disciple even once. Zheng Dafeng also didn't dare to treat himself as a disciple for the rest of his life. In the current situation, although he was down and out, the master and disciple were already master and disciple. It was very different. Qin Pingon had always felt that this Uncle Li was the kind of person who understood life the best in the world. Now it seemed like that was indeed the case. The Lion Peak's mountain master Huang Kai was an old immortal master with an immortal aura. Among the nascent soul cultivators in the North Continent, Huang Kai was famous for being good at fighting. Li Er didn't exchange pleasantries and directly asked this famous old nascent soul cultivator to seal the mountain. Huang Kai didn't say anything else and immediately ordered Lion Peak to seal the mountain. He also didn't mention when the mountain would open. For an immortal mountain, sealing the mountain was a big deal. It was either a great enemy or the patriarch was in seclusion to break through the realm. Li Er handed the respectful Lion Peak's mountain master a piece of paper and asked Huang Kai to get the medicine according to what was written on the paper. Huang Kai still didn't ask anything. He just looked at the young outsider with a strange gaze. Qin Pingon said that the shop at the foot of the mountain was a little dark under the light. Now that he was interacting with an outsider, he immediately understood. However, he didn't explain much. Everything could wait until Li Lu returned to Lion Peak. Li Er brought Qin Pingon to the gate of an ancient mansion at the peak of Lion Peak. This was the place where the Lion Peak's founding patriarch cultivated in his early years. After he passed away, it was never opened again. After Li Lu returned to Lion Peak, the gate of the mansion was reopened. There was a different world inside, and even Huang Kai wasn't qualified to take half a step in. Qin Pingon stepped in and realized that it was a karst cave waterway. After passing through the mountain restriction at the gate of the mansion, there was a ferry. The water was dark green and there was a small boat docked at the shore. Li Er personally carried it forward. In the cave there was neither the sun nor the moon, nor the immortal's fluorite or candlelight. It was still as bright as day. After the small boat traveled for more than 10 miles, the view suddenly opened up. In the distance there was a strange mirror as big as a lake. It was slightly lower than the surface of the lake. The water from all directions poured into it and disappeared. Li Er explained, "This mirror is the entrance to an ancient cave. Someone didn't like that cave, so they created this formation and have been watering it with water. This mirror is quite tough. Ordinary, vigorous fists of the 10 realms can't do anything. Even if I once used 80 fists of pure to shatter it for a moment, it would still be restored to its original state. It is said that only the last realm of the 10 realms, divine arrival, can completely break the mirror. I still need to polish my fist for a long time before I have a chance to enter the divine arrival realm. After that, I can be considered to have broken through the broken path of martial arts and embarked on a true path to heaven." Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but say, "Such a precious immortal treasure, it would be a pity to completely shatter it." As for the 3 realms of the 10 realms of martial artist, he had heard of them and just remembered them. Li Er smiled and said, "Only when you can use your fists to break the mirror will you have the right to say whether it is a pity or not." Qin Pingon felt that until this moment the person standing beside him was no longer Li Er. Instead, it was a martial artist of the 10 realms. Li Er's figure was no longer beside him. Qin Pingon knew that something was wrong. As expected, without any warning, a sweep came from behind him. Qin Pingon's figure seemed to collapse, his fist intent retracted. He didn't care about any style and tried to leap forward. Unexpectedly, he was still swiftly kicked in the back of his waist. There was a series of cracking sounds like firecrackers. Qin Pingon, who could treat the physique of ordinary martial artists of the golden body realm as paper, was kicked like a drawn bowstring. After a bang, logically speaking, Qin Pingon should have been kicked dozens of feet away. But Li Er's fist was far faster than Qin Pingon's movement. Standing beside Qin Pingon, he punched downwards, smashing into the chest of the leaning back Qin Pingon. This punch caused Qin Pingon's back to fall to the ground. Li Er stretched out his leg, twisted his ankle and casually lifted Qin Pingon, who had smashed onto the back of his foot, onto the mirror. Qin Pingon, who only felt that a breath of pure Zhenqi was about to collapse, fell heavily onto the mirror. He bounced a few times and suddenly slapped the mirror with his palm. He floated up and stood still, but he still couldn't help but vomit blood. Li Er was still standing on the small boat. The man in the boat didn't move at all. This man said slowly, "Be careful, I don't know the strength of my punches. Back then Song Jiangqiang and I were both at the peak of the 9th realm. In that fight in Liju Grotto Heaven, we fought to our heart's content and I almost accidentally killed him." Qin Pingon took a deep breath. Seeing that Li Er had no intention of immediately attacking, he gently rolled up his sleeves and lightly twisted the mirror with the tip of his foot. It was indeed abnormally solid. It was like being used to the mud roads of Clay Bottle Alley and then walking on the limestone streets of Fulu Street in Peachleaf Alley. It was a feeling. What did this mean? It meant that taking a punch from Li Er was a kind of pain. Then crashing into the mirror would add fuel to the fire. It would be more disastrous than crashing into the walls of Luapa Mountain's bamboo building. Qin Pingon's figure swayed. He smiled bitterly and asked, "Uncle Li, do you always punch at the 9th realm?" Li Er shook his head and said, "Of course not." Without waiting for Qin Pingon to feel a little better, Li Er added, "And the 10th realm." Just based on the fact that this kid called him Uncle Li, he couldn't let Qin Pingon call him that for nothing. Li Er felt that he had to be honest. At the table after the meal, there was a huge commotion to talk about on the North Continent mountain recently. On the way back to the sect, the Cool Breeze sect's leader He Xiaoyang inexplicably had a huge conflict with the infatuated Zhou Xian. The man and woman who were supposed to be a pair of immortal Dao companions, not only did not have any sincerity, it was unknown what Zhou Xian said, but He Xiaoyang actually fought fiercely. In a secluded mountain in the Hualing dynasty, after both sides had demarcated the boundary, He Xiaoyang and Zhou Xian fought until the mountains and rivers within a radius of 100 miles changed color. The spiritual energy within 1,000 miles of the mountains and rivers was incomparably chaotic. Zhou Xian was seriously injured and escaped far away. However, He Xiaoyang directly killed his 2 personal maidservants, and the 2 young female golden core cultivators died. He Xiaoyang also fought for the 2 swords, cough beads and talismans and brought them to the Cool Breeze sect. Then he casually threw the 2 treasures outside the mountain gate. The female sect leader spread the word that if Zhou Xian had the ability he could come and take them. If he didn't have the ability and courage he could let his master, Bai Chong, come and take the swords. After Zhou Xian returned to the mountain he went into seclusion to heal his injuries. It was rumored that the matter of ascending to the upper 5 realms would have to be delayed for at least 10 years. In this way, at least in terms of realms, once Lu Jinglong broke through and was able to withstand Li Kai and Dong Zhu's sword-seeking 3 times, Zhou Xian's cultivation base was not only slower than Lu Jinglong of the Taihui sword sect by 10 years. Zhou Xian, who was second only to Lin Su among the 10 young people in the northern continent, would also exchange seats with Lu Jinglong. Therefore, the number 1 sword immortal of the northern lands, Bai Chong, did not sit idly by. However, he did not rely on his identity as a sword immortal to go to the Cool Breeze sect to denounce He Xiaoyang. Bai Chong only said one sentence: as long as he, Bai Chong, was in the northern continent, He Xiaoyang could forget about ascending to the ascendant realm. The 2 sects, which were supposed to have a marriage alliance, became mortal enemies. Many fence-sitters, including the Qianglin sect, began to cut off contact with the Cool Breeze sect. Many of their business dealings were even more difficult. Many of the secular forces at the foot of the mountain, including the emperor of the Hualong dynasty's Han family, began to secretly regret. Many of the cultivators who originally planned to send to the Cool Breeze sect to cultivate, even if they were halfway there, returned home. Many of the immortal mountains around the Cool Breeze sect also began to intentionally or unintentionally alienate the Cool Breeze sect, whose foundation was not stable to begin with. They strictly ordered the cultivators of their own mountains not to have too much involvement with the Cool Breeze sect. One of the direct disciples of the Heavenly Lord Xieshur went to the Cool Breeze sect in an aggressive manner. In the end, He Xiaoyang did not see the big picture. The 2 sides, who were originally close to each other, parted on bad terms. After that, the Cool Breeze sect became more and more isolated. There was no help in all directions. Allies were no longer allies. Those who were not allies even became potential hostile forces causing trouble. No one thought that a new sect that had completely angered the great sword immortal Bai Chong could stay in the northern continent for long. Meanwhile, the Cool Breeze sect was also in turmoil. Half of the consecrators and guests had cut ties with the Cool Breeze sect and sent secret letters. The chairs in the ancestral hall were reduced by as many as 5 in one night. Xiaoyang was also a strange person. He did not break those chairs. He only moved them out of the ancestral hall and placed them under the eaves outside the door. The Cool Breeze sect, which did not have many disciples to begin with, became even more deserted. Fortunately, the 9 in-name disciples that Xiaoyang had taken in during his travels in the northern continent were still considered stable. No one chose to betray the Cool Breeze sect. In the eyes of the outside world, it was because those fellows did not understand the meaning of the name Bai Chong. They also did not know that it was extremely dangerous to become enemies on the mountain and shed all pretense of cordiality. These 9 first-generation disciples after the establishment of the Cool Breeze sect were brought back to the mountain by Xiaoyang one after another. Most of them were ordinary people who had never cultivated before. Their ages were not too different. The oldest person was only in his 30s, and the youngest was only a child of 5 or 6 years old. Xiaoyang's way of taking in disciples was very strange. Aptitude was also important, but it was not the most important. It was fine as long as they could embark on the path of cultivation. It was more dependent on their own affinity. Today Xiaoyang left the small grotto heaven where she cultivated alone. The Cool Breeze sect occupied a place with good feng shui. However, they did not do much construction. They only opened up a small piece of land on the mountainside of the ancestral mountain. The huts were adjacent to each other and the 9 disciples lived there. Only the place used for teaching and dispelling doubts looked a little like a rich family's mansion. It was similar to the ancestral hall of the rich families at the foot of the mountain. It was used to worship the ancestors and also to invite teachers to teach the family disciples. When Xiaoyang took in disciples, she only taught them a Taoist chant that did not have any superiority or inferiority. Other than that, she did not care about it anymore. However, she invited an outsider to teach the disciples daily. This person was neither a consecrator nor a guest, but he had been teaching the 9 disciples here for several years. He did not restrict himself to analyzing the mysteries of the Taoist scriptures. He could teach all the knowledge of the 3 religions in 100 schools. Xiaoyang seemed to have a lot of trust in this Mr. Li. She was not worried that his teaching here would mislead the disciples and delay their cultivation. She was also not worried that the Cool Breeze sect, which she had said that she would not take in disciples for 100 years, would become a non-existent immortal sect. The 9 of them were still disciples in name for the time being. They were very respectful to this young Mr. Li. Xiaoyang came to the window of the lecture hall. That Master Li was talking about the poems and articles of the Confucian school. Previously, he talked about the merits of "the pond grows spring grass," and "the moon shines over the tall building." He lamented that these seemingly straightforward poems were the most powerful. They would make future generations of poets regret that they were born thousands of years later. Then he went on to talk about a wealthy family at the foot of a mountain or a sect on a mountain. He talked about the temperament of the sect's founder and how it would affect the family's style. Finally, he told the 9 of them what they should do if they were to become the sect's founder in the future. When someone saw their master appear, they wanted to stand up and bow. However, Xiaoyang stretched out her hand and pressed down twice, indicating that in the lecture hall, the teacher was the one with the highest authority. That young-looking Master Li threw out a question and let the 9 students think about it. Then he left the lecture hall and followed Xiaoyang. He said, "Sect leader you clearly don't have to do this. Forget it. As an outsider, I won't ask too much about the reason. However, I am sure that Bai Shang always keeps his word." Even if Xiaoyang was the direct disciple of the Taoist sect leader, they were still separated by a whole world. Moreover, if the sword immortals of the northern continent were to get angry, they would not care about these things. Bai Shang obviously did not care now. It was said that in the earliest days of the northern continent, there was once an ancient sword immortal and a student of the sage master. They would point their swords at people and ask with a smile if they would cut them down. The answer was, of course, to cut them down. However, in the end, that sword immortal died in battle at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The Confucian sage founded the Darling Duck Academy in the northern continent. When he was alive, he took care of the Sword Immortal's descendants. Xiaoyang smiled and said, Mr. Li, I have only been in the Jade Roar realm for a few years. If I were to reach the next immortal realm and then reach the bottleneck, it would take me hundreds of years. If Bai Shang is willing to wait, then let him wait. The scholar, who was respectfully addressed as Mr. Li by Xiaoyang, said, the disciple of Lord of Heaven Xiesher was a bit aggressive. Xiaoyang said, when he was traveling back then he was taught by Bai Shang. He owes Bai Shang a debt of gratitude. In addition, the Qingliang sect was established and occupied a considerable portion of the Taoist sect's province in the northern continent. This person would naturally lean towards Zhou Xian and Bai Shang. Mr. Li shook his head and said, if logic can be applied and borrowed like this, I think there is a big problem with Heavenly Lord Xiesher's teachings. Xiaoyang held back her laughter. Mr. Li was puzzled and asked, was I wrong? Always think of your own mistakes first. This was the foundation of this scholar's study. Xiaoyang shook her head and said, I hope Mr. Li can repeat this. Mr. Li smiled and said, if there is a chance you can try. However, looking at the way Heavenly Lord Xia and the entire sect do things, they might not be likable. Xiaoyang did not harp on this question. She was afraid that she would laugh out loud. At the same time, she pitied the Heavenly Lord's disciple. She turned her head and looked at a handsome young man under the thatched cottage in the distance. His name was Cui Ci, and he was Mr. Li's attendant who had traveled across continents for many years. Mr. Li said, I should go down the mountain. Xiaoyang bowed and said, I dare not ask you to stay. Li Shixing bowed as a Confucian disciple. Even if the other party did not return the greeting with a bow, Xiaoyang still shifted her footsteps and dodged. However, in the end she was still in the pure jade realm and was also on the cool breeze sex mountain. Her movements were not noticed by anyone. At least in the eyes of the porcelain person Cui Ci, the female sect master was still standing in the same place, graciously accepting his teacher's greeting. Dolly's imperial study. The small court meeting was over. Imperial tutor Cui? Surprisingly, he did not leave. This was something that had never happened before. Emperor Song he did not ask. He just quietly waited for the imperial tutor to continue. Cui stood up from the chair and gently wiped with 2 fingers. A long scroll of mountains and rivers appeared in the imperial study. It was the 3 continents of the Aquarius continent, the northern continent and the Tongye continent. The young emperor quickly got up and walked to Cui. Beside him, Cui, he slowly said, in the large court meeting, a country's monarch and civil officials talk about the current matters far from the new year. In the small court meeting, a country's monarch and civil officials talk about the long-term matters of the next 10 years. Right now, I am privately talking to Your Majesty about a 100-year plan. Your Majesty may be able to see part of the process, but you may not be able to see the final result with your own eyes. Song he said softly, just like how father could not see the hooves of the Dali iron cavalry stepping on the beach of Old Dragon City? Cui, he said bluntly, more or less. Song he was not disappointed. Instead he was filled with joy. He smiled, Teacher, I have actually been waiting for this day. In front of this imperial tutor, as long as there were no other officials around, the young emperor would always follow the etiquette of a student. This matter there was no need for the Empress Dowager to remind him. Cui, he said, when the situation in the Aquarius continent is settled, it will inevitably be handed over to the Hanlin Academy to compile the biography of the various vassal states' officials. This is definitely not something that Your Majesty can reveal when you are still in office, to prevent the people in the imperial court from being disappointed. This can only be done by the succeeding emperor. This is a family matter of the Aquarius continent and the Dali dynasty. Your Majesty can first think about it and make a list. Later on I will see if there is anything that needs to be added. Mending the hearts of the people is as important as mending the old mountains and rivers. After saying that, Cui pointed to the north continent of the Aquarius continent. Looking at the vast north continent, what does Your Majesty think? Song he replied, compared to the past it is very empty. The sword cultivators of the continent had already left for the inverted suspended mountain. Cui, he nodded his head and said, let me advise Your Majesty, the Song clan, never think of meddling in the territories of other continents. it is impossible. Song-He was slightly regretful. He initially thought that this Dali imperial tutor, his teacher, would have bigger ambitions than he thought. Tui laughed. Big ambitions but little talent, isn't that empty? Song-He looked awkward. Tui pointed to the skeleton beach at the southernmost part of the North Continent. To build a long bridge between the cloud-splitting mountain and the skeleton beach. How does your majesty think it should be built? Song-He laughed, relying on the money of the deities. Tui nodded his head but asked again, where does the true source of the deities' money come from? Song-He's gaze swept across the picture, and looked at the continent further south than the Aquarius continent. The Tongyi continent that is destined to be broken? Tui. He did not nod his head in agreement, nor did he shake his head to deny it. He only asked again, ultimately, how do you earn money and spend it? Song-He shook his head, the question was too big. Tui said, after thinking about how to earn money, it is for the sake of spending it. If not, what is the point of staying in the Dali treasury? Every household has mountains of gold and silver, can it be used as food? This is what the great Li Song clan did to save themselves after using a continent as their territory. Tui raised his sleeves and pointed to the North Continent and Tongyi Continent at the northern and southern ends of the Aquarius continent at the same time, giving his answer, how to earn money from the North Continent is for the sake of reasonably repairing the broken mountains and rivers of the Tongyi Continent. With this in and out, Dali seems to be not earning money, but it has been accumulating its national strength. At the same time, it has gained the approval of the Confucian Temple. It is not that Emperor Song-He knows how to conduct himself, but it is that Dali's national policy is truly in line with the etiquette and rules of the Confucian Temple. It has become the trend of the times. You Tui and I will do things that make some people unhappy. Even if the other party has the ability to make you, me, and Dali unhappy, the saints of the Confucian Temple will watch coldly from the sidelines. As soon as they reach out, they will be punished. Tui. The embroidered tiger put down his hands and turned to stare at Song-He. His expression was slightly cold. Your Majesty, this doesn't mean that your Majesty is wiser and more powerful than the previous emperor. It is just that your Majesty is luckier. You became the emperor later and your throne is higher. However, your Majesty, there is no need to be angry. The merits and demerits belong to the previous emperor. In the future, all the merits and demerits will belong to your Majesty alone. Your Majesty, there is no need to compete with a dead previous emperor. If you can't recognize this, I think I spoke too early to your Majesty today. Song-He bowed and said, Your Majesty, I will remember your teachings. Tui said, erase some traces of the previous emperor's rule. The previous emperor is dead and the new emperor is enthroned. What's so difficult about that? Minister Guan and the other old foxes will only laugh at you for being a stingy emperor. In fact, you don't need to say or do anything. After a few more years, the civil and military officials, old and young, will naturally be so smart that no one will be able to see through them. When you become the emperor of the Song clan, your ambition is to rule a continent. The country is surrounded by oceans. This is already an unprecedented feat. You should show some of the emperor's magnanimity that matches it. When the old officials of the previous emperor's dynasty no longer have Tui, you Song-He will be able to sit in a small court meeting and still be loyal to you and respect you. That is your true ability. If one day I Tui, I will no longer dare to treat you as a student. Then I Song-He will be the true emperor. Tui continued, of course these two things are difficult. However, your Majesty, you can try. The emperor's temperament is difficult to predict. That is a trick. You can't have it all, but you can't be the master. Even if the Song clan's throne is cut off one day, every time the history books of the future generations write about Dali, Song-He will still be the most colorful stroke. If you want to avoid it, you can't avoid it. If you don't praise him the most, then you are the most vicious. In the end, Tui said with a smile, I will tell your Majesty some of the schemes of the two continents and the existing chess pieces. Your Majesty will always be your Majesty. The imperial tutor will only be the imperial tutor. After Pei Qian was carried back to the first floor by Chen Rushu, he had an unprecedented 3 days of rest. The key point was that he didn't have to lie in bed for 1 day and 1 night without being able to move. Pei Qian happened to hear that Wei Pai was about to hold the third God's Night Tour banquet. This made Pei Qian, who had finished copying books, very happy. Zhou Xian said that this was called 3 days without a beating. Pei Qian was in a good mood and didn't argue with old chef. Besides, in the letter that his master sent back to Luopa Mountain at the end, he officially agreed to promote Zhou Mili to the right protector of Luopa Mountain. After letting Pei Qian read the letter 17 or 18 times, he went to the second floor to practice for the first time. He puffed out his chest and stepped on the bamboo stairs step by step. He also shouted loudly for Old Man Cui to quickly open the door and punch him. At that time, Qin Lingjun, who was watching from the first floor, thought that Pei Qian might have been beaten silly or gone mad. At this time in Zhu Lian's courtyard, Wei Pai was playing chess with Xing Dafeng. Qin Rushu gently nibbled on melon seeds. Qin Lingjun had bet that Wei Pai would win, so he placed a handful of snow coins next to the Wei Pai brothers' chess jars. However, Zhu Lian kept nagging over there, saying that Wei Pai was now an immortal in the pure jade realm. His chess skills had skyrocketed, so Qin Lingjun should have a higher chance of winning. In the end, Qin Lingjun looked at the situation and placed a snow coin next to Wei Pai's chest jar. Pei Qian and Zhou Mili, who was carrying the mountain walking stick, ran in circles around the stone table. Wei Pai put his elbow on the table and poked his forehead with his finger. Now that he had boarded the pirate ship, it would be difficult to get off. In any case, his reputation as the righteous god of Beiyue was completely ruined. Xing Dafeng said angrily, "Losers, if you keep making noise like this, I will lose the game and Brother Lingjun will lose money. You have to pay for it." Pei Qian ran without stopping. "Why should I pay for it? Don't you look like a fool?" Pei Qian continued to hum her folk song. Zhou Mili followed behind Pei Qian and asked curiously, "Where is this song from? I've never heard of it before." Pei Qian stopped and crossed her arms. "It's a song from my hometown. Unfortunately, it was written so well that it didn't spread." Zhou Mili felt that Pei Qian's words didn't make sense. She held the mountain walking stick with both hands and frowned, lost in thought. After Zhu Lian received Cui Dongshan's letter, he still had to wait for Lu Baixiang to come to Luopa Mountain. After attending Wei Ba's night party together, he would go with Lu Zhongruan of Pearl Hairpin Island to look for the Water Temple's dragon boat. Unlike Qin Pingan's instructions in the letter, after Zhu Lian received Cui Dongshan's reply, there was no need to worry about the Great Li's cavalry and spies. Cui Dongshan would deal with them properly. He was supposed to take the fallen Princess Royal to her hometown anyway. However, Zhu Lian still told Lu Zhongruan that this matter was full of danger. It would be better not to act, otherwise it could be a big disaster. In any case, Zhu Lian's words were just to scare people. In the end, after weighing the pros and cons, Lu Zhongruan gritted his teeth and decided not to touch the Water Temple's dragon boat. Zhu Lian then ignored Lu Zhongruan and the others. Things had changed and Luopa Mountain decided to take more risks. So the two sides could actually give it a try. However, the split between the two sides could no longer be 50-50. Luopa Mountain had to take 20% more. The two sides haggled and it became 40-60 for Xiaoyu back in Luopa Mountain. Zhu Lian actually didn't really want this extra 10%. When he and Lu Baixiang accompanied Lu Zhongruan to search for treasure, he naturally had a reason to say that the mountain chieftain of Luopa Mountain, who was out on a long journey, had replied and warned him that Zhu Lian had to follow the original plan and split the profits 50-50. At that time it would seem that everything had returned to normal. Of course, Zhu Lian didn't do a lot of work for nothing. When the cloud-pinning mountain officially held the night party, Pei Qian and Zhou Mili didn't participate in the night party. Pei Qian was busy copying more books so that he wouldn't owe too much because of the boxing. Strangely, even Qin Lingjun didn't join in the fun this time. Instead, his brother Yujiang Shueishan made a special trip to Luopa Mountain afterwards to ask why Qin Lingjun didn't show up. After that, Zhu Lian and Lu Baixiang went down the mountain to do business. Lu Zhongruan, who accompanied them, was worried. He felt that the future was uncertain, and that fortune and misfortune were interdependent. After all, they were digging for treasure under the eyes of Dali's cavalry. Lu Baixiang's two disciples, Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai, stayed on Luopa Mountain. The two of them chatted with Xin Yuanji, who was brought up the mountain by Zhu Lian. 3 days of playing outside the bamboo building. Compared to 3 days later, the boxing practice in the bamboo building was a world of difference. Zhou Mili carried the mountain walking stick and guarded the path from the mansion to the bamboo building. She didn't allow any outsiders to visit the bamboo building. This was the chief steward Zhu Lian's orders. Zhou Mili didn't dare to leave her post without permission. However, as long as Qin Rushu finished his work, he would run over and eat melon seeds and pastries with Zhou Mili. When it was time to do something, Qin Rushu would leave. Zhou Mili obediently squatted in the area that Pei Qian had previously drawn for her. At first Zhou Mili felt wronged. She felt that the circle drawn by Pei Qian was too small, which made her the right protector of Luopa Mountain not big enough. Pei Qian asked her if the door gods of the Riding Dragon Alley at the foot of the mountain were as small as a piece of paper. Was it as big as the circle under her feet? Let's see if those door gods will complain about it. Pei Qian finally asked with a straight face. Zhou Mili, aren't you a bit cocky as the right protector? Zhou Mili hurriedly shook her head. Zhou Mili squatted in the circle alone, moving along the non-existent line and circling the circle little by little. When the little girl in black with the mountain walking stick took 1 or 2 steps around, someone jumped out of the soil behind her. A little lotus person came out and trotted a few steps. On the second floor of the bamboo building, Cui Qing stepped on Pei Qian's forehead on the ground and twisted it hard. He lowered his head and asked, "Before practicing boxing today, you little trash dared to ask me when my boxing practice would end." Cui Qing kicked one side of Pei Qian's temple and turned to look at the girl who was curled up at the foot of the wall. "You go to the end of the Broken Head Road first." Pei Qian slowly stretched her body. She was just trying to vent her anger. Now she staggered to her feet with her face full of blood. She opened her mouth wide and tilted her head. She stretched out 2 fingers and shook a tooth. Then she pulled it hard and pulled it out. She carefully put away the bloody tooth and hid it in her sleeve. Her master once said that every child would grow up. During this period, the teeth that fell out should be thrown on the top of the bed to make a wish for peace. Pei Qian bent down and clenched her fists. She gently clenched and loosened them and stared at Cui Qing. He saw her tiptoe touch the ground, her body soared into the air, her foot heavily stomped on the wall of the bamboo building behind her. Her body shot forward like an arrow. Midway she abruptly dropped down, twisted her ankle, slid several steps, deviating from a straight line. Using the iron cavalry chisel formation, she opened her fist wide, raised her fist and sent a punch toward Cui Qing, the deity beating the drum style. Pei Qian might not know that the deity drum beating style was the style her master used the least to confront Cui Qing, because he knew it was the most useless. But Pei Qian was the opposite. This was the fist she used the most to attack the old man. She punched again and again without success. The old man punched Pei Qian's head. He didn't expect that the moment Pei Qian's body flew out, she kicked out fiercely. Obviously, she had the idea from the beginning that if you punch me, I will kick you back. Unfortunately, Cui Qing grabbed her ankle with one hand and swung her up high. He slammed her heavily on the ground. Pei Qian's body curled up again. In an instant, her breathing became faster and slower. Cui Qing sneered and said, "You're a little trash who can't even compare to Qin Pingon. If I were that big trash, I would also despise you for eating a mouthful of rice. It's a waste of Luopa Mountain's wealth. You want to rub the corner of this old man's clothes? You think this old man is that Sun Yuanji who practiced martial arts like he was sleeping? Don't pretend to be dead. If I can rub the corner of your clothes, this old man will take your surname." Pei Qian heavily hit the ground with his elbow. His body floated in the air and he stood still. Intermittently he said vaguely, "You don't have to take my surname. Just take my master's surname. We still have to see if my master agrees." Cui Qing came in front of Pei Qian in one step. He put one hand behind his back and grabbed Pei Qian's face. Then he took another step and slammed Pei Qian into the wall. The latter's hands and feet hung down. Cui Qing let go of his hand. Pei Qian sat on the ground with his back against the wall. There was a big smear of blood on the wall above his head. Cui Qing sneered. "Qin Pingon is a waste who is afraid of death. Only he would raise a waste who is afraid of death like you. You and your master should hide in Mud Bottle Alley for the rest of your life, picking up chicken shit and dog shit every day. Qin Pingon is really blind to choose you, Pei Qian, as his first disciple. You are destined to hide behind him for the rest of your life. How can a pitiful worm like you deserve to be a disciple, and talk about opening the mountain?" Pei Qian's fingers moved slightly. Finally, he raised his head with difficulty and moved his lips slightly. As a result, the old man stepped on his forehead and bent over. "Little waste, what are you talking about? This old man begs you to speak louder. Are you saying that this old man is right? You and Qin Pingon should stay in Mud Bottle Alley for the rest of your life, picking up chicken shit and dog shit. What, you pick up chicken shit and dog shit with your walking stick and then let Qin Pingon put it in a dustpan? This is the best. You don't have to practice martial arts for too long. When Qin Pingon rolls back to Luopa Mountain, you and your master Big and Small Waist can stay in Mud Bottle Alley. Pei Qian, who was sitting on the ground, slowly raised his hand and punched Cui Cheng's foot. The old man retracted his foot. After the punch missed, he changed his foot and heavily stepped on Pei Qian's head. A moment later, Pei Qian changed her hand and raised his arm to punch. Only then did the old man take a few steps back. He clicked his tongue and said, "With this ability, it seems that you can go with that trash Qin Pingon to Fulu Street or Peachleaf Alley to clean the boots of those rich masters to make money. Once Qin Pingon cleans someone's boots, you as a disciple can smile and bow, greeting him with a welcome back." Pei Qian's hands and back firmly pressed against the wall. Inch by inch she slowly got up. She tried to open her eyes and opened her mouth, but no sound came out. The old man smiled. He knew what the little girl was scolding him. Pei Qian bowed her head and bent her waist, gently gasping. Her vision was blurred and she could not see anything clearly. The old man turned around and walked to the bamboo door. He turned his head and smiled. "This old man will open the door now. You can write to Qin Pingon and say that you, as his disciple, can finally share the burden of your master. Have you thought of a good idea to make money for your master?" In any case, Qin Pingon came from a peasant background. With such a good-for-nothing disciple like you, earning this kind of money, even if it's shabby, what can he do? I don't think so. In the twinkling of an eye, Cui Cheng stopped and narrowed his eyes. Pei Qian, who had almost fainted, subconsciously opened her eyes. Her body swayed and stepped out. The next time her body swayed more. After a few steps, Pei Qian disappeared. She stepped out horizontally and suddenly stopped. She jumped up high and pounced on Cui Cheng, punching him in the head. Just like in the small town back then, there was a young man in straw sandals who flew across the stream like an eagle. Cui Cheng hesitated for a moment, but still turned his shoulder and dodged Pei Qian's punch. However, the old man did not punch this time. He just turned his head and saw the little girl squatting on the ground near the door. She had already fainted. She was probably blocking the way and not letting Cui Cheng open the door. Cui Cheng came to the little girl's side and sat down cross-legged. He reached out and gently pressed her little head. He nodded and smiled. "Very good." 456. On the road back to the north, Qin Pingon stopped his horse at the peak of an unknown mountain. Because he planned to find an immortal fairy nearby and take a ferry back to Longquan County in Dali, he took advantage of this last opportunity when the sun was high up in the sky to dry the bamboo slips that he had not taken out for a long time. There were bamboo slips from the green immortal mountain of the Chestun Mountain, ordinary green bamboo from the wild, and purple bamboo from the island in the Bookslip Lake. The mountains nearby rose and fell, but there was an ancient tea-horse path in the mountains. After entering the mountains, there were some merchants hurrying back and forth. Qin Pingon deliberately chose a small path at a fork in the road. He walked a few miles on the ridge road and came to the top of the mountain to dry the bamboo slips. After flipping through all the bamboo slips, Qin Pingon squatted at the side, lost in thought. When he thought of how much debt he owed, his head really hurt. Qin Pingon drank a mouthful of wine and kept comforting himself. After returning to Longquan County under the operation of Wei Pai, he was a big landlord. He had to show some magnanimity. What was a little debt? Qin Pingon rubbed his cheeks and felt that it was reasonable. Money was a worldly possession. A gentleman used money wisely. Qin Pingon slapped himself on the cheek. Did he really think that he was a child of wealth? Then Qin Pingon turned his head and looked. An old Confucian scholar that he had met on the way was standing in the distance, panting. When he saw him, he seemed to be afraid of meeting a madman and was about to turn around and go down the mountain. At that time, Qin Pingon rode past the old Confucian scholar and the attendant. Looking at their footsteps and breathing, they were ordinary people. Of course, if the other party was an expert and hid very deeply, Qin Pingon would not deliberately investigate. The young attendant with the burden on his shoulders did not come with the old Confucian scholar. Perhaps the old Confucian scholar wanted to climb the mountain alone to write a poem. After expressing his feelings, he would immediately return and continue on his journey. Of course, It was also possible that a great cultivator who hid his strength and wore the appearance of a Confucian scholar had taken Qin Pingon as a fat sheep and wanted to kill him and rob him. Qin Pingon did not care. The old Confucian scholar seemed to have gone through a struggle in his heart, but he still made up his mind. He came to a dozen steps away from Qin Pingon and bent over to look at the bamboo slips. After looking at them for a moment, he was relieved. He turned his head and asked with a smile, "Young man, are you going to study alone?" Qin Pingon thought for a moment and nodded with a smile. "I guess so. I want to walk around more." "Yes," the old Confucian scholar said. Confucian scholar. The old Confucian scholar, Confucian scholar, Confucian scholar, read Confucian scholar, of course. Confucian scholar, Confucian scholar, Confucian Ian scholar, Confucian scholar, Confucian scholar, Confucian Confucian. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Sir, you can just look at them." Soon Qin Pingon regretted it. The old Confucian scholar not only looked at the bamboo slips and flipped through them, but he also liked to ask questions. Moreover, he had a lot of questions such as where the words and sentences came from. Sometimes Qin Pingon would mention the name of the book and the author of the sentence. The old Confucian scholar became more interested and asked Qin Pingon if he knew the source and purpose of the book. Qin Pingon answered with some difficulty. The old Confucian scholar was not very polite. Some of the knowledge that Qin Pingon was not familiar with and the old Confucian scholar was very familiar with, the old Confucian scholar would teach Qin Pingon a lesson. Qin Pingon could only nod his head and accept the old Confucian scholar's comments humbly. The old Confucian scholar was really not afraid of trouble. The young boy servant called him twice from a distance, but he was rejected by the old Confucian scholar. In the end, the boy servant simply put down his burden and sat there sighing. After more than 2 hours, the old Confucian scholar finally finished looking at the bamboo slips and asked questions. The old Confucian scholar suddenly smiled and asked, "Young man, I particularly like 20 of the bamboo slips. Can you part with them and give them to me?" Qin Pingon decisively shook his head. "No. I'm not familiar with this old Confucian scholar." Qin Pingon had just made up his mind that he would not be the child of wealth in the near future. The old Confucian scholar was a little anxious. "You have read so many books. How can you be so stingy? All the scholars in the world are one family. Giving a few bamboo slips is nothing." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Unfortunately, the old Confucian scholar is a knowledgeable scholar. I'm not. Besides, don't do to others what you don't want to be done to you. This is also the truth in the books. The old Confucian scholar shouldn't force me to do something I don't want to do to you. Otherwise it won't be good." The old Confucian scholar pointed at Qin Pingon and said, "Good boy, you have read so many books. Forget it. Since you use the truth, don't do to others what you don't want to be done to you to pressure me. I can only pinch my nose and say, a gentleman doesn't take what others like, to comfort myself." Qin Pingon smiled and didn't say anything. The old Confucian scholar obviously didn't give up. Seeing that Qin Pingon didn't take the hint, he could only thicken his skin and ask, "You really don't want to give it to me? 20 bamboo slips are too much, 12 is fine too." Qin Pingon helplessly said, "Old Confucian scholar, I really can't give it to you. These bamboo slips and the content on them have a special meaning to me. I want to take them back home and treasure them well. Each bamboo slip is a moment of mental state. Every time I take it out and put it under the sun, it is a reflection." The old Confucian scholar said angrily, "That means you are a bookworm. If you really read the truth into your stomach, why would you need to look at the bamboo slips?" Qin Pingon was amused. Motherf asterisk cur, this old Confucian scholar's reasoning is one after another. In the end, doesn't he just want to take the 24 bamboo slips for free and take them into his pocket? Qin Pingon had long discovered that among the 45 bamboo slips that the old Confucian scholar loved the most of them were the green bamboo from Azure Immortal Mountain and the immortal purple bamboo from Purple Bamboo Island. Once Qin Pingon agreed, the old Confucian scholar directly took away the bamboo slips that were surrounded by spiritual energy. If he really liked the content on the bamboo slips, that would be fine. But if he was a cultivator with a bit of discerning eyes and coveted the spiritual bamboo itself, would Qin Pingon turn hostile and take back the bamboo slips? Seeing that Qin Pingon's attitude was very firm, the old Confucian scholar could only give up. He muttered and complained endlessly. Qin Pingon began to pack up the bamboo slips. Seeing this, the old Confucian scholar felt as if silver was slipping away from his hands one by one. His face was full of heartache. Seeing this, even Qin Pingon felt a little unbearable. The 24 bamboo slips were not negotiable, and the 12 bamboo slips were also out of the question. Otherwise, he would give out 6 bamboo slips as a token of goodwill. Otherwise, the old Confucian scholar had spent more than 2 hours here. Qin Pingon felt a little tired, and presumably this old Confucian scholar was not much better. Even if he coveted those bamboo slips and did not feel tired mentally, he was already so old. Squatting for half a day and nagging for half a day was also tiring. Moreover, the old Confucian scholar was really knowledgeable. His speech really could not be faked. It was just that he was a bit of a money grubber. On this point he was a kindred spirit. The old Confucian scholar had already used all means possible. He hurriedly, kindly advised Qin Pingon, "Young man, the sun is so hot. Don't be in a hurry to put them away. Take advantage of the good weather and sun them out. The bamboo slips are afraid of insects and water. If you are worried that the sun will set in the west before you start, you will not have enough time to pack up. Let me do it, I can help." Qin Pingon was somewhat convinced. He stopped what he was doing and asked with a smile, "Old Confucian scholar, may I ask a somewhat offensive question?" The old Confucian scholar shook his head and asked tentatively, "Then don't ask? We scholars are prideful." Qin Pingon asked, "Then do you still want to give away a few bamboo slips?" The old Confucian scholar said resolutely, "Ask away." Qin Pingon wiped his face. He felt that he had fallen into a trap. The old Confucian scholar secretly took out a green bamboo slip from the ground beside him and murmured, "Piled up soil into a mountain, the wind and rain rise. It's just that the engraving is not good. It's strong but weak. It's unbearable to look at. Why keep it to yourself? Why not give it away and let it be engraved again?" Qin Pingon said helplessly, "Old Confucian scholar, my ears are sharp. I can hear you." The old Confucian scholar was stunned. "I didn't say anything. How can you hear me? Young man, are you an immortal on the mountain? Can you hear my thoughts?" Qin Pingon looked at the old Confucian scholar's expression and eyes. He was very sincere. Qin Pingon felt that it was a little strange. Was he really just an old Confucian scholar passing by? However, this was not strange. In this area, the number of Confucian Academy cultivators was indeed small compared to the immortal masters on the mountain. Moreover, to be able to pass more than 2 hours without revealing any clues, even a gentleman from the academy would not be able to do that. Qin Pingon did not think that the sage of the Lakeview Academy would have the time to joke with him. The old Confucian scholar said regretfully, "I don't ask about the fickleness of human nature. If I don't touch the book, I will regret it." Qin Pingon pretended not to hear him. The old Confucian scholar said angrily, "Young man, where's your hearing from before?" Qin Pingon thought for a moment and looked up at the sky. "Old Confucian scholar, I admit defeat. You can go pick the bamboo slips yourself. I still have to hurry. However, remember which slips you pick. You don't have to tell me. I'm afraid I can't help but regret it." The old Confucian scholar asked, 24? Qin Pingon nodded. "It can be less but not more." The old Confucian scholar nodded and said with relief, "That's right. Young man, you should be more magnanimous. You should have done this long ago. Money can't buy an inch of time. Look, we've wasted so much time here. Isn't it more valuable than a few bamboo slips?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Old Confucian scholar is right." Other than the bamboo slip in his hand, the old Confucian scholar began to stand up and pick the other bamboo slips he liked. He deliberately dawdled. Qin Pingon suddenly coughed. The old Confucian scholar pretended to be deaf. Qin Pingon could only smile bitterly. "Old Confucian scholar, with the bamboo slip in your hand, there are almost 30 slips. Since you're a scholar, can you be more trustworthy?" The old Confucian scholar suddenly understood and put the last bamboo slip into his sleeve. The old Confucian scholar stood a little far from Qin Pingon. After a few polite words, he left. When he reached the page boy, the old Confucian scholar hurriedly urged, "Go, go, go, go quickly." The old man and the young man ran as fast as the soles of their feet were oiled. Qin Pingon was now more or less sure that he had really met a master. Qin Pingon smiled and silently put away all the remaining bamboo slips alone. Then he led the horse down the mountain and came to the Tea Horse Ancient Road. He continued to ride the horse slowly. After that he didn't meet the old Confucian scholar again. He believed that the old Confucian scholar was hiding somewhere and secretly laughing. Qin Pingon took a nap on the horse's back. He was completely unaware. An old Confucian scholar was leading the horse for him. The old Confucian scholar asked with a smile, "Qin Pingon, it's a very good thing for a person to build bridges and pave the way for mountains. Is it possible to let future generations follow the bridge and walk through the difficulties of their lives?" Qin Pingon still didn't know what he was thinking, but from the bottom of his heart he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Old mister, I am just a meticulous accountant, not a teacher. I would never dare to have such thoughts." After that they asked and answered, "Did you admit defeat in this heart-questioning game?" "Of course I lost." "Are you that disappointed?" "I'm a little disappointed in myself. I didn't do well enough, but I'm not so disappointed in the world anymore." "I see." After that there was another chat. The old Confucian scholar was a little off topic. He said whatever he thought. On the horse's back, Qin Pingon listened. Taoism, especially what the Tao ancestor said, the two most extreme ways of the world can be implemented before the wisdom of the people is developed. Only then can there be hope to truly become the mainstream of all knowledge in the world. Therefore Taoism is very knowledgeable. The Tao ancestors' Tao must be even more so. Unfortunately the threshold is too high. Qin Pingon was speechless. What he said, forget it, he'll just take it that this old Confucian scholar figured it out himself. It's not a bad thing to listen. Don't talk back. Don't say anything. Qin Pingon didn't want to quarrel with others. For the time being he really didn't have the mood. If he had eaten the 4 cheap and delicious meat buns in Green Tong City he might be able to give it a try. The backs of the predecessors are getting further and further away. As a descendant, how would you feel if you just followed behind them and looked at them from afar, Qin Pingon? I only feel that it's a high mountain. If I really have the chance to walk on the same path as them in the future, even if it's just looking at their backs from afar, I should feel honored. Good. The old Confucian scholar let go of the reins. The young attendant carrying the pole behind him was covered in a glazed brilliance and was illusory. Qin Pingon, who was on the horse's back, continued to ride slowly in his dream. He went further and further on the Tea-Horse ancient road. The old Confucian scholar stopped on the road. His figure was also ethereal like a cloud or smoke. When Qin Pingon shivered on the horse's back, he suddenly realized that it was already late at night. A man and a horse had already walked out of the mountain and came to the side of a river. Dali Dynasty 12th year of Yongjia spring equinox. When spring arrived, Su Gaoshan Chao Gui and the 3rd Dali Cavalry entered the battlefield. The Zhou dynasty started to lose on several fronts. The capital was surrounded. The Zhou dynasty's emperor's jade seal and divine lord of the Tai temple were about to be covered in dust. But the vassal king Song Zhengqiang did not enter the territory of the Zhou dynasty. On this day in the spring breeze, the mighty Mahist mechanical giant ship swept past the territory of the Zhou dynasty and continued to head south. Song Zhengqiang stood on the bow of the main ship and looked down at the land. There were scattered sword cultivators who did not want to live, and flew up on their swords to attack this huge fleet that had never appeared in the history of the Aquarius continent. Without any suspense they fell one by one. It was like the late spring firecrackers in the alleys, or the mournful cries of the red-crowned cranes in the mountains. Every Zhou people who saw this scene and heard the mournful cries were mournful. Song Zhengqiang was still wearing the old fox fur coat. When Su Ruo's branch of the Mahist family chose to bet on Dali, they did 2 things. One was to join forces with the branch of the Yinyang school to build the extremely overbearing imitation of the Beko Keikyang building. Other than that, Dali annexed all the wealth of the Liu dynasty, especially the money to buy passage from the Lizhu grotto heaven. Other than that, they seized all the treasuries along the way south and used them to build these flying ships. Dali in these years was at its peak, but in reality they could not make ends meet. Even so, they still owed a lot to the Mahist family. Especially when the main branch of the Mahist family chose Dali, they spent even more money. It was not like the sound of small rivers flowing, but like the big dirty water. The deep water was silent, and the treasury might be empty without a sound. To Dali, especially the Ministry of Revenue, this was a kind of courage and ability. Why did the imperial tutor Tui Dong look at the Minister of Revenue in a new light? Even Song Jianqiang and the entire military was willing to respect the officials of the Ministry of Revenue. Of course, when the various branches of cavalry went to the Ministry of Revenue to ask for money, no one showed mercy. They cried for their parents and pretended to be poor. Song Jianqiang saw this and did not feel that there was a problem. In the process of quarreling and fighting, as well as the younger generation of scholars who gave up their pen and joined the army, and the disciples of the border guards entered the officialdom, the boundary between the civil and military in the Song family's court was constantly blurred. This was a good thing. As for the Ministry of Works, which had the closest relationship with the foreign cultivators of the school of Mo, it was even more unavoidable that they were the ones who contributed behind the scenes. On the contrary, the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Appointments, which originally had the highest status, would be more embarrassed if they were rewarded based on merit in the future. Therefore, on the matter of Dali's new North Peak as well as the alliance with the Great Sui Kingdom and the diplomatic mission to the Great Sui Kingdom, the officials of the Ministry of Rights spared no effort to show their faces in public. There was no other way. The further away the Yamen was from the battlefield now, in the next 100 years of Dali's court, it would inevitably lose its confidence and its voice would not be loud. It was even very likely that it would be encroached and infiltrated by the other 6 Yamens. After all, the Ministry of Justice of Dali still had some achievements in spying and winning over cultivators. It was not to be underestimated. Therefore, the Ministry of Rights was now making some small moves. They were afraid that when everyone else was expanding their territory, only they, the most respected Yamen of Dali's 6 departments in the past, would fall into the dust and become an empty Yamen with only cold benches. How would they be able to accept the old and accept the new? How would they be able to maintain their noble and powerful position as the first department of Dali? How would they be able to celebrate the new year every year? Only the Ministry of Rights was left. Because Master Guan was in charge, no matter how noisy they were behind closed doors, they still behaved themselves when they were outside. The Ministry of Rights kept demanding that the peace and peace plate should be accepted into the Ministry of Rights, including the recommendation, the inspection, the issuance, the records, and the evaluation. The Ministry of Justice was supposed to be responsible for half of the work in the Ministry of Rights, but Master Guan just didn't say anything. He just dragged it on. In the end, he even resorted to asking for sick leave. Motherf *Ker. You are a man who drinks and eats meat every day. You are stronger than many young officials in the Ministry of Rights, yet you still get a cold? The older the old fox got, the more shameless he became. The Minister of Rights, who was 1 generation younger than Master Guan, even though he was half a disciple of Master Guan, was so angry that he complained to the Imperial Guard Room, saying that Master Guan was taking advantage of his seniority. Dali's official circle was busy and lively. In fact, there were a lot of jokes in all the government offices. In the first month of this year, Ichi Alley and Xiao Street were busy visiting each other. Song Chongjing did not care too much about the official affairs of the warm spring river. Under the general trend, it was human nature. As long as they did not go too far and did not cross the line too much, he would not care. In fact, he, a warrior on the battlefield, did not need to worry about these messy affairs. Song Jianqiang had to admit that Xiu, who was the reason why Dali's iron cavalry could march to the south so smoothly. There was a faint rainbow light on the ground. There was a young sword cultivator hiding in the mountains. He seemed to be aiming at Song Jianqiang, who was a barbarian from Dali. The sword light was like a white line, drawing an arc, aiming at Song Jianqiang. The spirit of the flying sword was full of grief and anger. Song Jianqiang waved his hand to tell the cultivators who were Earth Immortal Realm cultivators not to stop him. A weak flying sword of a level 6 sword cultivator couldn't even scratch an itch for a level 10 cultivator. Song Jianqiang casually made a fist and hit the flying sword back to the ground. It fell to the ground beside the young sword cultivator. The sword cultivator's face was pale, but he still tried to stand up straight. He looked at the man who was beyond his imagination. The flying boat flew across the sky. The young sword cultivator didn't have the strength to attack anymore, so he sat down on the ground. After that, the school of Mo's flying boat flew over the southern peak of the Zhuing dynasty. The thousands of sword cultivators who were prepared to die faced the enemy together with the venerated southern peak god. The flying swords of the dozens of sword boats in the ferry fell to the ground like rain. In the sky and on the ground, the 2 groups of flying swords collided like rain. The sword boats and flying swords of the school of Mo and the sword cultivators' flying swords were destroyed together. Occasionally the flying swords escaped the net, but they were destroyed by the nascent soul and earth immortal cultivators of Dali's territory and the recruited nascent soul and earth immortal cultivators who took out their magic weapons. Above the southern peak, there was a dazzling five-colored glaze, like the legendary paradise of the heavenly court. The golden avatar of the mountain deity wielded a giant sword of sword chi that was condensed from a secret technique unique to the imperial family. It slashed towards the ferry that Song Chongjing was on. In the end, it was shattered by Song Chongjing's punch. He then shattered the golden avatar of the Nanyue righteous deity with a punch. In the end, Song Chongjing stood on the roof of the Nanyue holy temple. The Nanyue righteous deity, who had temporarily lost his golden avatar, was about to use the accumulation of incense for 1,000 years to reconstruct his golden avatar and fight this person again. Song Zhangqiang said, "That's enough. Dali has no intention of killing all of you. Sword cultivators below the Earth Immortal level, go down the mountain and let bygones be bygones. Earth Immortal cultivators, those who are willing to surrender can follow me to the south. Those who are unwilling to surrender can stay on the southern peak mountain. I can guarantee that even if there are people who want to settle accounts later, they will not kill indiscriminately. Everyone will have a chance to spend money to avoid disaster. Moreover, I will ensure that you Earth Immortal sword cultivators have a foothold. As for your worldly possessions, they will most likely be used as Dali's military expenses." The southern peak mountain was silent. Song Chongjing sped forward, collapsing more than half of the main hall of southern peak with a loud rumble. He smashed an Earth Immortal sword cultivator who was trying to join forces with the rest of the great sword cultivators, pledging to fight the barbarians of Great Li to death. With just a single punch he destroyed the cultivator's body and gold core, leaving behind only his Een deity and prime nascent soul, which had weakened greatly. If a cultivator looked up from the foot of the mountain, he would be able to see that the majestic southern peak mountain and an immortal mansion near the peak had been reduced to ruins. Dust rose into the air and swirled around the peak like a large cloud of yellow mist. Song Zhangqiang returned to the temple on the peak of the mountain and nodded at the southern peak god who was standing in the square, indicating that the southern peak temple was tactful. Song Zhangqiang appreciated the southern peak temple's gesture. Song Zhangqiang rose from the ground and returned to the ferry. The god of the Zhuang dynasty had a complicated look in his eyes. In the end he bowed to the invincible king of Dali. Many young sword cultivators only realized at this moment that the mountain formation had not been activated from the beginning to the end. This god was afraid of death, afraid that his great Tao would be cut off, and also afraid that the entire southern peak mountain and more than 1,000 sword cultivators would die tragically under his stubborn resistance. The reason for this ambush was naturally because the sword cultivators were willing to sacrifice themselves for their country. There were also many selfish plans. For example, the southern peak god agreed to the sword cultivators to climb the mountain in the hope that he could give an explanation to both the old and the new lord. This way he would not lose the title of southern peak god in the future and be reviled by countless people. Instead, because of today's battle, he would be able to win some praise from the people and save some trouble for Dali. He would try his best to get rid of the 5 mountain gods and at least keep the throne of Dali as the top mountain god in the future. In the chaotic world of the Aquarius continent, the Zhuang dynasty had lost its momentum. He had to find a way out for himself. Song Zhangqiang returned to the bow of the boat and placed his hand on the railing that was slowly flowing with spirit qi. The name of Dali would soon be changed. Book Lake Pond Water City Fan Clan Residence. A guest came to visit and handed in a yellow name card, saying that he wanted to see General Guan Yiran. The gatekeeper did not dare to neglect. Currently there were 4 Dali people stationed in the 4 cities. Among them, Pond Water City's Guan Yiran had gradually risen in status in the past year, vaguely becoming the leader. The other 3 people often needed to come to Pond Water City to discuss matters, but Guan Yiran never needed to leave Pond Water City. These traces were enough to explain everything. Even the rumor that Guan Yiran was actually Su Gaoshan's son-in-law had spread out. In addition, the gatekeeper felt that a young man among the visitors was somewhat familiar, but he was wearing a gray cotton robe and had a thin face, so he could not recognize him. Soon, the gatekeeper led the 3 to see General Guan, who had set up his official residence in the Fan clan. The three guests were all carrying a large bamboo box. Guan Yiran, who had already taken off his military cultivator armor, stood under the eaves of a row of simple houses outside the official residence, a little surprised. He had waited for a long time for a drink, but it did not come. In the end, a guy he did not like very much came, Gukan. Regarding Gukan's behavior at Book Lake, Guan Yiran naturally did not like it. It was not only his personal temperament, but also the imperceptible influence of the Guan clan. In life there was officialdom everywhere. It was a miracle that Gukan, a hothead who took pleasure in breaking the rules, could luckily survive to this day in the chaotic situation. However, since he was that person's friend, Guan Yiran would not close the door and refuse to see him. A friend of a friend was not necessarily a friend, but Guan Yiran still had to give him this face. Now in Book Lake, where the main force of Dali's cavalry had withdrawn, the young Guan Yiran was in fact the real monarch of Jianghu. He held the power to kill tens of thousands of wild cultivators, even more worthy of his name than Lu Jimao of Xianxia Island. The calm Gukan, the trembling Tsing Yi, and the equally anxious Ma Duyi all paid their respects to Guan Yiran. Both sides walked forward almost at the same time and stood in the courtyard. Guan Yiran smiled and said, "You must be Gukan, what's the matter?" Gukan smiled and took out a jug of wine, the osmanthus wine from Old Dragon City. He handed it to Guan Yiran and said with a smile, "Qin Pingon wanted me to bring a jug of wine to General Guan, saying that I owe you." Guan Yiran did not refuse and took the jug of wine. He just laughed angrily and said, "The wine is here but the person is not. What's going on?" Guan Yiran then said self-deprecatingly, "Compared to the person being here but the wine not being here seems to be better." Guan Yiran laughed to himself. Tsing Yi and Ma Duyi were relieved. It seemed that this young and promising General Dali had a good relationship with Mr. Qin. Guan Yiran suddenly asked, "Gukan, do you know why Qin Pingon asked you to deliver the wine?" Gukan nodded and said, "I know, I want to get familiar with General Guan. Even if I can't take care of you, as long as General Guan has the wine, then I can return to Verdant Canyon Island with less trouble." Guan Yiran smiled and said, "You're not stupid. Why were you so arrogant and domineering in the past?" Gukan said frankly, "I didn't know anything before and always thought that everyone was a fool. Now I don't dare." Guan Yiran nodded and said, "Okay, then that's it. In the future, if you have a small matter, you can ask me for help. If it's a big matter, don't come to this official office to look for trouble. I really have a mediocre impression of you." Gukan nodded and cupped his fist and said, "Gukan thanks General Guan first. If there is a small matter that needs General Guan's help, I dare not say anything else. But now that I am in debt, there are too many places to spend, but I will still bring a jug of wine." Guan Yiran glanced at Gukan and nodded without saying anything. "I'm busy with official business, so I won't entertain you." Gukan tactfully said goodbye and left. Tsing Yi and Ma Duyi turned and walked out of the Fan family mansion. Walking on the street of Pond Water City, Ma Duyi complained, "He's young but he's putting on such airs." Gukan didn't mind and shook his head. Being able to see us shows that he's not putting on airs enough. The two major events at the end of this year and the middle of next year will inevitably involve General Guan. "Miss Ma, if you don't want to come to the official office here, you can go shopping with Tsing Yi on Ape Whaling Street." Ma Duyi didn't refuse, but he still had some lingering fear. The official atmosphere here is too heavy, especially the two Dali door gods posted on the Fan family's gate. Their eyes are not good. I don't want to come here and suffer. Tsing Yi nodded vigorously. "I also feel that their eyes are not very friendly. I can't help it. I'm a ghost cultivator. I'm already very surprised that they didn't stop me from entering." Gukan took them to rent a ferry that now belonged to the Dali government. Whether it was a cultivator or a high-ranking official who came to enjoy the scenery, they had to submit a customs certificate at the ferry and pass an inspection before they could enter and leave Slip Book Lake. This was the new rule. However, if one had a peace and quiet card issued by Dali, no matter if it was a high-grade or low-grade one, they didn't need to go through all this. The ferry would even provide a ferry for free. However, in such a large Slip Book Lake, there were only a few Earth Immortal cultivators who had this privilege. Lord Tian Hu of the White Scale Island, Yu Hui of the Green Gorge Island, and the Earth Immortal couple of Huangyan Island had never received this treatment until now. From this, it could be seen that even the lowest grade peace and quiet card was very valuable. Recently, two pieces of news spread throughout Slip Book Lake and shocked everyone. One was that it had little to do with the wild cultivators of Slipbook Lake, but it was too big. Emperor Dali had died of illness. The other was that it had something to do with tens of thousands of wild cultivators and thousands of islands. When this shocking truth came to light, Slipbook Lake finally realized why the situation of Slipbook Lake 2 years ago was so unpredictable. It turned out that the biggest immortal sect in Tongya Continent, Jade Grey Sect, had chosen Slipbook Lake as the location of the Aquarius Continent's next sect. Therefore, since the beginning of spring this year, news about Jade Grey Sect, big and small, had been flying around like a heavy snow. However, to Gukin, these big events had nothing to do with him. Qin Pingon had handed over the Heavenly Grand Ritual and the opening of the Land and Water Dojo to Gukan. In addition to handing over all the account books to Gukin, Qin Pingon had written tens of thousands of words about the two major events and handed them over to Gukan. For this, Ma Di even joked that Mr. Qin was not a monk or Taoist. Qin Pingon and Gukan had discussed the money needed and decided to split it half and half. It was not a small sum of money. The little property that Gukan's mother had taken from Chunting Palace was far from enough. Gukan did not regard himself as an outsider and said that he would pay Qin Pingon on credit first. Before Qin Pingon left, he sat down with Gukan to calculate the debt. Gukan would need at least 2 years, including the Heavenly Grand Ritual and the Land and Water Dojo, plus Qin Pingon's previous experience in the Stone Hair Country and Mayu Country. Gukan could only pay off half of the debt. After that, Gukan would have to continue to travel around, and if there was a chance in the future, he would have to build an island in Slipbook Lake that was suitable for ghosts and otherworldly items to cultivate. The three of them took the ferry and slowly headed to Verdant Canyon Island. Gukan stood at the bow of the ferry with a bamboo box on his back. The young man who had worked hard to pay off his debt had been carrying the Yama Palace in hell for more than a year. It seemed lucky to be able to turn into ghosts and spirits after death, but in fact it was a kind of suffering. Whether it was ordinary people or cultivators, they were bound to have a deep obsession when they were alive, and they were reluctant to leave the human world. However, life and death were natural laws, and heaven and earth had its own rules to punish them. The flow of time, the 24 solar terms, the spring thunder, the midsummer yangqi, and all kinds of invisible astral wind that flowed between heaven and earth did no harm to ordinary people, but it was torture for ghosts and spirits. Besides, there were the morning bells and evening drums of ancient temples and Taoist temples, the incense of the 2 temples and the city god pavilion, the door gods posted in the market, the momentum of the battlefield, and so on, which would cause different degrees of harm to ordinary otherworldly items and spirits. Not to mention, there were also the immortal Fuji who killed demons and accumulated merits. The cultivators in the mountains and lakes, especially those ghost cultivators and evil cultivators, were fond of capturing ghosts and spirits, stripping and reshaping their souls, and using insidious methods. There were endless ways to cultivate poisonous insects, secret methods, and all kinds of disasters. It was really better to be dead than alive. Before Qin Pingon came to Slipbook Lake, Gukan certainly knew some of these things, but he did not take it seriously and was too lazy to dig into it. It would not be like this now. Halfway through the waterway, a Green Canyon Island ship came quickly. Mr. Tianhu landed on the small ferry where Gukan was. Ma Duyi and Xing Yi both thought that Gukan would not board the ship, but Gukan did not refuse Mr. Tianhu's invitation. He thanked the small ferry with a fist salute and boarded the huge ship. Mr. Tianhu smiled and talked. Gukan smiled and talked to him. There seemed to be no grudge between them. They were still the senior sister and junior brother when Green Canyon Island was at its most glorious. Mr. Tianhu joked that Mr. Qin owed a lot of money. The secret storehouse of Green Canyon Island was complaining incessantly, the King of Hell's palace in prison, and the imitation Luli Pavilion that helped Mr. Qin write an IOU to Yu Hui. The 2 Dharma treasures of ghost cultivators were not a small number. Gukan said with a smile. Such an important matter could wait for her master to return to Verdant Gorge Island and let her master make the decision. Mr. Tianhu suddenly looked embarrassed. Now, almost none of the cultivators in Slipbook Lake believed that Lu Jimao could leave the water prison of Gong Willow Island alive. As long as Lu Jimao could leave, he would have returned to Green Canyon Island long ago. Why would he wait until now? Now that Su Gaoshan had left, they only needed to wait for the new Lord of Jade Tablet sect to appear. Everyone believed that at that time, it would be the time of Lu Jimao's death. Gu Kan, who had not worn the dark green robe for a long time, turned to look at Lord Tianhu with her hands in her sleeves and said softly, "Senior sister apprentice, in order to reach the top, it is not wrong to do something against one's heart, but one or two bottom lines are still necessary. I became Lu Jimao's last disciple halfway. The twists and turns, intrigue and mutual exploitation are all seen by everyone in Bookslip Lake. Therefore the kindness between master and disciple is not my bottom line. However, senior sister apprentice, you are Lu Jimao's proud disciple. Since then Green Gorge Island has not mistreated you too much. If you lose your sense of propriety, think about it. In the archives of the Li dynasty, in the mind of Guaniran, in the eyes of Bookslip Lake Yishio, and in the eyes of the future practitioners of Jade Medallion sect, they will not be good to you. Since you're already an Earth Immortal cultivator, I think you can see further. After all, there are many rules in Slip Book Lake now. Our previous methods are no longer suitable for the current Slip Book Lake." Mr. Tianhu asked softly, "Did Mr. Qin ask you to tell me this?" Gukan shook her head and said, "It has nothing to do with Qin Pingon. He can only see your actions more clearly and thoroughly than I can. Naturally he won't tell you this. But after so many years I still have some feelings for senior sister, so this is a little bit of my heartfelt words. Whether you listen or not is your own business. The poor don't join the table and the light don't persuade others. I understand this principle, but I feel that even if it's annoying I still have to tell senior sister." Mr. Tianhu sighed. "There's no turning back." Gukan smiled. It was just another Gukan of the past. It was a pity that senior sister Tianhu did not meet her Qin Pingon. When Gukan thought of this, she began to look into the distance. She felt that even if the future was bleak, there was no need to be too afraid. Gukan retracted her gaze and said, "Eldest senior sister, don't worry. You senior sisters and senior brothers, as well as the vassals and consecrators, go ahead and fight for the remaining territories and resources of Verdant Canyon Island. I can't get anything and I don't want to. With my little ability I won't gain anything if I fight with you. It's better to be obedient and take the initiative to withdraw. Who knows, I might be able to ask you for a drink in the future. Moreover, I can't stay in Verdant Canyon Island for more than a few days a year. Instead of being wary of me, senior sister, why don't you talk to other people?" Lord Tianhu's expression became increasingly unnatural after Gukan's words exposed his scheme. However, with Gukan's willingness to open her heart to her senior martial sister, it was better than her trying to figure it out. It was not that Lord Tianhu believed all of Gukan's heartfelt words, but that Gukan needed to make a trip to the Fan family in Pondwater City to look for the amulet before entering Bookslip Lake. Also, after boarding the ship, she had to fight for a way out for herself with words that no one would believe. Lu Jimao might be able to leave Gong Willow Island safely. Only then would Lord Tianhu feel more at ease. Gukan, who had lost that Loach and Qin Pingon by her side, was really useless. When the ship docked at Verdant Canyon Island, Gukan did not say that she wanted to go to Chunting Mansion. She said that she could live in the house at the mountain gate and be neighbors with her friend Zheng Yi. In the end, Ma Di took Qin Pingon's house for himself and drove Gukan to Zheng Ye's house. Gukan did not care. After getting along with Ma Di day and night, Gukan did not hate the sharp-tongued but soft-hearted Ma Di. After getting along with him for a long time, she felt that he was quite good. Qin Pingon might have felt that he had said all the things he had said in his life at Calligraphy Lake. Gukan, on the other hand, felt that she had heard all the flattering words of others in her life when she was at the Bookslip Lake. After that, Gukan went to see the ruins of Hengbo Mansion and stopped outside Chunting Mansion for a while. It was a bright spring day. Gukan and Zheng Yi sat side by side on a small bamboo chair and basked in the sun. A tall and slender woman dressed in palace attire got off the boat and slowly walked over. She was Lu Zhongruan of Pearl Island. Gukan only knew that Qin Pingon felt a little guilty toward this island owner and said that he owed her some immortal money. Therefore, on this trip back to Calligraphy Lake, even if Lu Zhongruan did not come to Verdant Canyon Island, Gukan would have gone to Pearl Hairpin Island to talk to Lu Zhongruan about something, lest this charming island owner Lu mistakenly think that Qin Pingon ran away because of a debt. The current Lu Zhongruan was extraordinary. The strangest thing was that even though Lu Zhongruan had revealed her true cultivation of a gold core Earth Immortal, she was still able to kill her way out and get an entry-grade dolly piece plate under the covetous eyes of all the big island owners. This still caused a lot of speculation. For example, did Su Gaoshan take a fancy to Lu Zhongruan's beauty? Or did Guan Yiran, A young man with a high position and power like beautiful women? After all, Lu Zhongruan used to be a princess that the sword immortal of the Zhuang kingdom yearned for day and night. Of course, Gukin knew very well that there was no such thing as a romantic affair. Because Qin Pingon had revealed some heavenly secrets, Lu Zhongruan, as the princess of a fallen dynasty, had exchanged a waterhall treasure that had not been discovered by the Zhuang kingdom for the protection of the peace plate. Not only did she manage to keep all her possessions on Pearl Hairpin Island, but she also rose to the top and became one of Dali's consecrated cultivators. As for whether Qin Pingon had pulled strings, he did not say. When Lu Zhongruan saw Gukin standing up to greet her, she smiled and asked, "When will Mr. Qin return to Calligraphy Lake?" Gukin shook her head and said, "I don't know yet, but it's unlikely in the near future." Lu Zhongruan's expression was normal. She nodded and was about to leave. Gukin stood up and followed island owner Lu, chatting with her about what Qin Pingon had told her. Lu Zhongruan did not comment, nor did she give a definite answer. She just left. Gukin returned to the small bamboo chair. Then a Zhou Xian mansion's ghost cultivator appeared at the ferry. Lu Zhongruan hesitated for a moment, then stopped and sighed. "Mayunji, what's the point of being entangled for so many years? If you have such thoughts, why don't you focus on your cultivation and become an earth immortal sooner?" The ghost cultivator, who had deliberately changed into an elegant green robe, grinned and said, "Your Royal Highness, you know that Qin Pingon is not on Verdant Canyon Island, but you still want to come. I know what I'm doing." Lu Zhongruan was annoyed. "Get out of my way." Mayunji did not dare to block the way. He obediently stepped aside and allowed Lu Zhongruan to walk straight to the Pearl Hairpin Island ferry. But he could not control his pair of dog eyes. He stole a few glances at the princess's back and thought, "She's really good at giving birth." Lu Zhongruan stopped and turned around. Mayunji said sternly, "Do you have a death wish?" Mayunji swallowed and said, "I'm just worried about your Royal Highness. After this incident, I don't think you've lost weight. Now I'm relieved." Mayunji took advantage of this opportunity to glance at her chest again. The rise and fall of her peaks was too beautiful to behold. Lu Zhongruan said angrily, "You can't change a dog's habit." Mayunji said bitterly, "I won't allow your Royal Highness to humiliate yourself like this. I won't complain even if your Royal Highness tramples me under your feet. But I won't allow your Royal Highness to talk about yourself like this. In my heart, your Royal Highness will always be the most beautiful and flawless woman in the world." Lu Zhongruan suddenly realized his slip of the tongue. He was so angry that he waved his sleeve and directly slapped the ghost cultivator out of the ferry. After Mayunji steadied his body and mind, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. Hot tears filled his eyes as he wiped his face. He felt that after so many years of grievances and thousands of hardships, he finally had some compensation. He murmured, "Your Highness Princess Royal, a woman's skin is thin. I'm embarrassed to say those sweet words of love. It's okay. I still understand that beating is affection and scolding is love." After Lu Zhongruan uploaded it, he drove the ferry with his magic and left quickly. He was really annoyed by that brainless packman. Mayunji nodded and smiled brightly. He looked even more shifty. "Your Royal Highness, such shyness is rare. It seems that you're really going to open your heart to me. There's definitely a chance. Qin Pingon, just wait for the wedding banquet. You're really a good brother. If you didn't tell me that I have to think more about the meaning of a woman's words when dealing with her, how would I know that your Royal Highness has such good intentions? She wants me to become a gold core earth immortal as soon as possible. Isn't she hinting that I shouldn't fall behind her too much? Isn't she worried that I'll hold a grudge against your Royal Highness who is already a gold core? If your Royal Highness doesn't have feelings for me, why would she spend so much effort to talk to me? Qin Pingon, Mr. Qin, Brother Qin. You're really my great benefactor." After the ghost cultivator happily swaggered away, Xianxia's expression changed. Xingyi was a little uncertain about the relationship between the ghost cultivator and the island master of Pearl Hairpin Island. He asked in a low voice, "Senior ghost cultivator, did you misunderstand something?" Ma Di chewed on his melon seeds and said decisively, "If I were Island Master Lu, I'd kill him with a slap. I don't want to be taken advantage of by that pair of dog eyes the moment we meet." Gukin smiled and asked, "Do you think Island Master Lu likes Qin Pingon?" Xingyi thought about it and shook his head. That's not very likely. She's so much older than our Mr. Qin and they don't interact often. Island Master Lu is a gold core cultivator with a firm Taoist heart. Even if Mr. Qin is very good, I don't think it's possible. Ma Diyi sneered. It's not strange that Lu Zhongruan likes Mr. Qin. However, our Mr. Qin won't like an old woman. Gu Kan, who was sitting on a small bamboo chair in the middle of the room, laughed. Ma Diyi threw a handful of melon seeds. Gu Kan dodged and all of them hit Xingye's head. That was not all. Xingye had to bend down to pick them up. After all, he had been with Mr. Qin for so long. It was difficult for him not to be a miser and stingy person. Gong Willow Island. In the water dungeon. A prisoner in plain white linen robes sat cross-legged in a rather spacious cell with a calm expression. Thankfully, the old sect master of the Jade sect, Sun Yuan, came personally and had a good chat with the Realm 11 Sword Immortal Tong Yi sect master. After the discussion, the Tong Yi sect did not pursue the matter further. The Jade sect must have given them compensation. The old cultivator's name was Zhou Fenglu, and he was also the person in charge of selecting the location of the Jade sect's lower sect. As for whether he was a pitiful pawn, the key was to see the final choice of the lord of the lower sect. Was it him who had worked hard and made great contributions, or the bastard Xianxia, who already had the blessed land of Cloud Cave in his hands? The reason why Zhou Fenglu did not directly kill this Lu Zhimao was because he wanted to obtain more credit, so that the small group of old fellows with high authority in the Jade sect who secretly supported him in his ascension could be persuaded to the group of stubborn old fellows in the ancestral hall who were inclined towards Xianxia. Of course, the Jade sect was not a monolithic block. Many of the old fellows had been displeased with the junior Xianxia who had been in the limelight for 1,000 years. This was Zhou Fenglu's opportunity. Once he became the first lord of the lower sect, he would be a first-rate official of the Jade sect. He would be able to directly occupy a seat in the ancestral hall of the Jade sect's main mountain. Moreover, his seat would be extremely close to the front, perhaps even sitting next to Xianxia. He believed that many of the old fellows in the Jade sect who were unwilling to see Xianxia's family dominate the sect would be happy to see this happen. Not only would they be able to ruthlessly suppress the Jiang clan's arrogance, they would also be able to discuss Xianxia. Zhou Fenglu's expression was displeased. Lu Zhimao, this is the 3rd time I've looked for you. Don't do things more than 3 times, do you understand? Lu Zhimao glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. We are wild cultivators that you ancestral hall masters look down on. Wild dogs are used to hunting for food, we can't be domestic dogs. Zhou Fenglu sneered. Taking the initiative to contact Tan Yuani and rely on the Song clan, aren't you also becoming someone's watchdog? Lu Zhimao laughed mischievously. Working for Dolly is also like being raised free, it's better than being raised in captivity. Besides, what I hate the most in this life is your arrogant ancestral hall masters. Zhou Fenglu's expression was gloomy. Lu Zhimao, do you really think I don't dare to kill you? A nascent soul earth immortal is impressive in a corner like your Aquarius continent, but in our Tong Yi continent, it's really nothing. The death of upper 5 realms cultivators is not a small number. Every 100 years, if a few nascent soul realm cultivators don't die, the Tong Yi continent would feel embarrassed to greet the great cultivators of other continents. Can your Aquarius continent do it? Lu Zhimao laughed. Are you trying to scare me? Zhou Fenglu shook his head. I'm really not trying to scare you, a person's patience is limited. The corners of Lu Zhimao's mouth twitched. Don't you know that wild dogs like us have been scared out of our wits over and over again throughout our lifetime of cultivation? After so many shocks, we'll either be scared out of our wits or end up like me. Even if a ghost knocks on my door in the middle of the night, I'll still have to ask if you're here to do business with me. What, you're already the sect master of a sect under the Jade Tablet sect. You can decide my life and death with a single word. Taking a step back, even if you're the sect master, shouldn't you consider more carefully how to make the best use of a nascent soul realm wild cultivator? What if one day I suddenly become enlightened and agree to be your consecrator? Wouldn't you suffer a huge loss? You're imprisoning me in array formation. How many immortal coins can you spend? Can't you even calculate this debt? How can you still be the sect master? Lu Zhimao's acupuncture points were all bound by the water prison, especially the crucial acupuncture points that nurtured his natal item. They were all blocked by the water veins of Gonglu Island. He yawned. Do you really think that you bunch of outsiders can do whatever you want in the Aquarius continent? Just based on your patience, I feel that your sect master's throne will not be stable. You might even be worse than me, the ruler of the underworld of Calligraphy Lake. Before the chair is even warm, you have to quickly stand up and obediently give up your seat. Keep the goodies within the family. I really don't believe that the Jade sect is willing to give such a big piece of fat meat to half an outsider. Lu Zhimao actually started to lecture this old cultivator who had astonishing battle strength and treasures in his hands. It's not that I want to criticize you Jade Tablet Immortal Masters, but you guys, if you only talk about your tenacity, you might not be able to compare to us wild cultivators. Aren't you relying on those top-tier Dao techniques and sect inheritances to walk on the unobstructed path? Give those Dao techniques to us. Even if we start from the Earth Immortal realm, both sides will spend the same amount of time. Wild cultivators can guarantee that we will beat the shit out of you. You don't believe me? Then why don't you try? Since you've already betrayed Tong Yi sect, what's the point of those broken ancestral hall rules? Why don't you impart the Tong Yi sect's immortal techniques to the upper 5 realms to me? But do you dare? Lu Zhimao, who was in the prison, laughed without restraint. He laughed and talked wittily, showing the spirit of a hero. Of course there were some ruffians and scoundrels. Zhou Fenglu shook his head. Lu Zhimao, I hope that the next time we meet, when you become the sect master of a lower sect, you can still speak so boldly. Lu Zhimao hurriedly said, don't worry, even if I become the sect master of a lower sect, we can still chat. We are wild cultivators, strength of character is nothing, we like to sail according to the wind. Zhou Fenglu remained silent and left the water prison. This nascent soul realm wild cultivator of Calligraphy Lake was really dog meat. He couldn't be killed or eaten. Zhou Fenglu made up his mind that as long as he became the sect master of a lower sect, he would kill Lu Zhimao on the same day and not talk nonsense with this wild cultivator. After Zhou Fenglu returned to his mansion, the real master of Gonglu Island, Lu Laoqing, walked to the bottom of the water prison. Along the way, the cultivators of Jade Gui sect pretended not to see him. They neither greeted nor stopped him. There were 3 basic water veins in Calligraphy Lake. The water fate was strong, the other water veins were many but thin, scattered and messy. They were divided by the remaining thousands of island forces. One of them was monopolized by Gonglu Island, and the water prison formation was based on it. This was also the key to easily suppress Lu Zhimao. Xianxia Island also stole more than half of the water veins. The Hengbo prefecture was the formation eye, but unfortunately it had been destroyed. The water fate was scattered, and it benefited the group of Earth Immortal cultivators of the vassal islands, such as Lord Tianhu and Yu Hui. The 3 big islands of Qingzhong, Tianlao and Grain Millet shared the last basic water vein of Calligraphy Lake. After Lu Laoqing reached the bottom of the water prison, he immediately isolated a small world. Lu Zhimao raised his head and frowned. He was not afraid of Zhou Fenglu, but he was still very wary of Lu Laoqing, the senior of Calligraphy Lake. This was because rogue cultivators were always the most familiar with dealing with rogue cultivators. Immortal Master Puji, on the other hand, was confused for a while. Lu Laoqing took out a scroll, shook it gently and opened it gently. From the scroll, a man with a face full of smiles walked out. He walked to the side of the prison, hands behind his back, bent over and squinted at Lu Zhimao and asked, I heard that you and Qin Pingon are enemies and friends, but it's unclear. Let's not talk about him, but according to Lu Laoqing, you both recognize each other as half of your confidant? This time it was Lu Zhimao's turn to be confused. He did not answer the question. You're Zhang Xianxia of Jade Gui sect? The man smiled and said, you answer my question first, then I'll see if I should answer yours. First come, first served, we still have to follow the rules. Lu Zhimao glanced at Lu Laoqing. On Zhou Fenglu's side, Lu Zhimao had roughly known Zhou Fenglu's bottom line after the previous 2 exchanges, so he could delay it again and again. But facing this person who was most likely Zhang Xianxia of Jade Gui sect, Lu Zhimao's mood was a little heavy for a moment. He did not dare to speak carelessly. After thinking, he nodded and said, Qin Pingon and I can never be friends for the rest of our lives, whether it's me ascending to the upper 5 realms, or him having the ability to arm wrestle with me in the future. We might have to fight. But for now, Qin Pingon and I are half of my confidant. You can say that we've even drunk together a few times. The man clapped his hands and laughed loudly. Just based on this point, little Lu, together with old Lu behind me, the 3 of us will be friends on the same grasshopper from today onwards. Lu Jimao looked at Lu Laoqing again. The latter's expression and state of mind were still like an ancient well, not giving Lu Jimao the slightest hint. The man smiled and said, "You guessed right, I am that Jiang Shangzhen, the late lord of Jade Gui sect's lower sect." The man suddenly wiped his face and said miserably like a woman with hidden bitterness, "My heart is bitter. Zhou Fenglu, that shameless thing, almost ruined my plans. If it wasn't for Li Fuyao being smart enough, even if I had to risk my life, I would have beaten that Zhou Fenglu to death, then carried that old thief's head and bowed to him as an apology. When I think of this, I want to run to Li Fuyao and kowtow to her a few times. What's the harm in acknowledging her as my godmother?" Jiang Shangzhen gently beat his chest, his face full of bitterness, and cursed loudly, "I, Jiang Shangzhen, didn't come to Book Lake to wipe my ass. The most important thing is to catch up with Chen Pingon. Now what's the point of holding arms? Zhou Fenglu, that old thing who can't do anything right, can't die. Didn't I just hold a few banquets at Tongye sect? Now that we're all on the same side, he still cheated me." Lu Jimao was dumbfounded. Lu Laoqing's eyelids also trembled slightly. Obviously he had already experienced Jiang Shangzhen, who was slightly better than Lu Jimao, who seemed to have been struck by lightning. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly restrained his words and smile. After a moment of silence he asked softly, "Lu Jimao, I'll ask you a question on behalf of Zhou Fenglu. Are you willing to be a consecrator of Jade Gui sect?" Lu Jimao was hesitant. In an instant he caught a glimpse of Lu Laoqing nodding slightly to him. Lu Jimao took a deep breath and nodded slightly, "Yes." Then he found a green willow leaf which happened to be suspended between his eyebrows. Jiang Shangzhen snapped his fingers and said with a cheeky smile, "A wise man submits to circumstances. Lu Jimao, from now on, you're the third seat of my lower sect's consecrator. Lu Laoqing, Zhou Fenglu, Lu Jimao. But I hope that after you reach the upper 5 realms, you can help me kill that Zhou Fenglu. No matter what method, it's fine. I can promise you now that the Jade Gui sect's treasure in Zhou Fenglu's hands can be lent to you for 100 years. As long as you have enough merits, it won't be difficult to borrow it for another 100 years. But if you fail to kill someone and are killed instead, don't blame me for not helping you collect your corpse." Lu Jimao asked, "About reaching the upper 5 realms?" Jiang Shangzhen stretched out a thumb and pointed at himself, "What do I have? I'm just rich. Wait until you're familiar with me, you will definitely pity me. Too much money, it's really worrying." Jiang Shangzhen sighed, "Let's not talk about the poor wild cultivators of your Aquarius continent. Even our Tongyi continent's immortal masters of the upper 5 realms do not know the troubles of having money like me. It's really annoying." Lu Jimao looked at Lu Laoqing again. Working with such a person, was he really not worried? Was it really not better to be in the same boat as Zhou Fenglu? Lu Laoqing was expressionless. It was unknown if he was unfathomable or if he was cursing in his heart. One had to know that money was the most painful thing for all the wild cultivators in the world. Late spring. Deep in the night, in a secluded area of the Book Slip Lake, it was completely silent. An old man stood by the lake. With a wave of his sleeve, 20 bamboo slips flew out. The words on the bamboo slips were all dazzling with gold light. The splendor was like the immortal moral writings of the Confucian sages, able to compete with the sun and moon. The bamboo slips fell into the Book Slip Lake. 24 bamboo slips, 24 solar terms. In the entire Book Slip Lake, only 3 people had a reaction and their hearts palpitated. Jiang Shangzhen, Lu Laoqing, and Zhou Fenglu. However, even if the 3 of them almost flew into the air at the same time and looked around, they still could not detect any clues. But in fact, that old man was right under their noses, but even the 3 cultivators of the upper 5 realms still could not see him. On the other hand, the prisoner Lu Jimao, who had yet to walk out of Gonglu Island, suddenly thought of something. The Book Slip Lake was originally an ordinary place with thin spiritual energy. There was once a Confucian sage who traveled from the Central Plains to this place. He achieved the Great Tao and resonated with heaven and earth, creating a myriad of phenomena. The lake was thus named Book Slip, and the spiritual energy was abundant, benefiting future generations. The old man stood by the lake and smiled. "The world thinks that this place is a cesspool, but some people say that you are heroes of heaven and earth, awe-inspiring for thousands of years. So what do you think?" The lake rippled and an ancient aura of righteousness emerged. The old man smiled. "I'm an old man, not asking you to be grateful to that young man. He doesn't need it. Scholars do things like this, not business. So, I just want you to sacrifice yourselves for righteousness. In the future, when you die again, don't let down this world that can still be saved. The old man smiled again. Of course, that young man also said that he is not a scholar for the time being, but just an accountant. So, we can discuss what we should do next. At an immortal ferry in the middle of the Aquarius continent. At the beginning of summer this year, a young man in a green robe stopped his horse. At the age of 17, he went to the Book Slip Lake and spent New Year's Eve alone in a house at the mountain gate of the Verdant Gorge Island. After that, on New Year's Eve of the next year, he sat around a stove with Xing Yi and Ma Duyi in an inn in the Stone Hair country. Another year, he went to meet Xing Yi and Ma Duyi on the back of a horse. Amidst the bumpy ride, he leisurely spent New Year's Eve alone. Another year, he went to the mountains south of the Book Slip Lake. On the way back, he finally had a full table of New Year's Eve dinner with Gu Qin, Xing Yi and Ma Duyi. This year, at this moment, after leading the horse onto the ferry together, Qin Pingon touched the jade hairpin in his hair bun. It turned out that, unknowingly, he had already reached the age of 20, which the Confucians called the age of 20. Then, on the 5th day of the 5th month, Qin Pingon originally planned to ask for a table of sumptuous dishes from the immortal fairy, but he changed his mind at the last minute. He still took out some dry food and wine, stood by the window and looked at the sea of clouds as a celebration for his birthday. He even took care of the ceremony as well. After all, there was only one person in the family and there were no elders or ancestral temples. There was no need to pay attention to so many complicated formalities. However, after swallowing the last mouthful of dry food and wine, Qin Pingon had just burped. He had already put away his sword and saber, but he suddenly felt that the sword immortal on his back suddenly sank. It was as if an object that weighed a few kilograms had suddenly become thousands of kilograms. Qin Pingon staggered backward and fell to the ground with his sword. However, in the blink of an eye, the sword immortal in the scabbard was still lifeless and did not move at all. Qin Pingon tried to sit up, but there was nothing strange. Qin Pingon was a little puzzled. He was afraid that there was some kind of scheme or mystery. He sat by the table and pulled out the sword immortal. He looked at it for a long time, but there was nothing strange. Qin Pingon thought that the sword immortal was up to no good. After all, in the past 6 months, it had often been naughty and mischievous. For example, there was one time when it imitated the sword immortal and rode the sword to the sea of clouds to enjoy the sunset. It actually ran away on its own, causing Qin Pingon to fall straight into the sea of clouds. If it were not for the 1st and 15th day of the lunar calendar, he would have suffered a lot. However, how could he reason with a half-immortal weapon? After that, Qin Pingon did not dare to go to the sea of clouds to enjoy the scenery. At this moment, the sword immortal was unsheathed from Qin Pingon's back, causing the entire immortal fairy to shake. It hovered a foot above the floor. It seemed to be inviting Qin Pingon to step on it. Qin Pingon squatted down and negotiated, "You're not up to any bad tricks?" The sword immortal did not move. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment and bargained, "If you abandon me halfway, I may not be able to catch up with the fairy. That immortal money, will you compensate me?" The sword immortal returned to the scabbard on Qin Pingon's back with a whoosh. It no longer paid attention to Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon rubbed his chin. When he thought of the 24 bamboo slips he had cheated from an old man on the mountain peak, he nodded and said, "I almost fell into a trap again. I didn't stay in Jianghu for nothing." 457. This celestial fairy would not go directly to Dali's Longquan County. After all, the bundle shop had already left Oxhorn Mountain and the ferry was almost completely abandoned. Nominally, it was temporarily requisitioned by Dali's military. However, it was not an important hub and there were few ferries. Most of them were Dali dignitaries who came to Longquan County for sightseeing. After all, there were many things waiting to be done in Longquan County. There were also rumors that the vast Longquan County was about to be upgraded from a county to a province. This meant that in Dali's officialdom, there would suddenly be more than 10 high-ranking seats. As the Dali Iron Cavalry swept through half of the Aquarius continent like a hot knife through butter, this caused the status of Dali's local officials to rise. The local officials of Dali who were registered in Dali were like the capital officials of ordinary vassal states. Now, once they were sent out to various vassal states in the south, they would definitely be promoted by one level. The ferry that Qin Pingon took would dock at the ferry port of a small country called the Thousand Ravine Kingdom. The Thousand Ravine Kingdom was a country with many mountain ranges. Its national strength was weak and its land was barren. It was a peaceful land that not even the Great Li's cavalry had set foot in. The ferry was controlled by a cave abode on a mountain. The owner of the Fuyin Cave was the imperial tutor of Thousand Ravine Country, and also the leader of the country's immortal masters. However, there were only dozens of immortal masters in Thousand Ravine Country. The imperial tutor of Thousand Ravine Country was only in the Dragon Gate realm and his disciples were just a few kittens and puppies. The reason why they could have a celestial ferry was because of the Fuyin Cave. It was one of the ruins of an ancient broken cave. There were a few products that could be sold to the south. However, the money they earned was hard work. There were only a few small coins in a year, so no foreign cultivators coveted this place. Qin Pingon planned to go back to Longquan County first and then to Colorful Clothes Country and Shui Country. There were many things in his hometown that he urgently needed to go back and decide personally. After all, there were some things that he needed to deal with personally with the Dali Imperial Court. For example, Wei Pai could help with the purchase of the mountain, but he could not replace Qin Pingon to sign a new land deed with Dali. There were some twists and turns on the way. There was a group of immortal masters from Qingfeng City who felt that it was a humiliation for an ordinary horse to occupy a place at the bottom of the ferry with the spiritual birds and strange beasts that they had carefully raised and trained. They were a little dissatisfied and wanted to play some tricks. Of course, their methods were more subtle. Fortunately, Qin Pingon took good care of his beloved horse, which was nicknamed Chu Huang in private. He often let Flying Sword 15 fly over quietly to avoid accidents. It should be known that Qin Pingon was very grateful to this beloved horse that had been accompanying him for years. Therefore, when Chu Huang was frightened at the bottom of the ferry, Qin Pingon sensed it in his heart. He first let Flying Sword 15 directly turn into nothingness and penetrate through layers of decks to reach the bottom of the cabin directly to prevent a strange beast from biting Chu Huang. Qin Pingon then rushed over but was stopped by the handyman guarding the bottom of the ferry. Qin Pingon understood and reached out to grab the young man's shoulder and half-dragged him to the place where Chu Huang was. When Qin Pingon walked in with an indifferent face, all the spiritual birds and strange beasts trembled and crawled on the ground, especially the strange beast near Chu Huang. Its whole body was as black as ink and only its 4 feet were snow-white. It was like a dog but its body was as big as a calf. According to the immortal book bought from the inverted mountain, it should be one of the descendants of the ancient fierce beast Mao Mountain Dog. Otherwise, a real Mao Mountain Dog would not have any color. However, the Mao Mountain Dog lineage had a violent temperament, which was somewhat similar to the mountain-moving ape. When the spiritual beast descendant of the Mao Mountain Dog saw Qin Pingon, it was even more afraid than the other spiritual birds and strange beasts lying on the ground in the cabin. It curled up with its tail between its legs. Qin Pingon let go of the odd job worker's shoulder. The odd job worker rubbed his shoulder and said with a flattering smile, "This young master, it's most likely that your horse and the beast next door have bad tempers and had a conflict. This is a common occurrence on the ferry. I'll separate them now and move a nest for young master's beloved horse. There definitely won't be any more incidents." Qin Pingon glanced at the fence between Chu Huang and the descendant of the Mao Mountain Dog. There was nothing there. There should have been some low-grade talismans stuck between the fence of the cage. Once the spiritual birds and strange beasts crossed the line, the restriction would be triggered immediately so that the people on the ferry could mediate. However, most of the spiritual birds and beasts that could be brought onto the ferry by cultivators were intelligent and wouldn't cause trouble for their masters. Otherwise, they would have to pay to avoid disasters. This was also a violation of the Great Tao of cultivators. Once they got into a problem that couldn't be solved with money, it would be even more disastrous. However, in the eyes of the owner of the descendant of the Mao Mountain Dog, it was probably just a roadside trash that could lead a horse onto the ferry. So what if they provoked it? Qin Pingon extended his hand and stroked Chu Huang's head. It gently stepped on the ground but it didn't seem too panicked. In the mountains to the south of the Book Slip Lake, Chu Huang had followed Qin Pingon and seen the world. Qin Pingon withdrew his hand and said with a smile, "Are you guys trying to ruin my great Tao?" The handyman on the ferry was stunned for a moment. He guessed that the owner of the horse would most likely denounce them, but he never thought that it would be so upfront. Could it be that they wanted to extort him? That's great. The young handyman was overjoyed and couldn't wait to fight with them. Anyway, no matter what his background was and no matter why he could make those beasts keep quiet out of fear, as long as he provoked the cultivators of Qingfeng City, he wouldn't have a good time. The group of immortals from Qingfeng City had always been the distinguished guests of this fairy and they were very familiar with each other. Because of a certain kind of spiritual wood produced by the Fuyin Cave of Thousand Gully Kingdom, the fox demons of Fox Hill, which was like a vassal state of the dynasty, loved it. Therefore, this kind of spiritual wood that could moisturize fox skin was almost all bought by the immortals of Qingfeng City. Then they sold it to the Su family and made double the profit. As for why the Su family of Qingfeng City didn't make this trip in person, the people on the ferry were curious and asked about it. The cultivators of Qingfeng City laughed and said that the Su family didn't care about this little profit that others made from them. If they had the time, the disciples of the Su family who were good at making money would have earned more immortal money. The Su family of Qingfeng City owned a fox hill and was used to being the god of wealth who only needed to count money at home. A group of immortals in snow-white fox fur slowly walked into the bottom cabin, which was a little eye-catching. The fox fur of Qingfeng City could not only keep warm in winter and dispel the cold in summer, but also dispel the heat in summer. It was just one thick and one thin, but in summer wearing a fox fur, no matter how thin it was, would still look awkward. However, it was a kind of protective talisman for cultivators to walk under the mountain. The reputation of Qingfeng City was still not small in the northern region of the Aquarius continent. Especially now, the head of the Su family of Qingfeng City, it was said that he had a great opportunity. His Taoist companion had helped him obtain a precious treasure, the Black Pearl armor from the Black Pearl Grotto Heaven. The family also had a dolly peace token. The rise of the Su family of Qingfeng City was unstoppable. Without saying a word, Qin Pingon still loosened his fist posture. He was a sickly person, but in a few steps he came to the front of the group of cultivators and knocked them down with a punch. Among them there was a girl with a round face who rolled her eyes and fainted on the spot. In the end, only a handsome young man in the middle was left. His forehead was oozing sweat and his lips were moving slightly. He probably did not know whether to say something tough or soft. Qin Pingon stood in front of him with his hands in his sleeves and asked him some inside stories of Qingfeng City. After all, whether it was the Su family of Qingfeng City or the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain, they both had old scores in Qin Pingon's heart. Even if Qin Pingon walked through the book Slip Lake again, he would not turn over the old scores with them. When the young cultivator saw that the people close to him and his retinue had already fallen to the ground, he no longer cared about face or strength of character. He spilled the beans from a bamboo tube, spilling everything he knew without holding back. Qin Pingon asked in detail and the young cultivator answered seriously. It was like a teacher asking a student about his homework. After seeing this scene, the handyman guarding the bottom cabin of the ferry was a little absent-minded. What's going on? Isn't it said that the immortal cultivators from Qingfeng City are all resourceful? Qin Pingon turned his head and looked at the handyman who was calculating in his mind. At the same time he casually slapped the young cultivator behind him on the forehead. With a plop, the young cultivator fell straight back. This was called sharing difficulties. Qin Pingon looked at the panic-stricken handyman and asked, "Can you get immortal money by helping with this kind of business?" The young handyman shook his head and said in a trembling voice, No, I didn't even get a single piece of snow. I just wanted to curry favor and get familiar with these immortal masters. Maybe in the future they will casually give me some advice and I will have a way to make money." Qin Pingon asked, "Who came up with the idea?" The young handyman said without hesitation, "It's the idea of the immortal masters of Qingfeng City. I just wanted to help. Please forgive me." Qin Pingon lightly stomped his foot and the young man's body bounced and woke up in a daze. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "This brother on the ferry said that the idea of murdering my horse was yours. What do you say?" The young man from Qingfeng City was furious. He sat on the ground and began to curse. Qin Pingon walked out of the bottom cabin and said to the young man with a smile, "Don't kill." The young man struggled to stand up and walked towards the handyman with a hideous smile. "Good guy, you dare to trick me. If I don't peel off a layer of your skin." The young man suddenly turned his head and looked at the door of the cabin. The man in a green robe stopped and turned his head. He quickly said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't kill. I don't dare to kill. I just want to teach this bad seed a lesson." Qin Pingon walked out of the cabin. Evil people will be dealt with by evil people. It was hard to say who was more evil, the cultivator from Qingfeng City or the handyman. However, deep in Qin Pingon's heart he actually hated the handyman more. However, in the future he would not be able to do much to these weaklings. Instead, Qin Pingon had more chances to deal with the arrogant and domineering cultivators on the mountain. Just like that snowy night when he met the prince of the Shihao country Han Jingling on a narrow path, he killed him without hesitation. In the future, not to mention the princes, if they really went to the lawless North Continent, even the emperor would be able to kill them. Qin Pingon came to the bow of the ferry. He held the railing and strolled slowly. Both Xingyang Mountain and Clear Breeze City were doing quite well, especially the former. After Li Tuanjing, the strongest person below the upper 5 realms in the Aquarius continent, they were getting more and more powerful. The Wind Thunder Garden was destined to endure a long period of humiliation in the next 100 years. If the new garden master, the sword cultivator Huang He and Lu Baqiao, could not reach the nascent soul realm quickly, they would be suppressed by Xingyang Mountain in the next few hundred years. As for the Su family of Qingfeng City, they had sold the mountain in Longquan County at a low price. It was obvious that they favored the Zhuing dynasty and Lakeview Academy. Now that the situation was clear, they quickly made up for it. According to the young cultivator, at the end of last year, they had established a relationship with the Yuan family of the Upper Pillar Nation. They were related by marriage to a branch family outside the main branch. The Su family's daughter married a son of the Yuan family in the capital city of Dali. The Su family of Qingfeng City also supported the Yuan family's son to control a cavalry. Everyone was busy, be it friend or foe. On the Great Path, everyone competed. When Qin Pingon thought of his situation, he laughed at himself. Before Qin Pingon entered the Scroll Lake, he could have easily broken through the bottleneck of the 5th realm and reached the 6th realm. At that time he was near his hometown and wanted to show the old man surnamed Chui from Luapa Mountain. After the strongest 3rd realm cultivator was beaten out by you, he punched more than 1,000,000 times and finally had the strongest 5th realm cultivator in the world. He wanted the barefoot old man to be more reserved when he punched him in the future so that he would suffer less. Qin Pingon did not care much about the gift of martial arts fate. Even if there was another opportunity like the Cloud Sea Dragon in Old Dragon City, he should still be able to defeat it with one punch. He did not expect that this delay would take nearly 3 years. As for the matter of replenishing the 5 elements natal items and rebuilding the longevity bridge, there was no need to mention it. According to Al Liang, I have a watermelon skin sword technique. Wherever I slide, the sword will be there. Let fate decide. Qin Pingon smiled knowingly. Turning his head, Qin Pingon saw the group of cultivators from the Clear Breeze City who had come to offer their apologies. Qin Pingon did not pay them any heed, and after the other party had more or less ascertained that Qin Pingon had no intention of continuing to pursue the matter, they left resentfully. Then the owner of the ferry also came to apologize. He swore that he would definitely punish the troublemaker severely. Qin Pingon did not pay much attention to him. He only said that it was fine as long as he learned his lesson. The ferry docked at the Fortune Shade Cave residence in Thousand Ravine Country. If it were in the past, Qin Pingon would just bury himself in the journey. However, this time, Qin Pingon still paid a visit to the owner of Fortune Shade Cave. Perhaps because he knew about the disturbance on the ferry, the old cultivator in the Dragon Gate realm, the dignified imperial tutor of Thousand Ravine Country, was very enthusiastic. Qin Pingon thickened his skin and asked about the rough inside story of the Blessed Enclave after it was destroyed. The old cultivator was not unfamiliar with it. After all, Fortune Shade Cave was still a little famous. Although it was only a little more than 10 miles wide, the treasures and immortal relics had long been dug out by the seniors. The cave's spiritual qi was not too abundant. Later, by chance, the old cultivator moved into this place. As a place of cultivation, he had a set of polite words to face all kinds of visitors. He spoke in detail what could be said and absolutely did not say anything that should not be said. When the old cultivator heard that Qin Pingon was from Dali, he became even more enthusiastic and insisted that Qin Pingon stay for a few days. Qin Pingon rejected him, so the old cultivator gave him a 9-grid treasure box as a parting gift. It was made from a few special products of Fortune Shade Cave and filled the 9 grids. In fact, it was not expensive. The market price in Thousand Ravine country was about 20 pieces of snow coins. For a secular dynasty, it was naturally a sky-high price. However, in the eyes of the cultivators on the mountain, it was not a precious gift. After Qin Pingon accepted the small treasure box, he gave Fortune Shade Cave a bottle of Well Immortal's wine from Bee's Tail Crossing. When the old cultivator of Dragon Gate heard that it was the wine from Bee's Tail Crossing, he was overjoyed and invited Qin Pingon to visit Fortune Shade Cave the next time he passed by Thousand Ravine country. There was no wine like Well Immortal's wine, but Thousand Ravine country had some unique scenery that could not be found anywhere else. He dared not say that it would make a cultivator forget to leave, but if they only saw it once, it would definitely be worth the trip. The imperial tutor of Thousand Ravine country, who was a joke, was willing to accompany Qin Pingon on his travels. The old cultivator personally escorted Qin Pingon to the border of Thousand Ravine country before returning home. There was a young direct disciple beside him who was somewhat puzzled. He wondered why his master would go through so much trouble. The old cultivator of Dragon Gate lamented, "On the path of cultivation, as long as you can form good karma, no matter how big or small, you shouldn't miss it." The young disciple seemed to have understood something. The old cultivator was afraid that his disciple would go astray, so he had to remind him, "At your age you still need to cultivate diligently and concentrate on comprehending Tao. You can't be too distracted by the ways of the world. It's enough to know the pros and cons. When the day comes when you are as rotten as your master and can't walk the mountain path anymore, then you can do these things. As for your so-called master, in addition to teaching you Tao, you also need to do these things that may not be to your liking. It's good for your disciple's future path of cultivation to be wider." The old cultivator rubbed his disciple's head and sighed. "Last time when you went down the mountain alone to experience the world, you did those ridiculous things with the noble disciples of Thousand Ravine country. Actually, I was there the whole time and saw it. If you weren't just putting on a show and thought that it would be easier to get closer to them, I would have been disappointed in you. People who cultivate Tao should know what the real foundation is. There's no need to care about those worldly affairs. What's the point? You must remember that everything outside of cultivation is false." The young disciple was horrified. The old cultivator smiled. "I can use this opportunity to point out the confusion in your heart. It's not a waste of the 20 snowflakes you gave away." The young disciple bowed with his hands folded in front. "Master's kindness is great. I will definitely remember it." The mountain lord of Fortune Shade Cave stroked his beard and smiled. He brought along his proud disciple who had high hopes on him and walked on a small mountain ridge with a wide view. Qin Pingon carried his sword on his back and rode on his horse, continuing north from the northern border of Thousand Ravine country. Of course, he could not have guessed that his previous visit to Fortune Shade Cave had allowed an old cultivator of the Dragon Gate realm to take the opportunity to enlighten a disciple of his. On a hot summer day with a slight breeze and a drizzle, Qin Pingon handed over his passport and successfully passed through the border pass of Dali. This time he chose a new path to return to Longquan County. He did not take the route between Red Candle Town and Chiduan Mountain. Along the way it was raining heavily and the humid heat was abnormally heavy. Qin Pingon almost mistook it for a summer day when Book Slips Lake was like a steamer. However, it was hot during the summer and cool after autumn. Crickets chirped endlessly at night. During this time, under an ancient pine on a mountain peak, the sun was setting in the west. He saw a bare-chested heroic scholar holding a feather fan. He was surrounded by beautiful maidservants and the sounds of birds chirping could be heard. Further away there were two old men breathing steadily. They were clearly cultivators. Qin Pingon led his horse past without looking sideways. After leaving the mountain peak, Qin Pingon felt rather sad. In the past, the scholars of Dali, even those who could enter Cliff Academy to study, still racked their brains to go to Lakeview Academy, the Great Sui Kingdom or the Lu Dynasty. In the end, Dali could not keep them. According to Cui Dongshan's words, in the literary world of Dali at that time, before the scholars quarreled or before they picked up their brushes, they would not mention the names of a few scholars of other countries, flip through the works of a few literary giants of other countries, or find a few relatives in the literary world of other countries. They would not have the face to open their mouths and write with confidence. He wondered what the current state of Dali's scholarly community was like. In reality, Qin Pingon was not interested in it either. As dusk approached, Qin Pingon finally passed through several relay stations to the east of Longquan, and then he entered the small town. The large wooden gate no longer existed, and the small town had already been surrounded by a stone wall. There were no guards or soldiers at the entrance, allowing people to enter and exit. Qin Pingon passed through the gate and discovered that Jing Dafeng's thatched cottage was still standing alone by the side of the road. Compared to the nearby neatly planned forest of shops, it seemed rather conspicuous. Probably because the price had not been negotiated, Jing Dafeng was not willing to move. A normal small town naturally would not dare to compete with the Longquan prefecture in the north and the town's county government like this. What did Jing Dafeng not dare to do? Qin Pingon was originally supposed to arrive at the small town after a week or so, but later on he hurried slightly faster, so he arrived quite a bit earlier. When he first entered the pass, he sent a letter to Luapa Mountain through the border relay station, telling them the approximate date of his return home. Qin Pingon did not first go to his ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley. He led his horse across the stone bridge and went to his parents' grave. As before, he took out cotton bags filled with soil from various places and added soil to the grave. Not long after the Qingming festival, there were still some slightly faded red hanging papers on the grave, pressed down by flat stones. It seemed that girl Pei Qian had not forgotten his instructions. Along the way there were many unfamiliar faces, but it was not strange. Most of the local people in the small town had moved to the new county city of Longquan in the north of the mountains in the west. Almost everyone lived in brand new and bright big families. There was a pair of big stone lions standing at the door of every house to guard the door. At the very least, there were drum-hugging stones that cost a lot of money. It was not the least bit inferior to the Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley of the past. Those who stayed in the small town were mostly old people who were unwilling to move. They were still guarding the small alleys that were getting quieter and quieter. There were also many new neighbors who had bought houses but could not see each other all year round. Even if they did meet, they could not understand each other's language. In this way, Qin Pingon returned to the small town and walked to Mud Bottle Alley, which had not changed at all. It was just that this alley was now empty. The few remaining families had all moved to the new county city and sold their ancestral homes to outsiders. They received a large sum of money that they could not imagine even in their dreams. Even if they bought a big house in the county city, it was still enough for them to live comfortably for several lifetimes. Gu Kan's family's ancestral home was not sold, but his mother also settled down in the county city and bought one of the largest mansions in the county city. The courtyard was deep and there was a small bridge overflowing water. It was rich and imposing. Qin Pingon took out a bunch of keys from the Fengtsuan object and opened the courtyard door. He let Chu Huang loose the reins in the small courtyard and let it stay by itself. Qin Pingon opened the door. It was still the same. It was small and did not add anything big. He moved an old bench and sat by the table for a while. Qin Pingon stood up and walked out of the courtyard. He looked at the door gods and the spring festival couplets again. Then he stepped into the courtyard and looked at the word spring. Dusk was heavy. Qin Pingon sat by the table and lit a lantern. He wanted to sit for a while longer before going to Luapa Mountain to give them a surprise. However, after sitting for a while, Qin Pingon still did not get up. He just wanted to sit for a while longer. All the joys and sorrows of life started from here. No matter how many thousands of li he traveled, no matter how many years he traveled, he would only be truly at ease when he landed here. After his parents had passed away, Lu Xianyang would often lie on the bed here and talk nonsense about how he longed for the future. The little snotty bug would also often complain about how unreasonable the adults were. If one's parents were here, one would not travel far. If one's parents were no longer here, one would have even more reason to travel. In Red Candle Town, which was not very close to Longquan County, Pei Qian sat on a high roof with the azure-clothed child and the pink-dressed girl. They looked into the distance with eager eyes. The three of them were betting on who would see that figure first. On Luapa Mountain, the barefoot old man was resting with his eyes closed on the second floor. Zhu Lian began to admire the talisman characters on the bamboo buildings again and again. The female ghost, Shi Ro, was bored to death. She sat on a bamboo chair under the eaves. After arriving at Luapa Mountain, her hands and feet were tied everywhere. She felt uncomfortable all over. At the peak of Cloud Padding Mountain, the righteous god of Dali's northern peak, Wei Pai, and the old dragon of Huangting country stood side by side. One had a leisurely smile while the other had a solemn expression. They looked down at the small town in the distance. In a small alley, a speck of light could be vaguely seen. It shone brightly. 458. There was no night ban in the small town. Qin Pingon left Mud Bottle Alley in the night and took a detour to the Yang family's shop with his horse. After knocking on the door, a sleepy teenager opened the door. He should be the old Yang's new disciple mentioned in Wei Pai's letter. Qin Pingon said apologetically, "Is your master asleep?" The teenager yawned and asked in return, "What do you think?" Qin Pingon was speechless. He was used to the deceit and haggling over words at Bookslip Lake. He was not used to it for a while. The teenager frowned and asked, "Why are you looking for my master? Is he sick?" Qin Pingon laughed involuntarily. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "He is indeed here to see a doctor." The teenager frowned and was a little conflicted. Under the moonlight, the young man in his sight had slightly sunken cheeks and looked haggard. He looked like a short-lived ghost. His accent was from his hometown, but he had never seen him before. It was just that his master did not like to show his face. It was estimated that he would not take the initiative to do business tonight. What's more, after such a huge commotion, the Yang family's shop's reputation and business weren't too good. They had made enemies with a bunch of neighbors and now they all liked to go to the medicine shop at Mooncake Alley to get medicine for treatment. He and his senior sister were bored out of their minds every day. His master was also a weirdo who had a grudge against money, and never cared that the Yang family's shop was deserted. His family members were all grumbling and last year they wanted him to change jobs and just work at the kiln and manufacturing department. His uncle had already opened up a channel for him, but he himself wasn't too willing. He felt that it was boring to have to deal with those officials and bow down every time he saw them. Since old Yang did not intend to show up, Qin Pingon thought about coming to the shop next time. Just as he was about to leave, a slender young woman walked out. Her skin was slightly tanned and she was relatively thin, but she should be a beauty. Qin Pingon knew this woman. She was one of old Yang's disciples and the senior sister of the teenager from Peach Leaf Alley. She used to be a kiln worker in Dragon Riding Alley. There were many rules when it came to kilns. For example, once the kiln fire was lit, women could not go near the dragon kilns that were shaped like crouching dragons. Qin Pingon was not sure how she became a kiln worker, but he guessed that she did some rough and tiring work. After all, the rules of her ancestors were there and almost everyone followed them. Compared to the rules of the ancestral hall that restrained cultivators outside, it seemed to be more effective. The woman's voice was hoarse and rough. She said slowly, "Master said that he can't help. From now on we can talk about old times but we can't do business." Qin Pingon nodded and said with a smile, "Tell your master that I'll come to visit again." The woman hesitated for a moment and glanced at the long sword on Qin Pingon's back. "Are you a pure warrior?" Qin Pingon asked. "You too?" The woman did not say anything. Qin Pingon asked, "Where does Xing Dafeng live now?" The woman continued to speak. "He likes to wander around the county town. He doesn't come to the shop often." Qin Pingon looked at her and the sleepy-eyed teenager from Peach Leaf Alley and left with a smile on his face. The two of them, who were born and raised in the Yang family, probably didn't know who their master was, how many saints of the three sects had served in the Yang family's shop, and what it meant for them to acknowledge old Yang as their master and disciple. He wondered if there was someone who thought of him like this in the past. When the young man closed the door of the shop, he complained to his senior sister who was standing motionless, "I don't like this sickly guy. The way he looks at people is so cold." She had been too poor and hungry when she was young, and had endured too much hard work when she was young. As a result, the woman's figure was just as slender as a common girl's. She was not good with words and did not smile. She did not speak and only watched the figure leading the horse and carrying the sword leave. She was the teenager's senior sister and had a steady mind. Thus, she had come into contact with some of her master's prowess early on. In less than 3 years she was now a pure warrior of the fourth realm. However, in order to break through the most difficult bottleneck of the third realm, she would rather die from the pain than swallow the ointment in the porcelain bottle. Only then did she get through the bottleneck. Her master did not care at all. He only sat there and smoked. He did not even look at her coldly because the old man did not even look at her. He only cared about his own daydream. After she struggled to sit up, covered in blood, she covered her face with her hands and cried tears of joy. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on. The old saying did not lie. The old man glanced at his disciple who had survived the disaster. He knocked on his pipe and finally spoke. Your temperament and tenacity is only half of someone's. Is it worth being happy about? That person is only a few years older than you. He was also an apprentice of the dragon kiln. He was even worse than you. He had no one to rely on and relied on himself for everything. Breaking through 3 realms in 3 years, is that so amazing? With this, you want to snatch the remaining peak realm cultivators of the Aquarius continent? But I have a suggestion. The next time he disperses the martial fate, you hold the bowl and kneel on the ground to receive the things that he did not want. You can't even compare to him and you dare to ask Xing Dafeng who Xianxia is? You are young but your skin is not thin. I have taken in a good disciple. Do you want me to go to your sissy uncle's grave and propose a toast to thank him? Her master would not speak, but every time he did, his words would cause her heart to ache. She was like that. Her junior brother Xianxia was not much better. The only difference was that her junior brother dared to complain in private, but she did not. Qin Pingon led the horse to the edge of the small town, where Li Huai's house was located. He paused for a moment, then walked out of the end of the alley and mounted his horse. He first went to the nearest small hill, Zhenju Mountain, which he had bought with only 1 gold fine copper coin. He rode his horse to the top of the hill, overlooking the small town. It was late at night and only the lights were slightly brighter. Fulu Street, Peach Leaf Alley, County Government Office, Kiln Affair Supervision Department. If one turned their head and looked towards the northwest, they would see the lights of thousands of houses gathered in the new county, which was located in the north of the mountains. It was so bright that the night sky was faintly yellow. From this one could see the liveliness over there. Mount Zhenju was the smallest mountain in the west. It was so small that it couldn't be any smaller. The reason why Qin Pingon bought it back then was simple. It was cheap. Other than that, he didn't have any other complicated thoughts. At that time he wanted to build a thatched cottage in Zhenju Mountain. With that, it would be more convenient to go to the small town. It was only a few steps away. It would not take much effort to go from Zhenju Mountain to Mud Bottle Alley, even if it was on foot. Qin Pingon sat on the back of the horse. His line of sight constantly retracted from the silhouette of the small town in the night sky. He looked at the route that led out of the town and into the mountains. When he was young, he once carried a large basket on his back and went into the mountains to pick herbs. During the scorching heat of the summer, his shoulders were bound by the ropes until they burned with pain. At that time he felt as if he was carrying his ancestral home in Mud Bottle Lane. That was the first time in his life that Qin Pingon wanted to give up. He used a very valid reason to persuade himself. You're still young and don't have enough strength. You can talk about picking herbs tomorrow. At worst, you can wake up early tomorrow and enter the mountains in the early morning. Qin Pingon exhaled softly, turned his horse around and went down Zhenju Mountain. Now that he had entered the mountains, the road was flat and wide, connecting the mountains. It was no longer as rugged as before. The mountains stretched for a long distance. Even if the road was cleared, Luopa Mountain was located in the south of the mountains. From the easternmost Zhenju Mountain, it would still take a lot of time. In addition, Qin Pingon walked slowly as if he wanted to see the scenery of every mountain he passed. He often stopped to rest or led the horse. Therefore, when Qin Pingon arrived at the boundary of Luopa Mountain, it was already 1 day and 2 nights later. This was under the premise that Chu Huang's legs were much stronger than ordinary horses. When Qin Pingon was riding, he would occasionally squeeze the horse's belly. Chu Huang would tacitly increase the horse's hooves, leaving a trail of horse's hooves on the road. Then Qin Pingon would turn his head and look. These years he had often done this. He would find some boring things to do. It was not only to find joy in hardship but also to take a break from work. Most of the time the accountant was silent. In the eyes of Zhengyi, Ma Duyi and Guqin he would do these strange things most of the time. He would squat on the ground and use stones to draw a chessboard. He would flip and study the few Go sets over and over again. He would also play a game of Gamoku with himself. 1 man and 1 horse entered the mountains and gradually went deeper. Wei Pai, who should be the first to know of Qin Pingon's whereabouts, did not show up at all. It was not only Longquan County. The Longxi River, Tiefu River, Xihua River, and even the Ghost Bride's mansion area that hung a plaque with beautiful water and high wind all belonged to the boundary of Beiyue. Wei Pai lived high up in Mt. Pailuan, overlooking all living things. In particular, those Qi refinement warriors could see everything clearly. However, although it was unexpected that Wei Pai did not show up early, it was reasonable. In the early years, the two of them did not have a deep relationship. At first, they relied on alliance to maintain their relationship. Later on, they gradually became friends. There was a sense of friendship between gentlemen. Wei Pai could bring Qin Pingan around Beiyue's territory based on his personal preferences and helped to stick a protective talisman of the Beiyue Mountain Temple on Qin Pingan. However, now that the two of them were deeply involved and were leaning toward an alliance, they had to talk about avoiding suspicion. Even if it was just on the surface, they had to do it. Otherwise, the Dali imperial court would probably be unhappy. Wei Pai was the first god of the 5 mountains that the imperial court respected. How could he work together with others to do business and then bargain with the Song clan? Even if Wei Pai was willing to do so, he would completely disregard the face of the Song clan. Relying on his identity as the god of Beiyue, he was arrogant and domineering. He would wantonly plunder tangible benefits for himself and others. Qin Pingan did not dare to agree. Between a business that made one's fortune overnight and a friendship that lasted for a long time, the latter was obviously more reliable. Moreover, Wei Pai had always been thoughtful and farsighted. He was trustworthy. Otherwise, Qin Pingan would not have sent so many letters to Mt. Pailuan over the years. At dawn, they finally arrived at the foot of Mt. Luopa. A memorial arch was built at the mountain gate, but it did not hang a horizontal plaque. In fact, there was a mountain god temple at the peak of Mt. Luopa, so it should hang a horizontal plaque. However, the mountain god who used to be a kiln supervisor had bad luck. Not only did he live under someone else's roof in Mt. Luopa, where Qin Pingan's family business was based, he also had a very strained relationship with Wei Pai. In addition, there was an unfathomable martial arts grandmaster living in Mt. Luopa. There was also a huge black python that often wandered around Mt. Luopa. In the past, Li Shixing used that small snow all to write characters on the walls of the bamboo building to talisman, which caused the entire Mt. Luopa to sink a bit. The mountain god temple was the most affected. Over time, the mountain god temple of Mt. Luopa was the most dismal of the 3 mountain god temples in Longquan Commandery. This mountain god lord, who had a golden body after his death, could be said to be disliked everywhere. Wei Pai slowly walked down the mountain, followed by Shi Rou from a distance. Qin Pingan dismounted from his horse and asked with a smile, "Where are Pei Qian and the others?" Wei Pai gloated, "I deliberately did not tell them your whereabouts. The 3 little guys thought that your master and teacher were returning to Longquan Commandery from Red Candle Town. Now they must be waiting anxiously. As for Zhou Xian, he has been wandering around the commandery city in recent days. He said that he accidentally found a good seedling who practiced martial arts. I don't dare to say that he is too high, but there is hope for him to reach the golden body realm. He wants to give his young master a good opening gift after returning home." Qin Pingan and Wei Pai walked side by side. Shi Rou still followed from a distance. She only nodded to Qin Pingan as a greeting. Qin Pingan said apologetically, "The matter of buying the mountain has been delayed again and again. I'm really sorry." Wei Pai, who was dressed in white, walked on the mountain road like a deity on a lake. A golden earring hung by one side of his ear. He was really a deity among deities. He smiled and said, "In fact, at the end of the 11th year of Yongjia, this business almost fell through. The Dali imperial court considered that the Ox Horn Mountain was not suitable to be sold to cultivators because it should be included in the Dali military. With this reason, it clearly showed that they were going back on their word. At most, they would sell you 1 or 2 mountains near the border, the big and useless kind. It was a little compensation for their face, so I couldn't insist on it. However, at the end of the year, the Dali Ministry of Rites temporarily put this matter on hold. The first lunar month passed. When the masters of the Ministry of Rites in Dali finished their work and returned to Longquan Commandery after the festival, they suddenly changed their tone and said that they could wait a little longer. Qin Pingan smiled bitterly and said, "It didn't go well at all." Wei Pai turned his head and looked at Qin Pingan's appearance now. He laughed and said, I can see that it's only a little better than the skinny that mortals must go through when they enter the path of godhood. It's too horrible to look at. If Pei Qian and the others see you, they probably won't recognize you. Qin Pingon scratched his head and sighed. Even if the matter of buying the mountain is settled, I still have a lot of debt at the Book Lake. Wei Pai smiled and said, after all, it's just the 2 words money that's troubling you. It's better than the initial ups and downs of your state of mind and all your mistakes. That's too much, isn't it? Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. That's true. Wei Pai suddenly said, I don't have any money to lend you. It's just an empty shell of the northern mountain deity. However, if you can swindle the deity's money, you can take it. If you earn money, you're capable. Qin Pingon rubbed his hands gently and said with a smile, how can I accept that? Wei Pai was stunned. From his tone, it didn't sound like the Qin Pingon of the past. It sounded like if he was careless, this guy would take advantage of the situation. Was he really going to use the northern mountain deity's name to earn money? Wei Pai quickly patted Qin Pingon's shoulder and said with a smile, it's okay if you're embarrassed. How can I make you feel embarrassed? We're friends, we should understand each other. Ro followed them from afar. To be honest, when she saw Qin Pingon for the first time at the entrance of the Luopa mountain, she was really shocked. After not seeing him for a few years, he had changed a lot. Could it be that without Sui Yuyu, Lu Baixiang, Wei Xian, and Zhu Xian by his side, he had no choice but to explore the Book Slips Lake on his own? Then the Book Slips Lake was beaten back by the wild cultivators and ended up in a miserable state? Was he satisfied to be able to leave that place of trouble alive in the Aquarius continent? Ro would not underestimate Qin Pingon because of this. After all, the Book Lake was lawless. Through the conversations between Zhu Lian and Wei Pai, she more or less knew the inside story. She knew that Qin Pingon, even if he had Zhu Lian by his side, was destined to not be able to fight his way out of the Book Lake with his fists. After all, Lu Jimao, the true monarch of the River Severing, was enough to make all the outsiders suffer, not to mention that Lu Laoqing had returned to the Book Lake. He was the only wild cultivator of the upper 5 realms in the Aquarius continent. Qin Pingon said, tell Pei Qian and the others not to let them wait foolishly in Red Candle Town. Wei Pai smiled and nodded. He whistled and said, let's go back quickly. Qin Pingon is already at the Luopa mountain. Like a leaf of duckweed, it spun in the rapid current and disappeared in a flash. Then, near the ridge of a roof in Red Candle Town, Wei Pai's familiar voice sounded beside Pei Qian and the others. Pei Qian, who was holding his cheeks, opened his eyes wide. Really? The little boy in blue who was lying on the roof and basking in the sun rubbed his chin. I think Wei Pai is just bluffing. He has nothing better to do and is just teasing us. The girl in pink sitting beside Pei Qian said softly, Mr. Wei wouldn't lie about this kind of thing, right? Pei Qian suddenly stood up and clenched his fists. My master really comes and goes like a ghost. He caught the 3 of us off guard without saying anything. Don't you think he's amazing? The girl in pink covered her mouth and laughed. The little boy in blue said grumpily, amazing my ass. We've waited here for so many days in vain. Look at me, if I don't see him I'll ask him for a red packet. I'll be angry with Qin Pingon if there's one less. Pei Qian turned his head to look at the green-clothed little boy, one small hand pressing on the hilt of the sword and saber at his waist at the same time, and said earnestly, friends are friends, but master is the most important. If you continue to be so unruly and think of taking advantage of my master all day long, I will take your dog head. Pei Qian's usual style was to speak like an old man. Perhaps it was because Pei Qian was young, but he liked to talk big. Therefore, it was hard to tell which of his words were true, and which were unintentional words that could be treated as wind blowing past one's ears. The little boy in blue rolled his eyes. With your mediocre skills? Pei Qian shook his head. I'm familiar with old chef. If I ask him to kill you, I'll take your dog head. There's nothing wrong with that. The girl in pink was a little nervous, afraid that these 2 fellows would come to blows at the slightest disagreement. Although the 2 of them often bickered, they had never really fought. Instead, the 2 of them often liked to have a verbal duel, using their mouths to talk about immortal spells that could move mountains and overturn seas, competing to see who was better. The little boy in blue weighed the weight of the martial artist in the far travel state, the relationship between old chef and Pei Qian, and the snobbish Wei Pai who seemed to have a whole new level of respect for Pei Qian. He was extremely distressed and immediately jumped up, saying with a fawning face, "Heroine Pei, why can't you take a joke? Qin Pingan is your master and also my master. Family harmony breeds wealth, so there's no need to talk about dog head. Besides, I'm not a dog. I'm a great flood dragon that even the Taoist sect's third sect master has patted on the shoulder several times. In our Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven and Longquan County, who would dare? Just based on my heroic spirit, you should respect me more. In the future, don't say such hurtful words in anger. It's not good to be childish." Pei Qian said seriously, "I'm not joking with you. We Jianghu people are true to our words." The little boy in blue smiled mischievously and said, I know. The girl in pink heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the two of them did not fall out, or she really did not know how to be a peacemaker. The three of them skimmed over the roofs of Red Candle Town and soon left the town and entered the mountains. A black snake that was entrenched in an uninhabited place slithered out, crushing a deep mark on its abdomen. Its momentum was astonishing. Pei Qian was the first to jump onto the head of the Luapa mountain black snake. He sat cross-legged and stacked his bamboo blade and bamboo sword on his knees. The girl in pink sat in the center of the black snake's back. The little boy in blue stood on the tail of the black snake, swaying back and forth. But when he looked at the slender back of the charcoal girl, his heart was a little hazy. Just a moment ago he felt the natural oppressive feeling of the charcoal girl. He was not used to this uncomfortable feeling. The first time he noticed the strangeness of Pei Qian's body was in the mountains, when they chased after the dog that had become a spirit. Pei Qian was covered in grass and wood debris, and there were a few small blood grooves on her face that were hooked by tree branches. Finally, with great difficulty, they blocked the path of the wild dog. She was completely unaware of the insignificant injuries on her body. In her eyes there was only the desperate wild dog. Her eyes were full of vigor. Her thumb pressed on the hilt of the knife and she slowly pushed it out of the sheath. She bent over and stared at the wild dog. Every inch the bamboo blade was out of the sheath, her eyes were burning. From that moment on, the little boy in blue no longer regarded Pei Qian as an ignorant little girl. He was even a little puzzled. Why did the gentleman Qin Pingan find such a little freak as his disciple? And she was the first disciple? The black snake who came from Chiduan Mountain was very familiar with the path back home. Pei Qian, the little boy in blue, and the girl in pink all had their own thoughts. Pei Qian gently tapped the black snake's head with the bottom of the sheath and frowned. Don't be lazy. Hurry up. Otherwise, when I master the demonic sword technique one day, I'll use you to practice. The black snake had no choice but to speed up. On the other side of Luapa Mountain, Qin Pingan returned to the bamboo house with mixed feelings. Along the way, Wei Pai and Qin Pingan had finished talking about what they needed to talk about. They used the natural supernatural power of shrinking earth to return to Mount Biyun first. Shi Ro looked at Qin Pingan's back as he ascended to the second floor. After a moment of hesitation, she moved a bamboo chair and sat under the eaves. She was very curious about the relationship between Qin Pingan and the old man surnamed Cui. The old man didn't seem like a pure warrior. He was more like an old Confucian scholar who had retired to the mountains. Wei Pai and Julien seemed to have a tacit understanding. They didn't say much in front of her and pretended that the old man didn't exist. At first, the old man wanted to nurture Pei Qian. He just casually pinched Pei Qian's muscles and bones, and Pei Qian rolled on the ground. His face was covered in tears and snot, and he looked at the old man pitifully. At that time, the old man had an awkward expression on his face as if he had stepped on dog poop. Pei Qian took advantage of the old man's daze and ran away on tiptoe. After that, he didn't go near the bamboo house for several days. He wandered aimlessly in the mountains. In the end, he simply left the mountains in the west and went to a pastry shop in Dragon Riding Alley. He became a small shopkeeper. After that, the old man surnamed Cui gave up on Pei Qian. Occasionally, he would stand on the second floor and look at the scenery. When he glanced at Pei Qian, it was as if he had seen a young phoenix staying in a chicken coop all day. The little guy was especially happy. This made the old man, who was dressed in a scholarly robe, feel somewhat helpless. Qin Pingan knocked on the door and entered. The old man surnamed Cui sat cross-legged. He opened his eyes and sized up Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan sat opposite the old man. He carried the sword fairy on his back and had the blade-strengthening gourd hanging on his waist. The old man felt that the sword was a bit of an eyesore. As for the blade's strengthening gourd, it was a little better. It was nothing for a man of Jianghu to drink some wine. Did you rely on these external objects to leave that filthy place alive? Qin Pingan said, I can't say just. But without this sword I really couldn't have survived. On the Xianxia island of the Book Slip Lake, I was almost killed by a wild practitioner of the upper 5 states. The old man sneered. If he really wanted to kill you, it didn't matter whether he had this sword or not. Qin Pingan said, between killing and not killing, without this sword the possibility of being killed is very high. The old man frowned unhappily. Qin Pingan said slowly, on the road of martial arts, of course, we have to pursue the word, purity. But if you deliberately put yourself in danger again and again for the sake of perfect purity, I don't think it's good. If you take the risk once, even if there are 2 or 3 more times, there will be a day when you encounter a hurdle that you can't get over. At that time you'll just die. I think that to practice the purity of boxing, you have to cultivate your mind first. You have to be purer than the cultivators on the mountain. First, you have to achieve a pure state of mind. When you punch, there are many external objects mixed in. Only then can you have a chance to remove them. This is the foundation of the purity of martial arts. Otherwise, the road of martial arts is long and difficult. What's more, if you still like to tell yourself that you'll just die, how can you go far? The old man put his fists on his knees and leaned forward slightly. He sneered. What? After wandering outside for a few years, do you think you're qualified to talk big to me? When the old man just moved forward a few steps, the second floor of the bamboo building was filled with fist intent like a flood, surging toward Qin Pingan. Even Shi Ro outside the bamboo building felt the shocking momentum of the flood that was about to burst the dike. Qin Pingan sat in the same place, motionless. His body was the same, his state of mind was the same, both physically and mentally. There seemed to be a strong wind blowing in the room. Qin Pingan kept sliding backward, but his back was still straight. Even if his back was against the wall, he still didn't change his sitting posture. The old man sighed, and there seemed to be pity in his eyes. Qin Pingan, after a trip to the Book Slip Lake, you're already so afraid of death? Aren't you curious why you can't naturally break through the bottleneck of the 5 states? Do you really think it's because you're suppressing it? Or you don't dare to look deeper? Qin Pingan was silent. The old man looked at the withered young man who was leaning against the wall. If you're afraid of death, you're afraid of death. You just don't dare to admit it. Of course, you have many reasons for being afraid of death, and I won't laugh at you for it. However, this is what makes the world interesting. Whether it's martial arts or Taoism, it doesn't matter if your idea is reasonable or not. So your reason is right, but it's a pity that you can't convince yourself with a reason that's right for you. Now you want to practice the sword, and this obsession is getting deeper and deeper. I guess that during these years at the Book Slip Lake, you often have thoughts that rise and fall inadvertently, but you don't know it. One is that a martial artist doesn't seem strong enough, and the other is that a sword immortal is too cool. This is human nature. You've never seen me really fight, but you've walked through the Great Wall of Sword Qi. I believe that you've seen more than one sword immortal with your own eyes. Qin Pingan wanted to say something but stopped, as if he wanted to refute. The old man smiled and said, Back then I used too many punches to feed you. My punches were measured, and I made your martial arts path of the 3 states extremely smooth. So although you did suffer a lot of pain and torment, your path was very smooth. This is naturally my strength. It didn't hurt your body at all, and it didn't hurt your mind at all. However, the sword immortal that you saw didn't care about the state of mind of a little martial artist like you. The sword will spread for thousands of miles, and its aura was like a bull that split the sea of clouds. It was like a casual slap, and it made a big hole in your heart. You're also a half-baked scholar who likes to reflect on yourself, and you like to look back whenever you have something to do to see if you've gone astray. But you didn't expect that every time you look back you would subconsciously look at those holes. It's like a deep abyss, like a deep well, and you fell into it and couldn't extricate yourself. Qin Pingan nodded and said, When I was in Old Dragon City I realized this point. The sword cultivator's attack at Flood Dragon Gully had a great influence on me. In addition to Wei Jin's sword that broke the sky curtain and Fan Juanmao's sword that flew to Osmanthus Island in the Sea of Clouds. At this point Qin Pingan's expression turned solemn, but after entering the Book Slip Lake I didn't realize it like you said. In fact, it's the opposite. I've already consciously tried to eliminate this influence bit by bit. The old man laughed and said, Every time you throw a stone into the well, You have to be careful and try not to splash water at the bottom of the well. Can you fill it up? Qin Pingon suddenly understood. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and asked, "May I ask what I should do, senior?" The old man said sarcastically, "It seems that this trip to the Bookslip Lake has not only made you haggard, but also made your brain, which was just passable, rusty." Qin Pingon just stared at the old man. The old man was silent for a moment. Fortunately, some things haven't been thrown away completely. Otherwise it's really hopeless. The old man raised a fist. Practice martial arts. The old man raised the other hand and put two fingers together. Practice swordsmanship. Then the old man stood up and looked down at Qin Pingon condescendingly, saying, "Even if you can have both, how do you divide the primary and the secondary? If you divide the primary and the secondary, how do you divide the primary and the secondary? You don't understand anything. You're a mass of paste and muddle-headed all day long. Serves you right for walking in circles outside the city gate with the city gate wide open. You're so proud of yourself, telling yourself that it's not that you can't break through the bottleneck, but that you're just unwilling to do so. Speaking of which, it's really easy for you to reach the 6th level. It's just like a person with feces all over his pants. When you enter the house, you mistakenly think that you can change into clean clothes. In fact, those feces are also brought into the house. They're not on your body, they're still in the house. Fortunately, you didn't break through by accident. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the nerve to come up to the 2nd floor with feces and urine all over your body to see me after reaching the 6th level from the 5th level." The old man lightly stomped his foot. Qin Pingon's back was blown tightly against the wall by the fierce wind. He had no choice but to use his elbows to support himself against the wall and try his best to not let the back of his head lean against the wall. A surge of pure Xianxia in his body roamed through his acupuncture points like a fire dragon. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked over. He still stood where he was, but he suddenly raised his foot and kicked in the direction of Qin Pingon's forehead. With a bang, the back of Qin Pingon's head crashed heavily against the wall. The pure Xianxia in his body also stopped advancing. It was like a heavy mountain, pressing down on the fire dragon until it could only crawl on the ground. The old man clicked his tongue and said, "Qin Pingon, have you really never thought about why you're still hanging on to your last breath after not practicing for 3 years? You have to know that fist intent can continue to temper itself even when you're not practicing, but can the bones of your body withstand it? Do you really think you're a martial artist at the Golden Body Realm? Have you never asked yourself?" Qin Pingon had difficulty breathing, his face twisted. He knew that he would have to suffer greatly when he returned to the bamboo tower, but he didn't expect it to be so straightforward. However, the old man's question made Qin Pingon's heart stop as if it was on the brink of death. His mind suddenly stopped, and he temporarily abandoned the suppression brought about by the old man's fist intent. He calmed his heart and gathered his Xianxia, concentrating on this question that he had vaguely thought about before. The old man raised his foot again and kicked Qin Pingon's abdomen where the wall was. A wisp of fist intent and Xianxia just happened to hit that extremely fine fire dragon Xianxia. Qin Pingon vaguely sensed that the fire dragon's head, tail and 4 claws were outside his heart's door. Suddenly, 3 strings of sounds like firecrackers and spring thunder burst out outside his heart's door. The old man said, "Obviously there's a practitioner who's secretly nourishing this pure Xianxia of yours with a very clever and unique method. If I'm not wrong, it must be a Taoist master who implanted 3 flame seeds in the head of the fire dragon. As a Taoist's heavenly palace inner yard, he used the method of fire refinement to help you open up the spine joints of this fire dragon inch by inch, so that you can have the chance to radiate with glory and splendor. You'll be 1 step ahead of the others, skipping the 6 states and building the foundation of the golden body realm in advance. The effect is like the golden jade skeleton pursued by Taoists. It's not too big of a deal, but it's ingenious and the timing is excellent. Tell me, who is it?" Qin Pingon's face was blank. Since the old man had already seen through the root of the problem, he no longer made things difficult for Qin Pingon. He restrained his momentum. Qin Pingon sat against the wall, sweating profusely. In the end, Qin Pingon had an epiphany. He smiled bitterly and said, "I once met the master of a friend of mine. His Taoist name is Immortal Fire Dragon. Now that I think about it, when we parted, that Taoist with a fire dragon embroidered on his robe did reach out his finger and point at me a few times." The barefoot old man frowned. "Why would this old immortal give you an opportunity for nothing?" On the path of cultivation, fortune and misfortune were interdependent. Qin Pingon wiped his sweat and said with a smile, I just gave that friend a small seal personally carved by the great celestial master of Longhu Mountain. The old man nodded. The cultivators at the top of the mountain don't want to owe anything. They're afraid of karma. Since you gave it to him and he returned it, it makes sense. Then the old man suddenly asked, That's all? Without waiting for Qin Pingon to say anything, the old man kicked out. Qin Pingon's head felt as if it was hit by a heavy hammer. He hit the wall and fainted. The old man didn't even give Qin Pingon a chance to curse. The old man sneered. At such a young age you're so lethargic. You really deserve a beating. Another kick sent Qin Pingon's body crashing into the wall. After falling to the ground, he bounced a little. Just as he woke up a little because of the pain, he fainted again because of the pain. From the beginning to the end, the old man didn't deliberately hide his aura and words. Under the eaves of the bamboo building, the female ghost, Zhou, sat on a small emerald-green bamboo chair. She was uneasy. She swallowed her saliva and suddenly felt that compared to Qin Pingon, who was beaten to death as soon as he entered the building, she had really lived a fairy-like life in the past few years in Luopa Mountain. 459. Zhou suddenly stood up and looked up. On the second floor, the barefoot old man was holding Qin Pingon by the neck. He gently lifted him over the railing and casually threw him down. Zhou hurriedly caught him. The old man said, This guy thinks too much and doesn't sleep enough. Let him sleep first. During this time, don't let anyone disturb him. Zhou hurriedly placed Qin Pingon on the bed on the first floor and quietly left. She closed the door and obediently sat on the bamboo chair at the entrance like a door god. The old man walked down the bamboo building and came to the edge of the cliff. Today the clouds were thick, blocking the view. The scenery was magnificent, like the wind shaking the waves. Standing at the top of Luopa Mountain was like standing in a swamp country. Slightly to the left, there was a mountain peak adjacent to Luopa Mountain. It stood alone above the sea of clouds, like an immortal walking on stilts. The old man casually waved his sleeve and easily scattered the sea of clouds. This scene made Zhou's eyelids tremble. She quickly looked down. If he were to slap her with his sleeve, he really didn't know if his soul would completely vanish into thin air. The Cui Dongshan she was most afraid of had visited Luopa Mountain on the second floor. Zhou had never seen Cui Dongshan in such a daze. The old man sat in the room and didn't walk out. Cui Dongshan sat in the corridor outside. He also didn't walk in, but he called the old man grandfather. From that moment on, Zhou knew how to deal with the old man. It was very simple. Try not to appear in the old man's sight. The old man stopped and looked into the distance. A huge black snake with golden lines on its belly and 4 claws rapidly climbed up the mountain from the mountain gate. As it approached the bamboo building, the black snake didn't dare to approach. Pei Qian knew that it followed the rules, so he didn't make things difficult for it. He floated to the ground, bent his body and ran forward. The girl in pink followed behind like a fluttering butterfly, extremely cute. The green-robed child appeared to be in low spirits. He slid down the black snake's tail and slowly hung behind the two fellows. Just as he was about to see Qin Pingon, the green-robed child did not know why, but he still felt a little guilty. When Pei Qian arrived at the bamboo building, Zhou hurriedly repeated the old man's words. Pei Qian was both disappointed and worried. She walked softly at the entrance of the bamboo building, trying to see through the gaps of the green bamboo. Of course she didn't see anything. She didn't give up. She didn't give up and walked around the bamboo building. She walked around the bamboo building and finally sat on Zhou's bamboo chair. She crossed her arms and sulked. Pei Qian secretly cast a glance at the girl in pink. The girl in pink immediately understood and ran to the barefoot old man, asking softly, "Grandpa Cui, is my master all right?" The old man nodded and said, "It's a little troublesome, but it's not to the extent that there's no way to solve it. After Qin Pingon has enough sleep, we can feed him some punches and he'll be able to turn the situation around." Feed him? She knew what happened to her grandpa back then. It was truly tragic. The little boy in green who had been eavesdropping on the conversation had a sad look on his face. Poor grandpa. He jumped into a fire pit the moment he got home. No wonder he had to wander for 5 years before he was willing to come back. If it was him, he might not even dare to come back for 50 years. Qin Pingon slept for a full 2 days and one night before waking up. When he opened his eyes, he sat up like a carp and walked out of the house, only to find Pei Qian and Zhou Lian keeping watch outside the door. Each of them had a small bamboo chair. Pei Qian was leaning against the back of the chair, his legs stretched out. He was already sound asleep and was even drooling. To Charcoal, this was probably what it meant to be unable to do anything about life. Qin Pingon walked softly and squatted down. He looked at Pei Qian. After a while, she raised her arm and wiped her drool. Then she went back to sleep. She mumbled softly in her sleep. Qin Pingon stood up and gestured for Zhou Lian to follow him. The two of them went to the edge of the cliff. There was a stone table with a chessboard carved on it and 4 simple stone stools carved with cloud patterns. Zhou Lian lowered his voice and chuckled. If Pei Qian saw you like this, she would be heartbroken. Qin Pingon sighed. It's already very good. Back then I prepared for the worst. I thought that I wouldn't be able to escape from Book Lake for 7 to 8 years. Zhou Lian nodded. Although I don't know the exact reason, I didn't dare to ask about some of the letters. But for you to live like this, it must be an extremely difficult matter. Qin Pingon took out 2 jugs of Crying of the Crow wine from the Book Lake and gave Zhou Lian a jug each. He gently clinked glasses with Zhou Lian. Qin Pingon leaned against the stone table with one arm resting on top of it. He took a sip of wine and sighed. It's a long story. What is strength of character? It's nothing more than being able to endure the hardships of the heavens. Zhou Lian turned his head and stared at Qin Pingon's side profile. He took a sip of wine and advised softly, although you look haggard now, I've been in the field of love. I know that you're the most loved by women. In the future, when you go down the mountain to the small town or the county capital, you'd better wear a bamboo hat to cover yourself. Otherwise, be careful that you don't repeat the mistakes of Xiang Manor. All you did was give the women on the street a few more glances and you incurred a few romantic debts out of thin air. It had been a long time since he was flattering. Qin Pingon rubbed his cheeks and smiled. Do you think I'm stupid or those women are blind? Zhou Lian sighed. You'll suffer if you don't listen to your elders. Just you wait. When you go out of the mountain you'll be... Qin Pingon hurriedly waved his hand. Stop. Drink your wine. Zhou Lian was heartbroken. Honest words are unpleasant to the ear. Qin Pingon smiled but did not speak. Borrowing the pure moonlight that spilled over the world, he squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. Although he was currently looking towards the south, Qin Pingon's new home was to the north of Luopa Mountain. Other than Oxhorn Mountain, where the cloth shop had originally set up camp, there were other immortal forces that had planned to jump off the sunken ship of Dali, including the Su family of Qingfeng City, who had chosen Cinnabar Mountain. There were also other immortal forces such as Xieyu's Back Sword Prayer Platform, Wei Xia Peak and Mount Grey. Other than Sword Prayer Platform, which was located in the westernmost part, where it was lonely and its peak was not large, the rest were located in the southern part of the western mountain range, not far from Luopa Mountain. Especially Mount Grey, which occupied a vast area. The previous immortal force had already spent a lot of money, and with the hard work of a large number of Lu family survivors, they had already built a continuous stretch of immortal mansion, like a paradise on earth. In the end, it was equivalent to half selling and half giving it away to the Dali imperial court. No one knew what they were thinking now, but they were probably regretting it. The gold and copper coins that the Song clan owed in Old Dragon City had been used by Wei Pai to act as a middleman, and then Qin Pingon used them to buy the mountain. Then it was written off, so it was quite refreshing. This was especially true of the Oxhorn Mountain, which was the site of the Immortals' Ferry. Qin Pingon was about to acquire it, but he had to temporarily put his name on Wei Ba's side. Otherwise he wouldn't have a proper name and the benefits would be too great. Qin Pingon would also be envied by the nobles of the Great Li. However, in private, the source of the Oxhorn Mountain was the source of the Immortals' Ferry. Qin Pingon and Wei Ba would split the profits 50-50. In the past he had helped Gu Qian's family fight for water in the fields countless times. He never thought that he would be able to guard such a fertile land, with an amazing harvest today. Qin Pingon collected his thoughts and asked, Zhou Lian, don't you often spar with Senior Cui? Zhou Lian smiled and shook his head. Senior's fists are extremely hard. He has already reached the end of the martial path that we martial artists dream of. Who doesn't admire him? It's just that I don't want to disturb Senior's peaceful cultivation. Zhou Xian leaned back and turned to look at the bamboo house. Senior, you don't mind what I said, right? There was silence. There was no response. Zhou Xian smiled and said, Senior, other than occasionally traveling the mountains with the mountain walking staff and sparring with the old masters of Linlu Academy in Mount Biyun, you're usually not willing to show your face. You're like a wandering cloud or a wild crane. Zhou Xian remembered something and said, I accidentally found a good seedling in the county capital. She is a young lady from a rich family who moved to Longquan from the capital of the Great Li. She is young, 13 years old, about the same age as our money loser. Although she has just started learning martial arts and started a little late, it is still not too late. I have already explained it clearly to her elders. Now I am just waiting for the young master to nod his head, and I will take her to Luopa Mountain. Now there are several new mansions in Luopa Mountain. Apart from our own residence, it is more than enough to receive people and things. Moreover, it is all paid by the Great Li. Qin Pingon nodded. Now that there were many people in Luopa Mountain, it was indeed necessary to build these residences. However, after signing an official contract with Dali's Ministry of Rights to buy these mountains, even if they were to exclude the few mountains rented to Ruanting, it would be no problem for each person to occupy a mountain. They were really rich and powerful. At that time, Qin Pingon would become the biggest landlord in Longquan, second only to Ruanting. He would occupy 30% of the western mountains. Other than the small and exquisite Jinju Mountain, any other mountain would have abundant spiritual energy, enough for a Jindan earthly immortal to cultivate. Qin Pingon asked curiously, if you're willing to bring her up the mountain, of course you can. But what's her status in Luopa Mountain? As your disciple? If she was Zhou Lian's first disciple in the world, Qin Pingon was really looking forward to her martial arts journey. Among the 4 people in the picture scroll of Lotus Flower Blessed Land, Zhou Lian's realm was the highest. He was a true martial artist of the remote travel realm. Although he took a shortcut, Qin Pingon felt deep in his heart that Zhou Lian's choice seemed to be eager for quick success, but it was actually the best choice. Zhou Lian shook his head and said, I'm not interested in being someone's master. Let her be a registered disciple of Luopa Mountain first. In the future, if anyone takes a fancy to her bone structure and aptitude, just take her away. What I'm doing is just to keep the goodies within the family. I want to add some liveliness to young master's Luopa Mountain. Otherwise it's full of ghosts and monsters. It doesn't seem right, and I feel that it's not good for feng shui. Speaking of which, if this was in Lotus Flower Blessed Land, a disciple with the girl's talent would be like someone I picked up on the side of the road when I went to the bookstore to buy books. But in my hometown, I reckon that a basket of Jianghu masters would fight over her, with brains splattering everywhere. It's very Jianghu. Zhou Lian crossed his legs and pinched the wine pot made by the immortals with 2 fingers. He gently shook it and sighed, it's worthy of being called the vast world. Heroes come forth in large numbers. It's definitely not something that Lotus Flower Blessed Land can compare to. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, how did you convince the girl's family? The poor learn literature and the rich learn martial arts. It's not a joke. Zhou Lian chuckled and said, it's not complicated. The reason why that family moved to Longquan County was because they couldn't survive in the capital. Beauty is a source of trouble. The girl's temper is stubborn and her parents and elders are also unyielding. She was unwilling to bow her head and provoked the local power that she shouldn't have provoked. I helped to settle that group of people who chased after her. The girl is a family person who values relationships. There are already 2 scholars in the family and they don't need her to support the family. Now that she has implicated her elder brother and younger brother, she already feels very guilty. Thinking that she can rely on the immortal power in Longquan County, she agreed without a second word. Actually, what's the matter with learning martial arts and how much suffering one has to go through? She's also a simple and silly girl. However, since she's chosen by me, she naturally doesn't lack spiritual energy. Young master, when the time comes, you'll know when you see her. She's similar to Sui Yu but not quite the same. Qin Pingon made a sound of acknowledgement. Zhou Lian's work was still reliable. Zhou Lian suddenly turned his head and roared, useless thing, your master is going on a long journey again. Why are you still sleeping? Pei Qian fell down together with the bamboo chair. In a daze, she saw a familiar figure and rushed over. In the end, when she saw Qin Pingan's appearance, she immediately burst into tears like raindrops. Her charcoal-like face wrinkled and the corners of her mouth lowered. She couldn't speak. How did Master become like this? So dark and thin, why did he learn from her? Qin Pingan sat up straight and smiled. Why haven't you grown after staying in Luapa Mountain for 3 years? Why can't you eat your fill? Are you just busy playing? Did you forget to copy books? Pei Qian hugged Qin Pingan and cried loudly. She was extremely sad. That year she should have shamelessly followed her master. With her taking care of her master's food and living, even if she was clumsy, at least there would be someone who could talk to her master and relieve her boredom on the other side of Calligraphy Lake. Qin Pingan glared at Zhou Xian, who was gloating at the side. Zhou Xian lifted the wine pot and drank a big mouthful of wine. Then while Qin Pingan was softly comforting Pei Qian, Zhou Xian took the small pot with half a pot of woody wine and got up to leave. It was as if he wanted to leave the moonlight and time for the master and disciple who had been separated for a long time. Pei Qian finally sat down on a stone bench by the side with a crying nose. She had grown a little taller, but it was not obvious. An ordinary 13 or 14-year-old girl's figure should be like a willow by now. Her face should also have grown out. But Pei Qian seemed to still be the charcoal girl who was separated in Red Candle Town. She chattered and told her master about her great achievements in Longquan County. Every once in a while she would go down the mountain to take care of her master's ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley. Every year during the first month and Qingming Festival, she would go to the grave and take care of the 2 shops in Riding Dragon Alley. Every day when she was not copying books, she also had to hold a mountain staff and ride the Black Snake. She cautiously and conscientiously patrolled the area of Luapa Mountain to prevent thieves from sneaking into the bamboo house. She also had to practice the 6-step stance and 18 stops of sword chi that her master taught her. She also had to practice the white ape's backsword technique and dragging blade technique that her elder sister taught her. Not to mention she had to perfect the crazy demon sword technique that was only a little bit away from reaching the peak. In short, she was very busy. He did not fool around at all. She did not neglect her duties. As for small things like chasing dogs, fighting geese and kicking shuttlecock, she felt that there was no need to nag with her master. As her master's first disciple, these soul-stirring deeds and feats were her duty. There was no need to show them off. Qin Pingan patiently listened to Pei Qian's exaggerated words and asked with a smile, "Senior Cui didn't teach you anything?" Pei Qian rolled her eyes, shook her head hard and said pitifully, "The old master has a high vision and looks down on me." "Master, you don't know that the old master has a very high demeanor. As a senior in Jianghu, he is more sage-like than the cultivators on the mountain. I really admire him. Alas, it's a pity that I can't enter the old master's eyes. I can't let the old master teach me a thing or two about the crazy demon sword technique. In Luapa Mountain, this is the only thing that makes me feel sorry for my master." Probably afraid that Qin Pingan would not believe it, Pei Qian, who had already flattered both sides with words, clapped her fists and said angrily, "I'm the one who disgraced my master." Qin Pingan bent forward and flicked his finger on Pei Qian's forehead, causing Pei Qian to hold his head in pain and suck in a breath of cold air. Qin Pingan said with a smile, "If you can't bear the pain, just tell me the truth." "What high vision? Who are you trying to fool?" Pei Qian rubbed her slightly red forehead, widened her eyes and said with a stunned face, "Master, did you learn the mind-reading technique of the immortals when you went out this time? Master, what's wrong with you? Why can you learn powerful skills no matter where you go? You still want me, the first disciple, to catch up with you? Can I only eat the dust behind you for the rest of my life?" Qin Pingan twisted the ear of this flatterer. "Oh, continue to make up stories. I'll see how long you can make up stories." Pei Qian grinned, but when she saw her master's face, she was about to cry again. She didn't even have the mood to joke with her master and lowered her head. Qin Pingan sighed, patted her little head and said with a smile, "Let me tell you a piece of good news. Soon Mount Huimeng, Mount Cinnabar, and the back of the fish will all be your masters. Also, I will take half of the immortal fairy on Mount Oxhorn. In the future you can righteously collect tolls from all kinds of people who come and go." Pei Qian was not in a good mood and said, "Oh." Qin Pingan covered his sleeves with his hands and continued to look at the night scene south of Mount Luapa. It was said that when the weather was clear, as long as one's eyesight was good enough, one could see the outline of Red Candle Town and Xihua River. Pei Qian lay on the stone table, her finger gently stroking the lines on the chessboard, and looked at her master without blinking. Both of them were speechless. After receiving the news from Zhou Xian, the little boy in green and the girl in pink rushed over from the newly built mansion. Qin Pingon turned his head and waved with a smile, asking them to take a seat. Together with Pei Qian, they were just enough to fill the table. The girl in pink ran over quickly and bowed to Qin Pingon. She said respectfully, "Master." The little boy in green also followed suit and bowed. When he raised his head, he smiled brightly. "Master, you're finally willing to come back. Why didn't you bring a few beautiful ladies with you?" The girl in pink glared at him. "Don't talk nonsense." The little boy in green picked his nose and sat on the stone stool opposite Qin Pingon. Imitating Pei Qian, he lay on the table and asked with a puzzled expression, "Master, are you wearing a leather mask when you travel the world? It's late at night and I'm timid. It looks old and scary. Hurry up and take it off." Qin Pingon smiled. "Does this mean you don't want the red packets?" The little boy in green looked up and looked left and right. "I didn't expect that after looking at you closely you're becoming more manly." Qin Pingon scratched his head. "Wulpa Mountain? Just change it to Flattery Mountain." Qin Pingon then took out 3 items from the pile of items in front of him. The 9 Palaces treasure box given by the old cultivator at Thousand Ravine Kingdom, the old Dragon Rain jade pendant compensated by the Fu family in Old Dragon City, and a fox skin beauty talisman. He gave them to Pei Qian, the little boy in green and the girl in pink. When Pei Qian opened it, he saw a dazzling array of small items. They were exquisite and unique, and most importantly, there were many of them. The little boy in green hesitated for a moment, but still took the priceless old Dragon Rain jade pendant. The girl in pink held the fox skin talisman lovingly. Qin Pingon explained to her with a smile. "In the future, you don't have to clean the house by yourself. After pouring in spiritual qi, you can get a talisman puppet to help you. Its intelligence is no different from an ordinary girl's, and it can even chat with you." The girl in the pink dress stood up and bowed to Qin Pingon to express her gratitude. Qin Pingon could not stop her. The little boy in green suddenly said, "Isn't it a little too expensive?" Qin Pingon joked, "Did the sun rise from the west?" The little boy in green sighed and thought for a moment. "I can't accept it. I just happened to hear about the rarity of this old Dragon City jade pendant. It's not like it's a snake gallstone that involves the great Tao. No matter how much you give me, I won't refuse it." The little boy in green placed the jade pendant on the table. Qin Pingon saw the determination in his eyes. He did not insist that he accept this gift, nor did he put it back into his sleeve. He picked up the woody wine and drank a mouthful. "I heard that your brother Yu River Water God came to our Longquan County?" The little boy in green drooped his head. "Isn't that so?" Qin Pingon said, "Don't think that you're stupid. It's your brother Water God who isn't smart enough. If he comes again in the future, do what you need to do. If you don't want to see him, just pick a place to go into seclusion. Let Pei Qian help you stop him. If you still want to see him, just continue to treat him with good wine. If you don't have money to buy wine, you can borrow money or wine from me." The little boy in green had a rather strange expression. "I thought you would advise me not to see him." Qin Pingon smiled. "We've been friends for several hundred years. It's a bit of a pity to part just like that. However, friends can continue to be friends. If there are some things that you can't help with, just tell them directly. If they're really friends, they'll understand." The little boy in green muttered, "In the Jianghu, it's not very heroic to tell your brothers that you can't do it." The moment the little boy in green finished saying this, he felt even more guilty. Qin Pingon smiled. "All right, as long as it's related to money, even if you still want to puff yourself up at your own cost with the Water God brother, you can still insist that you can do it. It's all right. When the time comes, you can still come to me to borrow money. I guarantee that you'll still be that generous and heroic second in command of the Imperial River sect." The little boy in green was completely stunned. He could not be bothered to address him as master and directly called him by his name. "Qin Pingon, did someone knock your head off during this trip?" Qin Pingon sat there quietly with his hands in his sleeves. A cool breeze brushed past his face. "One day, when you understand that brothers are no longer brothers. Even if we can't be friends, you can at least have a clear conscience and admit that you've never done anything wrong to your brothers. In Luapa Mountain, it's not like we can't eat. In the Jianghu, as long as there's wine to drink, what's money? You don't have it, but I do. You don't have much, but I have a lot. The little boy in green grabbed the old dragon rain pendant and wiped his face. Without saying anything, he ran away. Pei Qian and the girl in pink looked at each other. Qin Pingon actually still had some things that he did not say to the little boy in green. No matter what, Qin Pingon did not wish for the little boy in green to be too disappointed in the Jianghu that he had been longing for. Wei Pai suddenly appeared at the edge of the cliff and coughed lightly. Qin Pingon, I have a piece of news to tell you. Qin Pingon stood up. What is it? Wei Pai pointed to the mountain gate. A good lady visited Luopa Mountain at night. For 60, Qin Pingon asked tentatively, Miss Ruan? Wei Pai nodded with a smile. Qin Pingon asked, do I need you to remind me of this? With Miss Ruan's temper, she will definitely come to the bamboo house when she climbs the mountain. Wei Ba's face was full of hurt, as if his good intentions had been taken for granted. Qin Pingon laughed angrily. I'm just meeting Miss Ruan. Although it's night, there's nothing for you to see under the watchful eyes of so many people. Are you the god of Beiyue so free? Wei Ba was full of righteousness. He pointed at the mountain gate and then pointed at Qin Pingon. Now that my northern mountain territory has been divided into the inner yard and outer yard, how can I not pay attention when the two biggest landlords of the inner yard meet? Qin Pingon ignored Wei Pai and got up to greet Ruan Xiu. Since he knew that she was coming to visit as the leader of Luopa Mountain, he had to show some etiquette. Wei Pai did not go with him. He stayed where he was and said to himself, is there really nothing? This guy seems to be very open and honest. Pei Qian was happier than anyone else when she heard that it was the sister in green who was especially kind and gentle to her. She jumped up and ran away, but ran into a ripple of mountain mist. She staggered and found herself standing beside the stone table again. Pei Qian looked left and right and found that there were some subtle ripples around. She said angrily, Mr. Wei, you're a mountain god. Don't you feel ashamed to use such a despicable trick? Wei Pai said helplessly, why are you meddling? For example, your master is sleepy and wants to sleep. Is it appropriate for you to carry a big lantern and wander around the house? Pei Qian crossed her arms and rubbed her chin with 2 fingers. He was lost in thought. After a while, she asked seriously, it's not appropriate to sleep when we haven't officially married, right? I heard that Master Ruan is old now and his eyesight is not good, so he doesn't like my master being together with big sister Ruan. Why don't you accompany me to the Dragon Spring Sword sect and chat with Master Ruan? When the sun rises tomorrow, what is done cannot be undone. Even if she isn't second mastress, she will be second mastress. Mastress and money, the more the merrier. Of course, these were just Pei Qian's jokes. In any case, master wasn't here and Wei Pai wasn't the kind of guy who liked to complain, so Pei Qian's words and actions were unscrupulous and he did as he pleased. However, in Longquan County, Pei Qian liked Ruan Xiu the most. This was true. Pei Qian was close to Ruan Xiu from the bottom of his heart. It wasn't just because he had seen Cui Dongshan's painting of the River of Time. After Pei Qian arrived at Luopa Mountain, he was delighted when he first saw the long ponytailed green-clothed sister. And when Pei Qian looked at Ruan Xiu, it was as if he was looking at an incomparably warm painting. It wasn't the bone-chilling scene of Cui Dongshan, but the boiling of the sea and the boiling of the lake. There was a woman sitting high on a throne, holding her chin with one hand as she looked down at the ground. In her other hand, the blurry big sister Ruan Xiu held a round sun that seemed to have been plucked from the dome of the sky. She gently twisted it, and it seemed to be the densest essence of fire in the world, releasing countless rays of light that illuminated the surroundings. However, Pei Qian didn't even tell the pink-dressed girl about this secret. He was only willing to tell his master when he was alone with him in the future. Wei Pai had a headache. Fortunately, the old man surnamed Cui had already walked out of the bamboo house. Pei Qian immediately sat back down on the stone bench and turned to ask the pink-dressed girl if she had any melon seeds. The latter quickly took out a handful and handed it to her master's first disciple. The two of them had a good relationship. Pei Qian lowered her head and munched on the melon seeds. She was still a little afraid of the barefooted old man, especially after hearing the pink-dressed girl mention her master's martial arts experience. Pei Qian almost had nightmares, so she would rather wander outside all day, afraid that the old man would see through her as a rare martial arts prodigy. The old man said to Pei Qian and the pink-dressed girl, "Why aren't you going back to sleep?" Pei Qian had no choice but to leave with the pink-dressed girl. Not far from the bamboo house there were a few small mansions built. Pei Qian and the pink-dressed girl lived in the same courtyard as neighbors. The old man looked towards the mountain gate and sneered, "Since he dares to come to see me with a sword on his back, it means that his temperament hasn't changed much." Wei Pai asked with a smile, "If Qin Pingon didn't dare to carry a sword on his back and cowered, wouldn't Mr. Cui be worried?" The old man laughed out loud. "Worried? It's just a matter of feeding him a few more punches and he'll turn back to that little brat. There's no reason in the world that can't be explained with fists. There are only two kinds of reasons I can explain it with one punch. Other than that, 2 punches can enlighten people." Wei Pai smiled bitterly. "Mr. Cui is from an aristocratic family. So what if I was the head of the Cui family? Did I become a saint of the academy? If I can't do anything with my studies, did I teach the descendants of a saint?" The old man mocked himself. "So I know that it's not easy for a scholar to do things, and I also know the weakness of a scholar." Wei Pai did not say anything else. The most eye-catching mountain god of the Aquarius continent stood at the edge of the cliff. He was handsome, his white robe fluttering in the wind. He was like a jade-white Ganoderma that grew from the cliff. The old man asked, "Why did Ruan Tong suddenly change his mind and not accept the immortal fairy left behind by Bao Tong Zhai on Oxhorn Mountain? Why did he give such a great advantage to you and Qin Pingon?" Wei Pai said, "I thought that Mr. Cui wouldn't care about these worldly affairs." The old man twitched the corner of his mouth. "Zhou Xian is a scoundrel. When he was playing 5 in a row with those kids here, he deliberately nagged and didn't find it annoying. There were several times when I almost couldn't hold back and punched him off the cliff." Wei Pai had a good chat with Zhou Xian and regretted not meeting him sooner. To what extent did Zhou Xian harm him? He was so powerful that Wei Pai sincerely thought that if he had known Zhou Xian for a few years, he could have untied the knot in his heart a few years earlier. He would not have brushed past her on the path of Chiduan Mountain for the last time and did not even dare to look at her. Instead, he should have left the Chiduan Mountain as soon as possible to find her. Even if it was destined that the two of them would not be able to be together forever, since he was the god of mountains and rivers and lived as long as the immortals, he should be closer to her in every lifetime. He should be able to see her joys and sorrows instead of hiding in the Chiduan Mountain and sighing year after year. As for why Zhou Xian was unwilling to learn from Mr. Cui, Wei Pai had never asked. At that moment, Wei Pai explained, "Regarding the purchase of mountains, I had 2 open and honest conversations with Sage Ruan in private. On the one hand, Sage Ruan rented Qin Pingon's mountains for hundreds of years. At that time it was naturally mutually beneficial. Qin Pingon only kept Luopa Mountain and Jinju Mountain so that they would not be in the limelight and would not be jealous of many cultivators from Dali's capital and other places. Sage Ruan could also expand the territory of the mountain. However, later on, Qin Pingon rose rapidly and had no worries about protecting himself. Sage Ruan felt a little guilty and felt that the contract that was originally made out of kindness was a loss for Qin Pingon. That was why he was willing to take back the ferry and sell it. In this way, with my mediation, the Dali Imperial Court, Oxhorn Mountain Bundle House, and Qin Pingon would have a way out for all 3 parties." Wei Pai smiled and said, "After all, the Dali Imperial Court is more willing to see me and Sage Ruan have a harmonious relationship." The old man smiled playfully. "As for the other aspect, Ruan Ting does not wish to have too much involvement with Qin Pingon. The more fair the transaction is, the less shameless Qin Pingon will be to abduct his daughter." Wei Pai did not comment on this. This was almost becoming Ruan Ting's sore point. Wei Pai and the old man looked at the foot of the mountain together and smiled at each other. It was rare to see a sage who was in charge of a region fall to such a state. Wei Pai said, "I'll go and ease Sage Ruan's mind." The old man nodded. "If it's a family in the marketplace as a parent, it's fine. However, this blacksmith in the Wind Snow Temple has made me look at him in a new light." Wei Pai disappeared in a flash. In the northern mountains of Dali, Wei Pai was the master of mountains and rivers. He was even more legitimate than Sage Ruan Ting. Even if the other 4 mountains of Dali were confirmed in the future, Wei Pai would still be the one with the most vast territory among the 5 mountain gods of the entire Aquarius continent. Due to the geographical situation of the Aquarius continent, it was long in the north and narrow in the east and west. This meant that the east and west peaks would have an inherent disadvantage compared to the north and south peaks. Dali's roots were still in the north. Now the capital was the place where the Song clan prospered. Their ancestral properties were all in the north. This made the north peaks slightly higher than the south peaks. Therefore, even if the overall situation of the continent was settled, the Song clan would most likely not move to the south of the central Tsai kingdom and Shishui kingdom in one go because there was a Lakeview Academy there. The Song clan would not break off their own will and split the north and south. Therefore, when the hooves of the Dali cavalry stepped on the coast of the South Sea of Old Dragon City, the only mountain god who could wrestle with Wei Pai was Zhongyue. Halfway up Luopa Mountain, Qin Pingon and Wan Xiu met. Wan Xiu looked at the young man who stopped and waved. She blinked her eyes and walked forward quickly. Then the two of them climbed up the mountain side by side. There was no unfamiliarity between friends after not seeing each other for a long time. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I actually saw your attack at Book Slip Lake in Furong Mountain from afar when I was at Verdant Canyon Island. It was very imposing." Wan Xiu was slightly embarrassed and said softly, "I went down the mountain to train with a bunch of Dali clingers to the south. Later I met Cui Dongshan who claimed to be your student and went to Meili Kingdom together." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Later I traveled to Meili Kingdom with my friends. I even saw the battlefield where you chased Zhu Ying's swordsman. It was at the Springflower River." Wan Xiu did not speak. What Springflower River? She had no impression of it at all. She had never bothered to remember these things. Even though she had seen many people and things during this trip to the south after leaving the Immortals Ferry and passing through the Stonehau Kingdom in a carriage, she still could not remember anything. On Mount Furong, she had acted on her own and controlled the fire dragon to kill the young man with great martial arts luck. As compensation, she had found 3 new candidates for the Li Klingmen on her way back to the north. She had a good relationship with them, but in the end she could not even remember the names of the 3 children. But she remembered a lot of the local delicacies in Green Tong City. Wan Xiu suddenly said, "Not far to the north my father just bought a Golden Dragon Mountain. It's not far from Luopa Mountain and Grey Mist Mountain. My father plans to build a new sword furnace over there. The work on the top of the mountain is rushing through the night. Tonight I went over to take a stroll, and then I saw the strange phenomenon of your sea of clouds being scattered by someone. I was somewhat worried about Pei Qian, so I came to take a look." Qin Pingon held back his laughter. But he did not say anything. Others did not know the depth of the martial arts of Old Yang Cui, but God Wei Pai and Saint Wan Tong were definitely the most familiar with each other besides Old Yang of the medicine shop. If Wan Tong knew, it usually meant that Wan Xiu would also know. Wan Xiu also laughed. Lying was indeed not her strong suit. Her father had never been deceived. He liked to expose people in front of him every time, but the person beside him would not expose him. Qin Pingon did not go to the bamboo building. Instead he took Wan Xiu all the way to the top. As the owner of Luopa Mountain, Qin Pingon had never been to the mountain temple at the top of the mountain. The two of them were just chatting about trivial things. For example, the results of the renovation of the Immortal Tomb, the business of the 2 shops in Dragon Riding Alley, the nest of chickens that Qin Pingon asked her to take care of, and the dog. Near the mountain temple, Qin Pingon was about to speak. Wan Xiu stopped and turned to look into the distance. She smiled and said, "I know what you want to say." Qin Pingon sat on the steps with a calm expression. The steps they were on were illuminated by the moonlight. There were ancient trees on both sides of the path. Above the stone steps, the moonlight was like a stream flowing down the slope. In the water there were intersecting algae, pine trees and cypresses. The scene was like a dream. Qin Pingon said calmly, "It seems that no matter what I say it will be wrong. But if I don't say it, it will be even more wrong. It will be best if I think too much. When a man is liked by a woman, no one will be unhappy. This is human nature. Even if many men have a girl they like, they will deliberately get involved with other good girls. It is not good for me to say that these men are wrong. I believe that many men find joy in this and even think that it is a great thing. But this is not human nature for me, Qin Pingon. If I really do that, I will be letting Ning Yao and Miss Ruan down. But if I misunderstood Miss Ruan and thought too much, that would be for the best. But even if Miss Ruan is angry with me and we can't even be friends in the future, I still have to make things clear today. Miss Ruan, you have helped me a lot over the years and I remember it in my heart. To be honest, even if it is in front of Ning Yao, I will still tell her that Miss Ruan's kindness is something I am grateful for. One cannot forget one's roots. In another 10 or 100 years, as long as it is something that should not be forgotten, it should not be forgotten and it should be returned if it is possible. Of course I like Miss Ruan, but it is not love between a man and a woman. If it is the other way around, some of my words and actions in the past have caused Miss Ruan to misunderstand. The fault is not with you but with me, Qin Pingan. If this is the case, what should I do? These words were like the stones in the stream without any sharpness. But after all, it was a hard stone, not the intersecting algae floating in the air or the swimming fish in the water. Wuxia looked at the young man who was sad and guilty. She was also sad. How could he be sad when he finally returned to his hometown? Moreover, it was because of her. As for liking and love, Wuxia was actually not as conflicted as he imagined. As for right and wrong, she did not even think about it. If I like you, even God can't stop me. If I don't like you, even if you are God, it is useless. What a simple matter. This very lazy girl even felt that if she really liked someone or not, it had little to do with that person. But Wuxia did not tell Qin Pingan these thoughts in her heart. The great Tao was not fought over in a day or night. Wuxia sat there quietly and asked, "If you had met me first and not Miss Ning, what would have happened?" Qin Pingan shook his head without any hesitation. "Miss Ruan can ask this, but I can't think about it, so there will be no answer." Wuxia propped up her cheeks with both hands and looked into the distance. She muttered, "In this matter, you are the same as my father. My father was very stubborn. He always refused to look for my mother's reincarnation. He said that even if he found her, she was no longer my real mother. Moreover, not everyone can recover the memories of their previous life, so it was better not to meet her. Otherwise, he would be letting her down, who always lived in his heart, and delay the women around him." When it came to Master Wan, Qin Pingan did not speak. Wuxia turned her head and smiled. "Didn't you bring a gift back to your hometown this time?" Qin Pingan awkwardly said, "How could I dare to bring a gift? If I didn't make things clear, wouldn't there be more misunderstandings?" Qin Pingan immediately smiled in relief. "But in the future I can bring a gift for Miss Ruan." Wuxia tilted her head and smiled with a pair of watery eyes. She asked, "How did you make things clear?" Qin Pingan's face was sluggish. He hurriedly reorganized his thoughts from beginning to end. Logically speaking, if Miss Ruan didn't like him, or if she really did like him a little, he could be considered to have made things clear. Wuxia smiled. "That's enough. It's just that you don't like me that way and you're afraid that I like you that way, and then you feel embarrassed. You're afraid that if you make things clear, you'll embarrass me and make things worse. In the future we won't even be friends, right? Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm not lying to you. My like is not the kind of like you think. You'll understand in the future, or you can ask your disciple Cui Dongshan. In short, it won't delay us from being friends." Qin Pingan nodded. Miss Ruan's words were a bit roundabout, but seemed to be more thorough than his. Wuxia asked, "Does Miss Ning like you too?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "I like it." Wuxia grunted. "Qin Pingan, why do you think so much? Why don't you think more for yourself?" Qin Pingan didn't know how to answer. Wuxia patted her knee and stood up. "Right, that's it. I suddenly feel a bit hungry. Let's go home for supper." Qin Pingan also stood up and asked, "Why don't we go to my bamboo house? I have everything to make supper. There are a lot of ingredients in there, such as dried fish, dried bamboo shoots, ham, bacon, and many wild vegetables. They're all ready-made. If we stew them in a pot, it should taste good. It won't take much effort." Wuxia smiled. "My father is still waiting at the foot of the mountain. I'm afraid that he won't be able to resist stewing you for supper." Qin Pingan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Wuxia walked down the steps, turned around and smiled. "You don't have to send me off." Qin Pingan said, "I'm going down the mountain too. Just send me to the fork in the road." The two slowly went down the mountain together. Wuxia looked at ease, like a deity wandering in the forest at night. Then the two went their separate ways. Wuxia continued to walk down the mountain. Qin Pingan walked on the road to the bamboo house. Qin Pingan suddenly thought of a beautiful sentence engraved on a bamboo slip. "The stars and moon are bright, the river is in the sky, there is no sound of people, the sound is in the trees." Outside Luopa Mountain, Wei Pai stood beside Wan Chong. The man sat on a huge rock. Wei Pai smiled. "Mr. Wan, Are you sure you don't want to go to Luapa Mountain? If I'm there and it's not suitable, I can leave. I guarantee that I won't see or hear anything from the mountain. Wan Chong drank wine and shook his head. I'm not that despicable. If I don't trust Qin Pingon, don't tell me I don't trust my own daughter? Wei Pai was speechless. Phew, Wan Chong really trusted him. Why did you come here secretly? Wan Chong drank wine. Wei Bo stood to the side and accompanied him. Wan Chong asked, Wei Pai, who do you think will be the emperor of Dali in the future? Wei Pai was not afraid that someone would listen in. In the northern mountains, who would dare to do so? That would be courting death. As for the elder of the Yang medicine shop, he would not care about such things. Wei Pai thought for a moment and said, for the time being, both Song Jisun and Song Jisun are possible. Of course, Song He is more likely. He has a deep foundation in the court and can convince the masses. As for Song Jisun, only the Ministry of Rights is desperate enough to secretly bet on him. But no matter what, this is not important. In the end, it only depends on the decision of the two. That Empress's words are useless. I think that Song Jianqiang and Cui Dong will make unexpected choices in the end. Wan Chong said, Emperor Dali's departure is a bit coincidental. Wei Pai smiled but did not say anything. Wan Chong was Dali's top consecrator and the #1 swordsmith of the Aquarius continent that everyone wanted to curry favor with. His friends were all over the continent and his family was the Wind Snow Temple. The relationship between the two had never been broken. No one thought that Wan Chong's relationship with the Wind Snow Temple had been broken. Otherwise, the sword immortal of the Wind Snow Temple would not have been on the stone cliff of the dragon beheading platform. Instead, Wan Chong would have simply abandoned the Wind Snow Temple and split it with the Martial Mountain. He, Wei Ba, was the god of mountains and rivers of the great Li Song clan. Therefore, it would be better for him to speak less of such rebellious words. It was fine to talk about the two princes. It was also fine to talk about the vassal kings and the imperial tutor. However, Wei Pai's position as the god of the northern mountains was personally sealed by the former emperor of Dali. Wei Pai wanted to remember this favor. Therefore, regarding the matter of Song Yongchun's life and death, whether it was mentioned by Wan Chong or the old flood dragon of Huangting country, Wei Pai had always been silent. In the distance, the figure of a woman in green appeared. She did not seem to be walking fast, but her figure floated over like smoke. When Wan Xiu saw Wan Chong and Wei Pai, she first nodded to Wei Pai and then looked at her father. Father, what a coincidence. Are you also out for a walk? Wan Chong nodded and casually threw away the empty wine pot. Wei Pai tactfully took his leave. Wan Chong's lips moved slightly. In the end, he just took out a pot of wine from the nearby objects, opened the mud seal and began to drink. Wan Xiu smiled. Just now on Luapa Mountain I met Qin Pingon. Wan Chong's face was stiff. What a coincidence. As expected of father and daughter. Wan Xiu picked and then told her father about the conversation between the two. The general meaning was the same, but Wan Xiu changed some of the wording slightly. Wan Chong took a big gulp of wine and wiped his mouth. He said in a low voice, Qin Pingon is blind? What's wrong with my daughter that he doesn't like her? Who lent him the dog guts to dare not like her? Wan Xiu smiled and narrowed her eyes. Wan Chong was unusually angry. He took another big gulp of wine and was silent for a moment. However, this kid is still a kind person. He's not like many men who eat in their mouth but always think about what's in the pot. I can't find any fault with Qin Pingon on this point. Wan Chong suddenly said suspiciously, Xiu, could it be that this kid has become more and more cunning after 5 years in Jianghu and is deliberately retreating in order to advance? So that I won't be on guard against him? Wan Xiu's eyes were somewhat disdainful. She looked at her father and didn't speak. Wan Chong said resentfully, that kid shouldn't be so wicked. Wan Chong asked curiously, Xiu, aren't you unhappy at all? Xiu, tell me the truth. Do you like Qin Pingon or not? I'll ask you this once and never ask again, so you're not allowed to lie. Wan Xiu smiled and raised her hands, shaking them vigorously. I don't. Wan Chong was skeptical. If father fights with Qin Pingon, who will you help? Wan Xiu said confidently, of course I'll help father. Wan Chong was somewhat gratified. He suddenly turned his head. Wan Xiu's face was sincere without any flaws. Go home early. Wan Chong was slightly relieved. He rose from the ground and turned into a rainbow. Wuxia was still leisurely walking through the mountain forest. Finally, she came to the side of a stream. She squatted there and scooped up some water. There was a bright moon in the water, fragmentary and round. At Luopa Mountain's bamboo tower, Qin Pingon was about to sit alone at the stone table when Old Man Cui reached out and grabbed him, pulling him into a room on the second floor. Then the old man kicked him in the stomach and sent him crashing into the wall. Qin Pingon supported himself with one hand and flipped over. Just as he was about to land and stabilize himself, the old man's fist energy landed on his forehead. The bamboo tower shook and rumbled. It was obvious how powerful the punch was. Qin Pingon, who was beaten up for no reason, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and cursed. Then he said angrily, "Fight a level 5 against a level 5 if you dare." The old man sneered and said, "Sure, we'll exchange it with the level 5 True Gods drumming style." Qin Pingon charged forward with the 6-step stance. The old man did not move at all. He even put one hand behind his back and casually extended the other palm forward, indicating to Qin Pingon to punch first. Qin Pingon's 6th step landed heavily on the ground. His momentum was like a rainbow. Then, without warning, he turned and rushed out of the bamboo door on the second floor that was still open. With a soft shout, the sword immortal flew out of its scabbard. Stepping on the sword, it soared into the sky and disappeared into the distance. Qin Pingon could accept punching. However, tonight the old man had obviously taken the wrong medicine. It was as if he was using him as a punching bag. This would not do. The barefoot old man did not immediately punch him down. He clicked his tongue and said, "You're quite a slippery person. Why are you so stubborn when it comes to love? At such a young age you've already lost everything? This is outrageous." The old man silently deduced in his heart for a moment. He stepped onto the railing outside the house and punched out. It was the Great Cloud Swamp style. Qin Pingon, who thought he had escaped a disaster, had planned to admire the moon in the sky tonight. Otherwise he would not be able to survive. He did not expect to be punched down to the mortal realm by the old man together with his sword. He was then gently pressed down by the old man's palm. It was as if a strong wind was pouring down from the sky like a waterfall. Qin Pingon, who wanted to continue riding on the sword, was slapped into the forest. Qin Pingon fell into a stream, creating a huge splash. The stream was not deep. Qin Pingon stood up shakily from the water and rode the sword immortal back into its scabbard. In the end he saw Wuxia, who was squatting by the stream, looking at him in a daze. Qin Pingon bent over and panted heavily. Then he wiped his face and said helplessly, "What a coincidence. We meet again." Wuxia nodded. Qin Pingon was about to say something. He was punched into the forest for no reason. A familiar voice roared, "Good boy, I knew you wouldn't give up. Are you done yet? Are you addicted to thinking about my daughter? You're even using the trick of injuring yourself." Another punch came. The entire stream was cut in half by the passing fist aura. Qin Pingon could only continue riding the sword immortal out of its scabbard. Their minds were connected. They rode on the sword and escaped. After that, danger surrounded him. Qin Pingon even used the mind talisman. As he fled in a panic, he muttered, "With Wei Pai we can have another table." In the corner of his eye, a white-robed man stood on a towering ancient tree. He smiled and said, "I'm sorry." Wei Pai's voice was not loud, but Qin Pingon heard it clearly. Qin Pingon crashed into the ripples. In the next moment he was already standing on the peak of the Cloud Pagoda mountain filled with immortal qi. He sat on the ground as if relieved of a burden. Fortunately, Wei Pai did not kick him when he was down. On the other side of the stream, Ruan Tian gently pressed on Ruan Xiu's shoulder and disappeared in a flash. After returning to the Dragon Spring Sword sect, Ruan Tian personally made supper. The father and daughter sat opposite each other. Ruan Xiu was beaming. Ruan Tian sighed in his heart. It was better to be sad today than to give up in the future. On the other side of the Cloud Pagoda mountain, Wei Pai smiled and bent down to help the exhausted Qin Pingon up. Qin Pingon smiled bitterly. "Tonight is like a dream." Wei Pai smiled and stretched out his hand. A moment later, a green sparrow that was roaming the sea of clouds on the peak of the Cloud Pagoda mountain at night suddenly fell into the hands of this deity. Wei Pai held the green sparrow with one hand and waved his other hand gently. A white cloud cushion appeared behind Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon sat cross-legged on the cushion. Wei Pai raised his hand slightly and the sparrow flew into the distance and returned to the sea of clouds. Wei Pai said softly, Qin Pingon, according to the contents of the letters you sent to the Cloud Pagoda Mountain and Cui Dongshan's chat at the Cloud Pagoda Mountain last time, I found a clue from them. It's a strange thing that you might not have noticed yourself. Qin Pingon asked, how is it strange? Ever since he learned Go from Cui Dongshan, especially when he went to the book Slip Lake, reviewing games was one of Qin Pingon's daily homework. Wei Ba raised his eyes and looked into the distance. The sea of clouds couldn't block the sight of a mountain god at all. The Dragon Whisker River and Tiefu River were connected together, and even further away were the Embroidery River and Jade Liquid River in Red Candle Town. Wei Ba said slowly, the chance that Wan Xiu obtained in Black Pearl Grotto Heaven is the fire dragon coiling around the bracelet, right? Qin Pingon nodded. This was the obvious truth. Wei Pai said again, ever since Mr. Qi gave you the seal of mountain and water, the seal of mountain was destroyed in the battle of the Flood Dragon Ditch. Only the seal of water was left. First, you met a ghost in the wedding dress in the mansion with high water by the Embroidery River. Then, in the Tongya continent you met the goddess of the Buried River. In the Qinghuan country before you went to the Lion Garden, it was said that you inscribed on the inner wall of a water god temple. In the Xiang mansion of the Huangting country, you met the water god of the Baihu River who had evil intentions. No matter good or bad, it was still fate. On the other hand, there were only a few mountain deities among the mountain deities except for me. At least in your mind, even if you passed by, you didn't have a deep impression, right? Especially in the book Slip Lake these years. How long have you been living near the water? It's been a long time, right? Qin Pingon thought seriously and nodded. Could it be that you've forgotten who that little loach chose in the beginning? It was you, Qin Pingon, not Gu Kan. Wei Pai smiled sadly. Then have you ever thought that you are so close to water, and Wan Xiu? Is there a more justified fight between the great Tao than the fight between fire and water? Qin Pingon was stunned. Wei Pai sighed. Qin Pingon suddenly laughed and pointed at the sword fairy behind him. Don't worry, if there is a fight between fire and water, I will make way for Miss Ruan. The reason is simple. I am a swordsman. The great Tao of I, Qin Pingon, is to travel with a sword on the road of martial arts, to fight with the hardest fist, to pass the fastest sword, to drink with reasonable people, and to fight against injustice with fists and swords. The young man, who was almost skinny, had never been so energetic in the past few years. I hope that one day when I, Qin Pingon, stand somewhere, the reason will be there. For 61. Wei Bo raised his head to look at the sky. The full moon hung high in the sky. It was only after he became the mountain god of holy water country that he learned that in another world, there would be a spectacle of 3 moons competing for glory. Until now, Wei Pai could not imagine how many rules of great Tao would be produced in that world because of the 2 moons. Qin Pingon took off the blade's strengthening gourd and drank the wine. He wanted to find a place with deep roots and rich water in Luapa Mountain to bury the wine that was stored in the square-inch item and the near-hand item. After careful calculation, there were quite a lot of types of wine. There was osmanthus wine brewed by Lady Gui of Old Dragon City, well wine brewed by the Fairy of Betail Crossing, crow-crying wine from Book Slip Lake, and waterflower wine from Bio Mansion gifted by the goddess of the Buried River. There was still more than half a jar left, but it should be in Bio Water Palace now. The Old Dragon coveted wine given by Wu Yi of Xiang Mansion and the yellow vine wine produced in Xianxia Island's hometown, also known as table wine. Qin Pingon had drunk it before. It was mellow and easy to drink. Back then, when he thought of Pei Qian and the girl in pink who could drink a few cups during festivals, he bought a batch of old cellar wine during his travels. Anyway, it was wine from the market and was not expensive. Walking in the Jianghu, accompanied by books and swords, wine and horses, he would not be lonely. The trip to the North Continent, which had already been delayed for 3 years, could not be delayed any longer. By the end of the year he would first go to the Colorful Robes Nation and the Comb Nation to meet some old friends. Then he would take a cross-continent ferry to the famous continent where swordsmen were as common as clouds and fists were the most important. Wei Ba retracted his gaze and looked past the Luapa Mountain and the Chestun Mountain, all the way to the Red Candle Town in the south. As a mountain god, he could see the map of the territory clearly. As long as he wanted, he could see the water deity temple in the Red Candle Town and even every pedestrian on the street. Now, with the prosperity of Longquan County, Red Candle Town, which was a water transportation hub, became more prosperous as the place where the three rivers of Xihua River, Yuye River, and Chongdan River converged. The moon could not be seen when young, called a white jade plate. Immortals droop their feet and osmanthus trees twirl around. This was a fragment of a poem passed down from Gushu. Later on, it became a folk song in Red Candle Town. Regardless of age, all the boatmen loved to sing this song. Although he was now the North Peak god of Dali, the lowly status of all the boatmen in Red Candle Town's Pushui Bay could not be changed, except for the woman who was already cultivating in Eternal Spring Palace. For generations, the descendants of the 5 families of Divine Water Country could not get rid of their lowly status. They were nailed to Pushui Bay by the iron law of not being allowed to go ashore. Wei Pai had taken care of the 5 families of Pushui Bay for so many years, but after his meteoric rise he had never intended to plead with Dali. After Wei Pai became the mountain god of Dali, he had done a lot of big things. Changing the boatman's status in Pushui Bay, not to mention the final success or failure, was just a small matter of greeting the Ministry of Revenue of Dali and the capital musical house. The result depended on whether the Minister of Rights and the imperial tutor Tui Dong nodded or not. However, Wei Pai did not open his mouth. Wei Pai was silent for a long time and said with a smile, "Qin Pingon, since you have said heroic words, should we talk about some common affairs?" Previously, when Wei Ba had gone to welcome Qin Pingon at the mountain gate of Luopa Mountain, the two of them had chatted while climbing the mountain. As Luopa Mountain had a mountain deity temple overseeing it, it was obviously a nail of the Great Li imperial court. Moreover, the Great Li Song clan did not conceal anything at all. This was a kind of silent attitude. If Wei Pai isolated a small world, it was inevitable that there would be suspicion of 300 taels of silver here. According to the upright nature of the god of Mount Song, who was a loyal minister in life and a heroic spirit in death, he would inevitably record this and send it to the Ministry of Rights. It was better to avoid trouble. Qin Pingon had already prepared a draft for this. He asked, "If the signing of the land deed with Dali Imperial Court goes smoothly, which mountain is better to be the ancestral mountain of the ancestral hall?" Luopa Mountain has the best foundation, but after all, it is too remote and is located in the southernmost part. Moreover, I am a layman when it comes to geography. I now have 2 sets of formations and the rank should be very high. One is a sword formation suitable for attacking and repelling the enemy, and the other is a mountain guarding formation, suitable for defense. Once it takes root in the mountain, it is extremely difficult to move. Should I put the 2 mountain guarding formations on the same mountain from the beginning, or should I coordinate them in the north and south and set them separately? But there is still a problem. For the 2 big formations, I have the formation map now and I have enough immortal money, but I still lack the 2 big central things, so even if I can build it in the near future, it will be an empty frame. Wei Pai did not treat Qin Pingon as an outsider and without any scruples asked directly, "How high is the rank? Is there a saying?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "In addition to the jade tablet that Jing Dafeng gave me, I actually have a parasol leaf from the Tongyi sect, which is also a nearby item. It is just that when I received this item I was reminded, so I have never opened it in these years. In addition to the large amount of Guyu money that the Tongyi sect took out, the most important thing is that there are 2 sets of precious formation maps for the mountain guarding formation. One is an imitation of the offensive sword formation of the Tongyi sect, and the other is an imitation of the mountain guarding formation of the Fu Ming sect. The Guyu money is enough to build the 2 formations and maintain the operation of the 2 formations for 100 years. Qin Pingon said with a wry smile, "It's just the central objects that support the operation of the 2 big formations, the 9 superior swords and the 5 golden puppets. I need to find them by chance or buy them with immortal money. I guess even if I'm lucky enough to meet someone who sells these 2 kinds of things, the price will be sky high. The Guyu money in the parasol leaves may be empty. Even if I build 2 complete mountain guarding formations, they won't be able to operate. Maybe I'll have to sell everything I have and tear down the east wall to repair the west wall, so that the big formations won't be idle. When I think of this, I feel distressed. It really forces me to go to those broken blessed enclave to look for opportunities, or learn from those wild cultivators in the mountains and lakes to explore. After Qin Pingon finished speaking, he looked at Wei Pai. Wei Pai nodded and said, "There won't be any snooping." Qin Pingon then took out the yellowed parasol leaf. It looked ordinary, but if a cultivator looked carefully, he could find that a small parasol leaf was actually full of mysteries and phenomena. Qin Pingon handed it to Wei Pai and said softly, "The reason why I don't dare to open it is that there are still 2 pieces of glazed golden body that fell into the Tongyi sect after Du Mao failed to ascend. One is as small as a thumb and the other is as big as a child's fist. Compared with the other glazed golden bodies that fell into the territories of Tongyi and Baoping continents, they are considered small. Once I open it, it is equivalent to revealing the secrets of heaven, and it may attract the covetous of the cultivators of the upper 5 realms." Wei Pai pinched the parasol leaf with 2 fingers, raised it high, squinted his eyes and sighed. "Fortunately you didn't open it. The glazed golden body of the Ascendant Realm cultivator is too valuable. Not to mention others, even I covet it. The aura is rich. Look, even the veins of this parasol leaf have been soaked for a few years, and it has exuded a golden jade color from the inside to the outside. If it is opened, how can it be? You have to know that many Yinyang cultivators rely on deducing the secrets of heaven and selling them to great cultivators to earn money. So, you resisted the temptation and didn't look at it, avoiding countless unexpected troubles." Wei Pai admired the parasol leaf for a moment, then handed it back to Qin Pingon and explained, "This parasol leaf is very likely to be a fallen leaf on the root of the Tongyi continent. It is said that a tall tree attracts the wind, but that ancient parasol tree that no one knows where it is almost never leaves. It is evergreen for thousands of years and gathered the luck of a continent. So, every fallen leaf and every broken branch is extremely precious. Every time a branch and leaf falls, it is a great opportunity for the cultivator of a continent who catches it. Somehow they can get the protection of the Tongyi continent. This is the so-called blessing and virtue of the world. You saw the small bamboo garden that I carefully cultivated in the Chiduan mountain. Do you still remember?" Qin Pingon nodded and smiled. Of course he remembered. Now Qin Pingon was still thinking about asking Wei Pai for a bamboo pole to make a bamboo knife for himself and Pei Qian. The master and disciple, one big and one small. If the bamboo was big enough, he could also make a bamboo sword for Pei Qian. Qin Pingon had nothing to be embarrassed about with Wei Pai. Wei Pai's bamboo forest on the Chiduan mountain was actually the offspring of the ancestor of the valiant bamboo, one of the 10 immortal bamboos in the Bamboo Sea Cave, which was famous in the 9 continents. At that time it was cut down by Alliance. Except for the bamboo boxes and bamboo slips made by Qin Pingon, the real big head was the bamboo building on the Luopa mountain. However, the appearance of the latter was Wei Pai's own wish. The valiant bamboo was incomparably in line with the prophecy of the military sage. When the military power is raised, it is like a broken bamboo. After a few sections it will be easily solved. Building a building with this bamboo was the most beneficial for pure martial artists and military cultivators. Later, Li Shixing wrote talisman outside the bamboo building. It was not strange that the barefoot old man almost stayed on the 2nd floor of the bamboo building all year round, meditating and cultivating. Looking back, Wei Pai could be considered to have made a good deal and earned a Dali Beiwei god. After walking through the book Slip Lake, Qin Pingon realized that to be able to do business sincerely and naturally, without the slightest smell of profiteering and money, and to make business into a gentleman's friendship, it was the real skill and maturity of a person to deal with the world. Wei Pai did not know that he was about to cut off his own flesh again. This was probably called, "A thief in the house is hard to guard against." This Dali god was still there explaining to Qin Pingon why the parasol leaf was so precious. You must keep it well. For example, if you are a cultivator of the middle 5 realms in Dali, there is a world of difference whether you have a peace and quiet tablet or not. When you return to the Tongye continent in the future and travel around, there is a world of difference whether you have this leaf or not. If I did not know that you have made up your mind and that there is a mortal enemy in the Tongye continent, I would advise you to bypass the Tongye sect and go straight to the south of the Tongye continent to try your luck. I will not go to the Tongye continent for the time being. As for the reason, it is not just Du Mao and the Tongye sect. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment. In the end he told Wei Bian the details of how Sui Yu had gone to the Jade Grey sect, how he would change from a pure martial artist to a swordsman, and how he had followed Li Fuyao. Everyone knew that the Tongya Tontinent's Yugui sect's subsect was located at the Calligraphy Lake in the Aquarius continent. However, this was the first time Qin Pingan revealed his relationship with the old man surnamed Sun and Xianxia. After all, Qin Pingan was worried about the flying sword messages between the cloud-padding mountain and the verdant gorge island. After Wei Pai heard it, he was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he frowned and said, the Yugui sect should be using this opportunity to express their goodwill to the central region's Confucian temple, but they did not want to fall out with the sage of literature. Therefore they let the great cultivator who joined the Yugui sect from the Tongya sect become a pawn to explore the way, instead of letting Jiang Shangzhen, one of their own, rush to the Calligraphy Lake immediately. If they kill you, there will be a scapegoat, but if they don't kill you, this action can be considered as an explanation to the sacrificial saint of the quasi-sage's lineage. The great cultivator of the Tongya sect's ancestral hall was not stupid. He did not want to be killed by someone else, so he sneakily pushed out the nascent soul cultivator, Li Fuyao. Although Li Fuyao's realm was not as high as the former, she was not stupid. She followed you for a while before deciding to show herself and put on a show with you in the Meili Kingdom. Wei Pai then told Qin Pingan the many inside rules between the upper and lower sections. Qin Pingan finally came to a realization. Why was the Jade sect so fickle? From the old man surnamed Sun who appeared in Old Dragon City, to Jiang Shangzhen and finally to Gong Willow Island, they did not care about the slightest relationship. As it turned out, it involved the great undertaking of the sect. Qin Pingan shook the blade-strengthening gourd and could only sigh. He was no longer in the mood to drink. He did not know the respective roles of the old man surnamed Sun and Jiang Shangzhen in this scheme. What was it? Right now, the person who understood the details of the mountains to the west of Longquan Prefecture the most was definitely Wei Pai. Transferring the fate of the mountains and rivers was not a difficult matter. But back to Qin Pingan's original question, where to build the two great mountain protection formations and when to break ground. Wei Pai's expression was not relaxed. He said slowly, the two great formations are of extremely high quality, and the cost is even more astonishing. Since you are still lacking the key items right now, if you are not in a hurry, I suggest you make a decision later. The matter of the Great Mountain Protection Formation is the most important thing for all cultivators to establish a sect. When it is truly foolproof, then set up the formation in one go. It is best not to be intermittent. Wei Pai said with a smile. In any case, now that I am in Longquan Prefecture, you don't have to worry about those mountains of yours for the time being. If it really doesn't work, then there is also St. Ruan. Qin Pingan felt a headache. After joking, Wei Pai continued to talk about serious matters. It is not easy to find a Mahist master who is proficient in formations and mechanisms in other places in the Aquarius continent, but we happen to have a lot of them in Dali. This matter can be prepared earlier so that when the time comes, you will not be in a hurry. Ordinary Mahist cultivators really do not dare to take over these two great formations. You have to decide on the candidates as soon as possible and then make up time instead of setting a date first and then looking for people. So you can find a chance to contact that hero Su Ruo. This person is behind the scenes in Dali and he is extremely important. Even I can't see through his depth. You don't have to worry about this matter. I will help you to greet him, or else you may not be able to find Su Ruo. Wei Pai was probably worried that Qin Pingan would be too hasty and must set up the Great Formation before going to the North Continent so that he could travel with ease. He patiently reminded him, the path of cultivation is long and there are many opportunities to be fought for. Some good things can only be done by waiting. Don't think that time in the world is so slow just because the trip to the Scroll Lake was incomparably torturous and every day felt like a year. Qin Pingan nodded. I understand this. Wei Pai smiled and said, that's good. I thought that I would have to persuade you more. Qin Pingan said helplessly, to be honest, I really want to have a decent mountain top. It's extravagant and imposing. Even if I'm not on the mountain top, I can feel at ease even if I'm thousands of miles away. That's something that makes me happy just thinking about it. But since you have said so, I can only hold it in and take it slow. Qin Pingan suddenly laughed and fastened the blade-strengthening gourd to his waist. Mountain God Wei, do you have any extra valiant bamboo? Just one pole will do. Wei Pai smiled and asked, is this considered extortion? Qin Pingan said resentfully, I will give you as much as you need. I will owe mountain-splitting cloud according to the market price. I am thinking that I have just returned and will soon leave Longquan County. I feel a little sorry for Pei Qian, so I will make 2 bamboo swords for her as a parting gift so that she will not cry. Wei Pai gave him a thumbs up. Helping you contact Su Ruo is one thing. He then extended his index finger. Shamelessly asking for a valiant bamboo is the second thing. Wei Pai finally gave him the middle finger. Say it. Make up 3 yuan. I do have some. Qin Pingon laughed and said, I only have a bag of adamantine copper coins left. I must keep it for picture scroll and the others. As long as I throw the adamantine copper coins into my robe, its rank can be increased. Someone said that it is best to increase the rank of a half-immortal weapon in one go. It will definitely not be a loss. Even if I become a golden body warrior in the future, wearing it will be a burden. I can just sell it for a sky-high price. But according to what the Li dynasty is saying now, all the gold and copper coins on credit will be written off after the mountains are sold to me. I was thinking that Wei Shan, the mystic prodigy, would do more work and at least squeeze out a few bags of gold and copper coins for me. If that doesn't work, I'll just take it that I owe the Li dynasty a debt. Wei Pai smiled brightly and asked, Young hero Chen, may I ask if you have accidentally left your face in some corner of Jianghu? Did you forget to pick it up and bring it back to Longquan County? Qin Pingon said with a righteous face, Look at what you are saying. Hurting my feelings is secondary. The key is that you don't have the demeanor of an immortal at all. This is unacceptable. Wei Pai reached out and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Qin Pingon, you are actually Mr. Zhu and Pei Qian's flatterer, aren't you? Qin Pingon waited quietly for him to continue. Wei Pai thought for a moment. The bamboo pole is fine. I will give it to you as a gift. Just treat it as a meeting gift from me to that little girl. But asking for a few more bags of adamantine copper coins from Dolly is not a big deal in itself. But asking for a price at the last minute is against the rules of business, so I have to think about how to ask for it. Qin Pingon clasped his hands and smiled. Wei Pai said seriously, Qin Pingon, don't blame me for making a big fuss over nothing. Whether it is the gods of mountains and rivers or the cultivators on the mountain, there are some rules. The smaller you look, the lower you are at the bottom. It seems that there are no consequences for trampling on them, but in fact the more you should respect them. Qin Pingon nodded. When I was an accountant at Bookslip Lake, I also thought about this. Later, when I traveled around, I had some insights about this. Only then did Wei Pai's expression return to normal. He said bitterly, capable people do more work. Wei Pai looked in the direction of Luapa Mountain and said with a smile, There are visitors at Luapa Mountain again. Qin Pingon was afraid of ropes for 10 years after being bitten by a snake. His heart tightened. He was afraid that Ruan Ting was still angry and would directly attack the mountain. Wei Pai pressed down on Qin Pingon's shoulder and said with a smile, You will know when you see. Qin Pingon suddenly said, Wait a minute. Wei Pai stopped and said with a face full of grief and indignation, Is there anything else? Qin Pingon, isn't this too much? Qin Pingon joked, It's easy to invite a god in, but it's hard to send him away. Wei Pai rubbed his cheeks with both hands. Come on, let's celebrate. Qin Pingon took out the parasol tree leaf again, and then took out the jade token that accompanied the saint from the Fengtsuan object. I am good at nurturing the great spirit. Wei Pai glanced at the jade token and clicked his tongue. This thing is not ordinary. Qin Pingon handed over the jade token and said with a smile, I'll lend it to you for 100 years. Just treat it as the price for buying the brave bamboo from you. Wei Pai took the jade token without hesitation and said with a laugh, This is good. Ever since you returned to Longquan County, I have been waiting for you to say this. With this jade token, my throne as Dolly's North Mountain god will be completely secured. Even if you give me half of the Aquarius continent in my territory, I can guarantee the stability of the mountains and rivers. Wei Pai will definitely not be full. Qin Pingon then placed the parasol tree leaf in Wei Pai's hand. I'll give you the bigger fragment of the invulnerable golden body. I don't feel at ease carrying the parasol tree leaf with me, so I'll leave it at MT covering cloud. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry to build 2 big formations. This time Wei Pai was really surprised. A fragment of the invulnerable golden body that was as big as a child's fist was given to him? This was a world treasure that could make the cultivators of the upper 5 realms not hesitate to fight to the death. This was something that Wei Pai did not even dare to think about. Even if these fragments of the invulnerable golden body were the most beneficial to the gods of mountains and rivers, they were better than cultivators. Wei Pai held back for a long time, then asked, "Good things come in pairs, why don't you give me the remaining fragment as well?" Qin Pingon raised his middle finger. Wei Pai was relieved. "Looks like it's the result after careful consideration. I won't regret it." Wei Pai carefully kept the parasol tree leaf, and praised Qin Pingon for being the child of wealth. Qin Pingon said proudly, "This is called if you want a horse to run, you have to feed it grass." Wei Pai looked at Qin Pingon from the corner of his eyes. "You really won't regret it?" Qin Pingon shook his head, looking a little absent-minded. He looked into the distance with his hands in his sleeves, showing his exhaustion. "On the trip to Book Lake I was alone. Even when I stretched my arm and took a step I was trembling with fear. I don't want to have to rely on myself all the time in my hometown in the future. I also want to be lazy." Wei Pai was silent for a moment, then asked with a smile, "That small fragment of the invulnerable golden body, you originally wanted to give it to the mountain god of Luopa Mountain, right? After all, a close neighbor is better than a distant relative. It's not a bad thing to build a good relationship." Qin Pingon nodded. "Looks like I can save it now." Wei Pai said, "Then you're not the child of wealth." Qin Pingon said in a bad mood, "I'm not." Wei Pai dismissed it with a smile. Qin Pingon thought of something and asked, "Right now there's a ferry in Oxhorn Mountain, can we go to the colorful clothes country?" Wei Pai nodded and said, "The mountain god of northern mountains still has some influence." Qin Pingon said with a smile, "Next time I'll start climbing from the foot of Cloud Pall Mountain and walk around it." Wei Pai said, "You can also take a look at Linlu Academy. You have a friend studying there." It was the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom, Zhou Xian. Qin Pingon had a good impression of this person. Wei Pai said with emotion, "Soil piled up into mountains, wind and rain rising. Qin Pingon, you can indeed look forward to the future. Within the mountains, Luopa Mountain, Mount Huimeng, the sword-worshipping platform, and many other places, there will be Elder Cui Dongshan, Peiqian Julian, and many other cultivators. Within Dali, Wei Pai, Su Ruo, Jing Dafeng Gaoxian, and many other allies will be there." Qin Pingon smiled knowingly. After many trials and tribulations in life, there was always a light at the end of the tunnel. Wei Pai pressed on Qin Pingon's shoulder again. "Don't let the guests wait too long." He gave a light push. Qin Pingon had already disappeared from Cloud Pall Mountain. Wei Pai stayed alone at the peak of the mountain. Cloud Pall Mountain was extremely high, the sea of clouds surging as if it was as high as the sky and as high as the moon. He looked up. The scenery was magnificent. The flying sky mirror under the moon, the cloud ceiling tower. Qin Pingon staggered and took a step forward. It was as if he was in a glazed fairyland. He felt a little dizzy. When he focused his eyes, he had already arrived at the foot of Luopa Mountain. Qin Pingon had long been accustomed to this. Back in the lotus flower-blessed land, this was a common thing. This was one of the waiting water. The water was the river of time. The earth immortal cultivators or the mountain deities' earth shrinking divine ability, this kind of competition with the river of time was the most subtle kind. It was the earth shrinking divine ability of the present age. It was said that compared to the ancient immortals and gods shifting mountains and seas, it was too inferior. There was an ancient text that once said, "Earth shrinking yellow springs, ascending to the heavenly palace, how carefree it was." These were all unintentional words of Cui Dongshan in the early years. As for Cui Dong's so-called shifting mountains of 3 mountains and crossing seas of 4 seas, Qin Pingon did not think much of it at that time. Later, after he bought the immortal book of inverted mountains, he realized that there was no such thing as 3 mountains and 4 seas in the vast world. Later on, he met Cui Dongshan again in the southeast of Aquarius continent. When the two were playing chess, Qin Pingon casually asked about this. Cui Dongshan laughed and said that it was old history and did not continue the topic. Qin Pingon saw a hunchback man with a green foxtail in his mouth. That guy also saw Qin Pingon. The hunchback clicked his tongue and said, "Not bad, shifting mountains and shrinking earth. Why? Do you find that golden head an eyesore, so you decided to become the mountain deity of Luopa Mountain yourself?" Qin Pingon said helplessly, "This is Wei Pai's divine ability, I don't have this ability." Qin Pingon's body relaxed. Naturally, he covered his sleeves with his hands. "Let's walk." Jing Dafeng glanced at Qin Pingon. He had not seen him for a few years. He had lost a few kilograms. His height should have grown, but his back and shoulders were bent. He did not look tall. Jing Dafeng exclaimed, "Seems like after leaving Old Dragon City, Sui Yu's skills have improved." Qin Pingon was confused. "What do you mean?" Jing Dafeng said earnestly, "Young people really don't know how to control themselves. A certain part of your primordial qi has been damaged, your qi and blood must be weak, your marrow must be exhausted, and your back must be so painful that you can't even raise your head. I dare say that you have the will but not the strength to practice your fist recently, right? When you go back to the old man's medicine shop, grab a few prescriptions to nourish your body. If you really can't do it, ask Wei Pai for a qi fusion technique, then you can get back at Great Sword Immortal Sui in the future. It won't be embarrassing. Young men are often not a woman's match." Qin Pingon finally understood the meaning behind Jing Dafeng's words. With Jing Dafeng's temper, the more he argued about this kind of ridicule, the more excited he would be. If Sui Yu were here, Jing Dafeng would probably suffer a sword strike. Qin Pingon suddenly thought of the words of a saint in the Taoist proper scripture. He smiled and said, "The great Tao is clear and empty, how can there be such a thing?" Jing Dafeng scoffed at this. Qin Pingon asked, "Your master has taken in 2 more disciples. I've met them. That woman is the same as you and Li Er, a pure martial artist. But why does that youth from Peach Leaf Alley not seem to be on the path of martial arts?" Jing Dafeng shook his head and said, "No one knows what the old man is thinking. Other than Li Er, I don't even know how many other senior brothers and sisters are scattered all over the world. Can you believe it? The old man has never liked to talk about this." Qin Pingon asked, "What are your plans now?" Jing Dafeng said with a look of righteousness, "Isn't this nonsense? Open my eyes wide and look for a wife. Now I wish I could carry a lantern at night and pick up a woman from the streets and bring her home. Do you think it's fun to be single? The night is long, and other than the crowing of chickens and the barking of dogs, there's only the sound of farts. You still have to cover them in your bed, unwilling to let them go. If it were you, wouldn't you feel pity for yourself?" Qin Pingon wiped his face and did not say a word. Jing Dafeng smiled and said, "I have something to discuss with you." Qin Pingon asked curiously, "Go ahead." Jing Dafeng pointed to the foot of Luopa Mountain behind him. "I plan to return to my old job of guarding the door and freeload off of you. How about that?" Qin Pingon stopped in his tracks. "You're not joking?" Jing Dafeng was angry. "I rushed all night just to come to Luopa Mountain to joke with you?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Sure, I'll get Zhu Lian to build a house at the mountain gate later." Jing Dafeng rolled his eyes and said, "There has to be one on the mountain. Otherwise, if word gets out, I'll become a joke and I won't be able to find a wife." Qin Pingon looked around and leaned close to Jing Dafeng, whispering to him. After Jing Dafeng heard this, he quickly wiped his saliva and smiled slyly. "That's not very good, right? If word gets out, my reputation won't be good? I don't have a wife yet. Besides, you've already given it to the little girl in pink. If you ask for it back from a little girl, it won't be appropriate." Qin Pingon said, "That's what you said. In the future, don't be greedy. Leave the mountain alone and wander around the mountain all day." Jing Dafeng grabbed Qin Pingon's arm. You won't let me say a few words. I'm thin-skinned and you know that. After wandering around the Jianghu for so long, I still don't have the slightest bit of insight." Qin Pingon rubbed at his chin and said, "Forget it. The fox skin talisman from the little girl in the pink dress is better off not asking for it. I'll get someone to help you get another one from the Clear Breeze City." Jing Dafeng nodded vigorously and suddenly thought of something. He asked tentatively, "Wait a minute, what do you mean? You're not paying for the talisman paper?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I'll still pay for it. Just treat it as paying for you to guard the mountain gate." Jing Dafeng was anxious. Qin Pingon withdrew his joking expression. "If you really want a quiet place to stay, there are actually quite a few other mountains outside Luopa Mountain. Gray Mist Mountain, Crayfish Back, Sword Greeting Platform, you can choose." Jing Dafeng shook his head. "Guarding the gate is nothing to be ashamed of. If I really feel that I've been defeated in this life and have to hide, why would I come to Longquan County?" Jing Dafeng patted Qin Pingon's shoulder and walked slowly. He raised his head to look at the peak of Luopa Mountain. This place has the smell of people. I like it. Actually, the small town back then also had it. It's just that after it was reduced from a small paradise to a blessed land, there were no restrictions. The mountains and rivers within 1,000 miles have taken root. People come and go, fish and dragons mix together. It's just a lively place, but it's not lively. When Qin Pingan returned to Longquan County this time and passed by the small town, he indeed had such a feeling. However, his thoughts were not as direct as Xing Dafeng's. Xing Dafeng said, "If there comes a day when I feel that Luopa Mountain is also like this, I'll move away. At that time, don't blame me for not telling you." Qin Pingan thought for a moment. "Why don't you tell me before you move?" Xing Dafeng did not comment. He suddenly stretched out his hand and patted Qin Pingan's back. "Don't deliberately bend over. Are you tired? I Xing Dafeng am a hunchback. So what? I'm handsome." Qin Pingan squeezed but still could not laugh. Xing Dafeng stayed in Zhou Lian's courtyard that night. As long as he gave them 2 pots of wine and a few dishes, they would probably be able to chat for the entire night. When he thought of Zhou Lian and Xing Dafeng's request to guard the gate of Luopa Mountain, Qin Pingan felt more at ease. Zhou Lian would probably run to the foot of the mountain. Once the 2 of them started drinking and chatting, Xing Dafeng would probably be able to talk about how he was one of the 4 divine generals of the heavenly court. Qin Pingan returned to the bamboo building. The old man surnamed Chui stood on the 2nd floor. The corners of his mouth twitched as he turned and walked into the house. Qin Pingan's scalp went numb. He still went up to the 2nd floor. The old man sat cross-legged in the house and teased, "You're not going to thank me for sending you off and letting you see the charming scenery of a beauty under the moon for nothing?" Qin Pingan sat opposite him and said with a straight face, "I really can't say words that go against my conscience." The old man nodded. "It's understandable. I haven't beaten you for a few years. Your skin is itchy and your guts are fat." Qin Pingan knew that something was wrong. The old man sneered. "Still running? Aren't you afraid that I'll punch you straight to Spiritual Grace Mountain? And let Wan Ting smash you back to Luopa Mountain with a hammer?" Qin Pingan's forehead was covered in sweat. The old man took out a letter from his sleeve and tossed it to Qin Pingan. "Your student left it for you." Qin Pingan reached out to catch the letter. The old man's fist had already arrived. Even though Qin Pingan had actually sensed it, he was still caught off guard. With a bang, he flew out and hit the wall. The old man sneered. Strange. A martial artist at the peak of the 5th realm is not as agile as a martial artist at the 3rd realm back then. No wonder you can only follow behind others and eat their dust." Qin Pingan put the letter away, took off the sword immortal on his back and took off his boots. His body was stooped. It seemed that his fist stance was loose and his fist intent was restrained. In fact, his muscles and bones were suddenly stretched. His joints were like firecrackers, so much so that the green robe on his body shook and the dust around him scattered. If Zhou Lian was here, he would definitely be shocked. Then he would start to flatter him and say that the pupil had surpassed the master. Because in these years, the only fist stance that Qin Pingan had practiced, even if he didn't want to, was Zhou Lian's original ape form. The essence of it was that when the gate of heaven opens, spring thunder explodes. Although Qin Pingan had not perfected it, he was already extremely similar to Zhou Lian, who had been practicing it for decades. Then Qin Pingan used his ape form fist intent to strike a stance that he had learned from the imperial tutor of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. The stance of his fist was the Iron Horse Chisel formation. "Come. If you have the ability, then use the 5th realm to kill me." The barefoot old man slowly stood up. The bamboo building shook. The thick spiritual energy in the surroundings was actually scattered a lot. A green-robed figure suddenly arrived. A knee smashed towards the old man's head. The old man casually stretched out a hand and pressed down on Qin Pingan's knee. With a casual push, he threw Qin Pingan out. The old man still slowly stood up. During this process, his speed did not increase or decrease. He just stood there, calm and composed. After being thrown out, Qin Pingan did not look embarrassed. Instead, his toes lightly touched the wall of the bamboo building and he floated to the ground. He frowned and said, "6th realm?" The old man obviously disdained to answer such a childish question. The old man thought for a moment. Then he did the same as Qin Pingan. He used the ape form fist intent to support his divine chi. Then he used the Iron Horse Chisel formation to open up a path. He smiled and said, "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Let me teach you." Qin Pingon bent his knees slightly and took a step back. His hands drew an arc like moving clouds and flowing water. Finally, his palm turned into a fist. He struck a strange posture that the old man had never seen before. "As long as it's the fifth realm, do you think I'm afraid of you?" The old man said, "Oh." He threw out a punch. Qin Pingon actually fainted on the spot. He could only curse out half a sentence. Because the old man's punch was clearly not of the fifth realm. Not to mention the sixth realm, it might even be of the seventh realm. The old man put his hands behind his back and smiled. "Sorry, I didn't hold back." The old man was not purposely teasing Qin Pingon. But it was the truth. In the past few years in this bamboo building full of glyphs, he had used the fire to nurture his originally strong and ferocious fist essence. Tonight, it had been slightly influenced by this little brat's fist essence. The old man's punch had the intention of not being satisfied until it was released. Even if he tried his best to restrain himself, he could only suppress it to realm 7. The old man sighed in his heart and walked out of the house. Although returning to the last realm of the 10 realms was a matter of time, the 11th realm of the martial artist that he once thought was a must-have was no longer an extravagant hope. Back then, it was he who faced the sect master Zhou Xian and gave up the chance to reach the 11th realm in exchange for the safety of the 2 young people. Although he did not regret it, how could he not have any regrets? The old man turned his head and glanced at the young people in the house. After retracting his gaze, he thought for a while and kicked Qin Pingon to wake him up. Without waiting for Qin Pingon to say anything, the old man kicked his forehead again. Poor Qin Pingon fainted again. The old man muttered, "In the future, if you don't have the ability to reach the 11th realm, see if I don't beat you to death." The old man returned to the corridor again, feeling refreshed. It was as if he had returned to the time when he locked his grandson in the small attic of the library and removed the ladder. Every time his grandson succeeded in his studies, the old man would feel gratified. But he would not say anything. Some of the most heartfelt words, such as extreme disappointment or extreme joy, especially the latter. As an elder, he would not say anything to the junior that he had high hopes for. It was like a jar of old wine placed in a coffin. Once the old man passed away, the jar of wine would not have the chance to see the light of day again. How did the old man treat Qin Pingon? Pei Qian might not know. The little boy in green and the girl in pink might not know either. Only Zhou Lian knew. That was why Zhou Lian did not have the thought of asking the old man for advice on fist techniques. Pearls and jade were in front of him. On the peak of the mountains, it was enough to have an old man and a young man to teach and learn fist techniques. First he set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, book guest house mobile version reading website. "462. Bid farewell to the old and welcome the new." The commotion at the bamboo house was too loud. After Pei Qian woke up, he immediately put on his clothes, equipped his sword and saber and rushed out with his mountain walking stick. The girl in pink was half a step behind him. She also opened the door and saw Pei Qian's nimble back as he ran out of the courtyard. The girl in pink noticed something amiss and quickly ran after him. As expected, she saw Pei Qian's stern face and murderous aura, mumbling as he ran. The girl in pink had a rough understanding of Pei Qian's temper and quickly advised, "Don't be rash. Master has always been like this when he was training on the mountain." It wasn't that the girl in pink didn't feel sorry for her master, but she knew the severity of the situation. She didn't want Pei Qian to be at a disadvantage at the bamboo house. Moreover, Master Cui really didn't have any ill intentions towards her master. Pei Qian ran madly with his head down and his mountain walking stick. He said angrily, "That old bastard really wants to rebel. This mountain belongs to my master and the bamboo house belongs to my master. That old bastard shamelessly occupied the 2nd floor. Master was knocked out by 2 or 3 punches the moment he came up the mountain. When he opened his eyes, he was just chatting with us for a while and not long after he was punched again. Now it's happening again. Master returned to his hometown to enjoy life, not to be bullied by that old bastard." The more Pei Qian spoke, the angrier he became. He kept repeating, "This is so infuriating, so infuriating." The girl in pink was a fire python spirit that had entered the middle 5 realms. She floated lightly beside Pei Qian and said timidly, If Master Cui really wants to rebel, we can't do anything. We can't beat him. Pei Qian tilted his head and spat. He didn't slow down and said through gritted teeth, then let's not fight. I'll reason with that old bastard. I don't believe that there's such an unkind guest in this world who bullies my master for being easy to talk to. I Pei Qian am not a kind person. I'm Master's first disciple and Cui Dongshan's senior sister. The girl in pink floated backwards beside Pei Qian. She glanced at the mountain walking stick in Pei Qian's hand and the bamboo sword at his waist. She wanted to say something but stopped. Near Pei Qian's residence, a little boy in cyan clothes was sitting on the roof and yawning. Compared with the time when he carried Qin Pingon, who was covered in blood, downstairs, the competition, on the second floor of the bamboo building, was not worth mentioning at all. It was like turning a page from a frontier poem to a graceful poem. Pei Qian, this charcoal, was still inexperienced. Zheng Dafeng and Zhou Xian were drinking wine and admiring the moon in the courtyard. They didn't talk about Qin Pingon and only talked about women. Otherwise, it would be too outrageous for two men to talk about a man in the middle of the night. Zhou Xian talked about the right side of the Sui dynasty who traveled far to Tongye continent, Huang Ting, the Taiping mountain female crown princess, Yao Jinji in the Great Spring dynasty, Jin Su, Lady Gui's maid, and Fan Junmao, who had a bad temper. Zheng Dafeng talked about He Xiaoyang, who had betrayed the Shinho sect, Fairy Su Jia of Xingyang Mountain, who had unfortunately fallen into the mud at the foot of the mountain, and Dali's short but charming imperial concubine. Later on, Zheng Dafeng talked about the beautiful women who were born and raised in the small town when he was guarding the gate of Lizhu Cave Heaven. There was the Gu family from Nipping Alley, and a few decades earlier, there was a woman from Apricot Blossom Alley who became the river granny of Longshu River a few years ago. After becoming the goddess of mountains and rivers, she regained her youth and her youthful appearance. She was quite good-looking, but her mouth was a little harsh. When it came to quarreling, she was even better than his sister-in-law. Zheng Dafeng took a sip of wine and smacked his lips. He was intoxicated. Drinking with a close friend on a moonlit night and talking about beautiful women, it's really a celestial life. The Celadone wine set on the table had been there for some years. At first glance, it was obvious that it was made in a dragon kiln in the small town. It was almost perfect. As the royal tribute of the Song clan, according to the usual practice, the slightly defective products would all be strictly selected by the officials of the kiln's supervisor and thrown into the old porcelain mountain. Zheng Dafeng loved to drink and was smart. It was not difficult to secretly get some porcelain that should have been placed in the palace of Dali. As for Zheng Dafeng's trivial matters, Old Man Yang of the medicine shop probably didn't even bother to look at them. Zhou Xian was lifting the wine pot and pouring wine into the empty wine cup. He suddenly stopped and put down the wine pot. But he picked up the wine cup and put it to his ear. He tilted his head and listened carefully. He narrowed his eyes and said softly, "In a rich family, I occasionally hear the sound of porcelain breaking. It's not inferior to the sound of apricot peddling in the streets." Zhou Xian heard the subtle sound. He pinched the wine cup with 2 fingers and murmured with a smile, "Small tools breaking into pieces. It's like a country girl in love for the first time. It's like orchids and fragrant grass. Small tools breaking into pieces. It's like a beauty who can topple a country, riding a horse and brandishing her whip." Zheng Dafeng listened to these words that were full of vinegar and did not feel awkward at all. Instead, he was happy and content with Zhou Xian. Logically speaking, an old chef and a gatekeeper should only talk about shit, urine, farts, and trivial matters. The moon was bright and the wind was blowing gently. The two people sitting opposite each other had a tacit understanding. The beautiful things in the world were just like this. Zheng Dafeng laughed. "Zhou Xian, tell me the truth. During those years in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, have you ever truly liked a girl?" Zhou Xian gently put down the wine cup and sighed. "When you like a girl, how can you not be sincere? How can you not put your heart into it? It's just that in the Jianghu of a country, there are many things that are beyond one's control. When I was young, my heart was higher than the sky. I always felt that love between a man and a woman was too romantic. Maneuvering and maneuvering, unparalleled achievements, turning the tide and leaving one's name in history. In my early years when I saw these words in books, it was like," Zheng Dafeng followed up, "it was like an old bachelor in the depths of the forest who saw a beauty coming out of the bath. His blood rushed to his head in an instant." Zhou Xian hurriedly poured wine for both of them. Just based on this sentence they should drink a full cup. The two lightly clinked glasses. Zhou Xian drained his cup and wiped his mouth with a smile. The sound of clinking glasses with a close friend is even more moving than the sound of a girl taking off her clothes in the bath. Jing Dafeng asked, "Such a heavenly sound, have you really heard it before?" Zhou Xian nodded. "Passing clouds and smoke, it's all gone." Jing Dafeng was convinced and gave a thumbs up. "Expert." The green-robed little boy rolled his eyes. He could not understand these two martial artists. As long as they were together, they would not talk about martial arts nor eat meat, but they would talk about women who could not be eaten and wasted money the most. No matter how beautiful a woman was, so what? A mortal teacher, even if she was like a flower, how long could the flower bloom? How many years would it take for a person to become old? Even a female cultivator on the mountain, no matter how beautiful she was, could beauty be used as food? Could it be used as money to buy treasures? The green-robed little boy felt that the Jianghu of the two was too vulgar, too boring. The key point was that regardless of Jing Dafeng or Zhou Xian, they were obviously the most outstanding and pure martial artists in the Aquarius continent. Since they liked women so much but did not have any beauties by their side. In the secular Jianghu, the so-called Jianghu masters, even if they were only in the 6th or 7th realm, if they wanted to get close to women, wouldn't it be easy? The green-robed little boy leaned back, using his hands as a pillow. He could not understand why Qin Pingon could be friends with them. And they were true friends. At the bamboo building, Pei Qian saw the barefooted old man standing in the corridor of the 2nd floor. The old man laughed and asked, "What, you want to fight for justice for your master?" Pei Qian blinked his eyes. "Old mister, we are all heroes of the Jianghu, so we have to be righteous and know how to repay kindness, right?" The old man did not say anything. He looked down at the charcoal black lass who looked like a martial arts embryo, and was puzzled. Why did the brat in the room not put in effort to carve this exceptional unpolished jade? Qin Pingon did not talk about other things, but he had some foresight and should be able to see Pei Qian's talent. Why did he allow this mischievous and lazy girl downstairs to be unable to bear the pain, and not train hard, and only think of training to become an exceptional sword technique in one night, and become invincible in 2 days? It was just that the little girl recognized Qin Pingon as her master, and was still quite loyal, so the old man could not casually interfere. This was the true righteousness of the Jianghu. Even if little charcoal was idle every day wasting natural resources, the old man could only wait until Qin Pingon returned to Luopa Mountain before he could say anything. As for how Qin Pingon would impart martial arts to Pei Qian in the end, it was still the master and disciple's business. The old man did not say anything. Pei Qian was even less confident. He definitely could not beat him. Even if he called old chef, it would be useless. He could only blame himself for the crazy demon sword technique that was too difficult to master. Otherwise he would not have allowed the old bastard to be so arrogant and domineering, and would have beaten him to the point where he would kowtow and apologize to his master. But Pei Qian was especially bold today. He just did not want to turn around and leave. The girl in pink tugged at Pei Qian's sleeve, indicating that they should stop while they were ahead. Pei Qian gently patted the girl in pink's hand, held his head high and said loudly, "Old mister, let's play Gamoku. The rules will be set by me. Whoever wins, do you dare?" The old man said expressionlessly, "I don't dare." Pei Qian was stunned on the spot. The old man suddenly said, "Will you practice martial arts diligently one day when your master is beaten to death? Then after a few days of practice, you feel that you can't take it anymore, so you might as well just forget about it. Every year, you can only be a little more attentive, as if you were visiting the graves of your master's parents, so that you can feel at ease." Pei Qian's eyes were brimming with tears. He pursed his lips tightly and reached out to hold the hilt of the knife at his waist tightly. At this moment, a man in green walked out of the house unsteadily, leaning against the railing, and waved at Pei Qian. "Go back to sleep, don't listen to him, master won't die." Pei Qian was about to cry, "What if?" Qin Pingon laughed angrily. "Then go upstairs, master will let him massage your muscles and bones just like Sui Yu did in Old Dragon City. Do you want it? I'll count to 3. If you don't go back to sleep, I'll grab you up here. You can't run even if you want to. Master won't care about you in the future. Everything will be handled by the old senior." Qin Pingon had just counted to 3. Pei Qian ran away, shouting as he ran, "There's no what if, there's no what if. Master is powerful." The old man sneered. "He doesn't have much conscience." Qin Pingon coughed a few times, his eyes gentle, looking at the back of the two little girls. He laughed. Such a big child, it's already very good. If we expect more, it's our fault. The old man shook his head. If it's an ordinary disciple, it's fine if it's a little late. But Pei Qian is different, such a good seedling. The earlier he suffers, the greater the suffering and the more promising he will be. 13 or 14 years old is not young. If I remember correctly, when you were his age, you also got the mountain quaking fist and started to practice it. Qin Pingon laughed. Anyway, I'm Pei Qian's master. What you say doesn't count. The old man squinted. What, do you really raise Pei Qian as a daughter? You have to think clearly whether Luo Pa Mountain needs a lawless rich family's daughter or a tenacious martial arts embryo. Qin Pingon put his hands on the railing. I don't want to think about this. I only think that at Pei Qian's age, since she's already done many things she doesn't like, copying books, practicing the sword and saber, she's already busy enough. It's not like she's idling around every day, so she has to do something she likes to do. The old man asked, what's going on with the little girl's eyes? Qin Pingon shook his head. After coming out of the lotus blossom blessed land, it's been like this. The old master of the Eastern Sea Monastery seems to have done something to her eyes, but it should be a good thing. The old man was not a wishy-washy person. After asking this question, regardless of whether he was satisfied with the answer, he immediately changed the topic. This time, after going to Cloud Mountain and having a heart-to-heart talk, did you do something wrong again? What gift did you give to Wei Pai? Qin Pingon was a little embarrassed, but he didn't hide it and said softly, a piece of glazed golden body that fell to the human world after Du Mao failed to ascend. The old man had seen the world, so he asked directly, how old is it? Qin Pingon replied, the size of a child's fist. Qin Pingon thought the old man was going to scold him for being a wastrel, but the old man nodded and said, you can't only owe Wei Pai a favor. Otherwise, in the future, the people of Luo Pa Mountain will be affected by you, living under someone else's roof for the rest of their lives, unable to raise their heads to look at Cloud Mountain. The old man asked again, do you know why I sent you to Wuxia by the stream with 2 punches? Qin Pingon shook his head. The old man said, do you know that Wuxia followed Stickman to Book Slip Lake? Qin Pingon nodded. We almost met. The old man sneered. Then do you know that she killed a young man that Dolly was determined to get? Even Wuxia herself didn't know that the young man was the disciple candidate of the vassal king Song Jianqiang. At that time on Hibiscus Mountain, the situation was settled. The earth immortal of Jindan who kidnapped the young man was dead, the ancestral hall of Hibiscus Mountain was demolished, and the wild cultivators were killed, but Dolly's stickman was intact. Think about it. Why didn't he bring back the Dolly boy from the north who should have a bright future? Qin Pingon really didn't know this inside story and fell into deep thought. The old man revealed some secrets. The young man that Song Jianqiang picked was naturally a martial arts genius that was hard to come by in 100 years. The reason why Dolly's stickman found him was that when he broke through the realm in his early years, he was still in the lower 3 realms of martial arts, but he had already caused several martial temples to appear. Dolly has always been a country built on martial arts, so the rise and fall of martial arts fate was undoubtedly the most important thing. Although Wuxia helped the stickman find 3 substitutes in the end, Song Jianqiang had more or less taken note of it. Qin Pingon was puzzled. It has something to do with me? The old man almost punched him again, wanting to beat this guy to the point that he was enlightened. Qin Pingon's heart was moved, and he had already moved a few steps horizontally. He actually went against the 6-step stance of the mountain quaking fist, and it was very natural. The old man calmed down a little and didn't continue to attack. He said, you only fight for the title of the strongest but not for martial arts fate. But would Wuxia think the same? Don't all the silly girls in the world want to be close to the men around them and get as many benefits as possible? From Wuxia's point of view, since there are people of the same age who jumped out to fight for martial arts fate with you, it's a battle of the great Tao. What she did was to eliminate the root of the problem and eliminate all future troubles. Qin Pingon looked gloomy. The old man put one hand behind his back and stroked the railing with the other. I'm not going to randomly match you, but as an old man, I hope you understand one thing. When you reject a girl, you have to know what she has done for you. If you know and still reject her when the time comes and you tell her everything clearly, then it's no longer your fault. Instead, it's your ability and the other girl's good taste. But if you don't know anything and just want to have a clear conscience, you may seem to have a heart of stone, but in fact you are stupid. The old man turned his head and asked, "Do you understand this?" Qin Pingon nodded. "I understand." The old man asked again, "Then what should I do?" Qin Pingon said, "I don't know." The old man raised his eyebrows. Qin Pingon saw that the situation was not good. He floated up, held the railing with one hand and dashed out of the bamboo building. However, it was not a straight path. He suddenly used 1,000 pounds fall and landed on the ground. At the same time, he did not hesitate to use a distance-shrinking talisman and patted the blade's strengthening gourd to let Chu Yi and Shiwu protect his back. Then he steered the sword celestial ahead and stomped heavily on the ground. He stepped on the sword celestial like a galloping horse. He was determined not to ride the sword celestial to the open sea of clouds. Instead, he stuck close to the ground and circled around the forest to escape quickly. He did it in one go. Obviously, he had prepared an escape route in advance. The old man on the second floor didn't chase after him. He said, "If you were half as good at running as you are in love, you would have asked Wan Xiu to treat you to drinks and call you son-in-law with a big smile." In the night at the end of the day, the sky was about to brighten. Qin Pingon sat alone on the steps near the peak of the Luopa mountain. Zhou Xian, who reeked of alcohol, walked up the steps and sat beside Qin Pingon's feet. He turned his head and smiled. "Young master, you have a home but can't go home. It's really a bit miserable." Qin Pingon sighed. "I asked for it. I can't blame anyone else." Zhou Xian asked, "It's almost dawn. If young master is not sleepy, why don't we go to Longquan New County together? To pick up the girl who is now half a disciple of the Luopa mountain. To tell you the truth, I have to persuade them in every possible way to make them believe that I am from the Luopa mountain. My words are accurate. But the family also made a request. They hope that the person in charge of the Luopa mountain can show his face. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to let the girl leave home and enter the mountain. So, young master, you have to do it yourself." Qin Pingon nodded and smiled. "Sure, we will pass by the wind-cold mountain in the north. We will first go to Dong Shuijing's wonton shop to take a look, then go to that family to pick up the girl." Zhu Lian chuckled. "Then we can also pass by the ancestral mountain of the Dragon Spring Sword sect." Qin Pingon kicked him lightly, but Zhu Lian did not dodge. He took the hit and cried out, "Oh, my old waist." Qin Pingon stood up and whistled. The sound was melodious. The Chu Huang horse that had not been tied up quickly ran over. Qin Pingon did not get on the horse. He only led the horse down the mountain. He was used to living with Chu Huang and traveling around. Qin Pingon asked, "Is Xing Dafeng asleep?" Zhu Lian rubbed his hands and smiled. "Not necessarily. I think Brother Dafeng is still lying in bed reading the immortal book I lent him." Qin Pingon's face darkened. He regretted asking this question. He quickly changed the topic. "What is the girl's name?" Zhu Lian replied, "Xinyunji." Qin Pingon said, "It's a strange name." Zhu Lian continued, "This budding young girl is tall and slender, much taller than this old servant. She looks slender, but upon closer inspection she is well-rounded and thin. She is a natural clothes hanger, especially her long legs." Qin Pingon said helplessly, "Are you picking a disciple for Luopa Mountain or a wife for yourself?" Zhu Lian sighed, "I have the heart to kill the thief, but I am powerless." Qin Pingon glanced at Zhu Lian, a martial artist in the far travel realm. "Do you believe that?" Zhu Lian corrected himself. "Then you're saying that you're old but vigorous, have the strength to kill thieves, but have no choice but to keep yourself clean and have no intention to kill thieves?" Qin Pingon said, "When she comes to Luopa Mountain, you and Xing Dafeng must not scare her." Zhu Lian smiled. "Young master, you are underestimating me and Brother Dafeng. We are the best men in the world." Qin Pingon stopped and handed the item to Zhu Lian. "I will go to Luopa Mountain to pick her up myself. I remember the address. Give the item to Xing Dafeng. He knows the method to open a mountain. He gave it to me and I did not refine it. Here are some wine, some calligraphy and many small antiques. Where should they be buried? You Zhu Lian are an expert. You and Xing Dafeng can plan together. I trust your foresight." Zhu Lian took the plain white jade tablet and had no choice but to turn around and climb the mountain. He kindly reminded, "Once you've picked up Xinyuanji, there's no need for young master to be in a hurry. It's suitable for trekking in autumn and enjoying the scenery slowly. But be careful that Master Wan misunderstands you. Qin Pingon was just about to ask Zhou Xian to accompany him to Longquan County City when the stooped old man vanished like a wisp of smoke in the blink of an eye. Qin Pingon led the horse down the mountain, deeply worried. Soon after, one man and one horse trekked through mountains and rivers. However, compared to when he followed Old Man Yao, it was much smoother. Unless Qin Pingon purposely wanted the horse to be bumpy and chose a steep path in an ownerless mountain range, it would be a smooth journey. Both types of scenery had their own advantages and disadvantages. It was hard to say whether the scenery in front of him was good or bad. One evening, Qin Pingon led his horse to the mountainside of Mount Fengliang. He found the wonton shop and saw Dong Shuijing, who was growing taller and taller. Dong Shuijing's face was full of smiles. He did not chat too much and only said to wait a moment. He went to the kitchen and personally cooked a big bowl of wonton. He brought it to the table and sat to the side, watching Qin Pingon chew slowly. Qin Pingon smiled and sighed. Now I can only hope that the taste of the wonton will not change. Otherwise, no one will be able to farm the fields. There will be fewer familiar faces in the town and more unfamiliar neighbors. Tall buildings will rise everywhere. It is both good and bad. Dong Shuijing smiled and did not say anything. Apart from Mr. Qi, Li Er and the young man in front of him were the few people who really looked up to Dong Shuijing in the early years. What was especially precious was that when Qin Pingon traveled with Lin Shui, Dong Shuijing voluntarily chose to give up the opportunity to study at the Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. Logically speaking, Qin Pingon and Lin Shui were closer. However, when it came to Dong Shuijing, they only got along with each other in one word: sincerity. He did not deliberately try to get closer to Dong Shuijing. He did not deliberately try to be friendly, but he never alienated Dong Shuijing because he was full of the stench of money. Dong Shuijing would cherish it. Qin Pingon still talked about the recent situation of the people from the Cliff Academy, just like the last time he met Dong Shuijing when he returned home. He also talked about some interesting stories about his travels to other continents. Dong Shuijing also talked about his experiences in Mount Fengliang and Longquan County City. They met again after a long time. The stories of both sides were all in a bowl of wontons. When he heard that Qin Pingon was going to Longquan County City, and that it was the first time that Qin Pingon had been there, Dong Shuijing planned to close the shop early. However, when he thought that there might be pilgrims rushing down the mountain at night, he handed the key to the shop assistant. Only then did he accompany Qin Pingon to leave Mount Fengliang and go to the county city in the north. There the lights were as bright as day. From afar it was a scene of prosperity. Dong Shuijing asked about the situation in the central part of the Aquarius continent when the Dali cavalry went south. Qin Pingon told him one by one. Dong Shuijing said softly, "After the chaos, business opportunities lie dormant. It's a pity that I don't have much capital. In the Dali army I don't have any connections. If not, I would really want to go to the south." Qin Pingon thought for a while. "At the Book Lake I met a friend called Guaniran. He is now a general and is a rather good disciple of an aristocratic family. When I return I will write a letter for you to get to know him. He should be to your liking." Dong Shuijing said straightforwardly, "Okay, if we really make a deal I'll give you 10% of my share." Qin Pingon nodded his head. "No problem." Dong Shuijing laughed. "I was worried that you would reject." Qin Pingon also laughed. "Then how can I be your friend in the future?" Dong Shuijing hesitated for a while. "If it's possible, I would like to participate in the management of the immortal ferry left behind by Bullhorn Mountain's Bao Li Zhai. As for how to split the profits, you have the final say. You just have to do your best to lower the price. What I want is not the money of the immortal gods, but the information that the passengers have." Qin Pingon, "I can guarantee that for this, I will do my best to take care of the ferry, and will not dare to be negligent. There is no need for you to be distracted. There is a prerequisite: if you have an estimate of the profits of the ferry you can tell me. If I can let you earn more then I will accept this task. If I cannot do it then I will not mention it and you do not need to feel guilty." Qin Pingon thought for a while. "All right, then I will first discuss with someone and give you a price. Business is business, I will not be courteous with you." Dong Shuijing smiled and said, "You are already very courteous with me." Qin Pingon was silent for a moment, and then handed Dong Shuijing a bottle of wine that was stored in the cube. He took off the blade's strengthening gourd and drank. Qin Pingon said, "Actually, I was quite regretful that you did not follow me to the Cliff Academy. I always felt that the two of us were the most alike, born poor. I did not have the opportunity to study at that time, so when you stayed in the small town I was a little angry. Of course, this was unreasonable, and in retrospect I found that you actually did a good job, so I had the opportunity to tell you these things. Otherwise, I could only keep it in my heart." Dong Shuijing drank a mouthful of wine. "I know my own weight. My studies are passable and not too bad, but definitely not as good as Lin Shi. It is better to do something that I am good at." Qin Pingon laughed and said, "Both of you likely Huai's sister so much." Dong Shuijing's face was slightly red, not sure if it was because of the wine or something else. Dong Shuijing drank a big mouthful of wine and said in a low voice, "There is one thing that I am sure of. I am better than Lin Shi now. If one day Li Lu looks down on me and Lin Shi will definitely be angry to death. I will not. As long as Li Lu is doing well, I will still be a little happy. Of course, I will not be too happy. There is no need to lie like this. It is just a waste of the good wine in my hand. But I believe that no matter what, I will be more open-minded than Lin Shi." Qin Pingon nodded. Dong Shuijing raised the wine bottle in his hand. "It is expensive, right?" Qin Pingon laughed and said, "It is not cheap." Dong Shuijing took a small sip. "Then it will be better and better." Qin Pingon laughed loudly. "Just like me." The two of them were from the same hometown. They chatted along the way as they walked north. When they arrived at the south gate of Longquan County City, there were soldiers at the city gate checking the documents. Qin Pingon carried them with him. But he did not expect that when he saw Dong Shuijing only took out the household registration document symbolically. The leader of the soldiers at the city gate did not even take it. He casually glanced at it and smiled as he exchanged a few words with Dong Shuijing. Then he directly let the two of them enter the city. Qin Pingon saw this but did not say anything. Clearly, Dong Shuijing was doing better than he had imagined. County Governor Wu Yuan, the disciple of the imperial tutor Cui Dong. He was a talented official from the Frigid clan. The supervisor of kills, a disciple of the Chao clan. The county magistrate, a disciple of the Yuan clan. The deity of the mountain god temple at the peak of Mount Fengliang. He was one of the rich people in Longquan County City. He was actually familiar with Dong Shuijing, a young man who started his business by selling wontons. Dong Shuijing sent Qin Pingon to the street where the family lived. Then the two of them parted ways. Dong Shuijing told him the address of his house and welcomed Qin Pingon to visit him when he was free. Qin Pingon looked at the young man's tall back. He was bathed in the light of dawn and was full of vitality. According to what Dong Shuijing said in Longquan County City, one only needed to look at which street one lived in to see the depth of one's family's wealth. The street Qin Pingon was on was called Jiazi Street. Most of the people who came here were ordinary, well-to-do families in Dali City. They came here to buy manors. The land price was not low and the manors were not large. They could not be said to be affordable. It was hard to avoid the suspicion that they were trying to pretend to be rich. Dong Shuijing had also said that in some of the more luxurious and imposing streets to the north of Jiazi Street, the biggest wealthy family was Gukan's mother from Mud Bottle Alley. Looking at how she was buying manors, she did not lack money. It was just that she had come late. In many of the county cities' treasured lands where every inch of land was worth an inch of gold, the woman who returned home in glory could not buy them even if she had the money. It was said that she was bribing her relationship with the county governor's estate, hoping to buy another large mansion on Dong Shuijing's street. The woman had once brought a few maidservants to Mount Fengliang to burn incense and pray to the gods. When she passed by Dong Shuijing's wonton shop and heard that Dong Shuijing had once attended school, she chatted with the young man for a while. However, her tone was arrogant. Dong Shuijing was a businessman, so he had seen all kinds of customers. He naturally did not take it to heart. However, the two workers in the shop were infuriated. Dong Shuijing allowed the woman to show off her splendor. She even asked Dong Shuijing whether he had a place to stay in the county city and if he had saved up some silver. She said that she was very familiar with the county governor's estate and could help ask around. Dong Shuijing only said that he had a place to stay. After all, he had enough to eat and his family did not need to worry. It did not matter if the mansion was a little small. At that time, the woman's gaze was somewhat sympathetic. Later on, an official with real power in the county governor's estate who was in charge of the household registration of a county personally came and asked Dong Shuijing if he could sell the large and used mansion. He said that there was a woman from the Gu family who was generous with her money and was a sucker. This transaction could be done and they could make a lot of money. Dong Shuijing said that there was already a dignitary in the capital who had taken a fancy to it, so he tactfully declined the official. Whether or not he could sell it, Dong Shuijing would not sell it. The woman from the Gu family probably would not have thought that even though she had clearly paid such a high price, she would still not be able to buy an empty mansion. Right now in Longquan County City, Dong Shuijing's family background was becoming thicker and thicker, and his connections were becoming wider and wider. However, very strangely, the reputation of Dong Banqing was instead becoming smaller and smaller. In just a short 1 or 2 years, it seemed that the county city no longer had such a great landlord. Actually, only this could prove that Dong Shuijing was truly rich. At the side of the small mansion, Qin Pingon reported the situation to the gatekeeper. He said that he had come from Luopa Mountain and was called Qin Pingon. He had come to pick up Sun Yuanji. The gatekeeper was half believing and half doubtful. Qin Pingon could only hand over the customs clearance document. However, he did not hand it over to the gatekeeper. He only spread it open a little so that the gatekeeper could clearly see the name and place of origin. Otherwise, the official seals of the other countries of the 2 continents would be too frightening. Only then did the gatekeeper go to report. Very quickly the 4 of them rushed over to the main gate. Seeing Qin Pingon standing outside leading a horse, they hurriedly stepped over the threshold. 3 men and 1 woman. The middle-aged man stood together with his 2 sons and 1 daughter. At a glance one could tell that they were a family. The middle-aged man could also be considered a handsome man. The 2 brothers were about 5 or 6 years apart and were also very handsome. According to Zhou Xian, the young girl, Sun Yuanji, was only 13 years old now. However, she was slender and elegant with a graceful figure. Looking at the appearance of a 17 or 18-year-old woman, her eyebrows and eyes had already opened. Her appearance was indeed somewhat similar to Sui Yuyu. However, she was not as cold as Sui Yuyu and had a bit more natural charm. No wonder at such a young age she was coveted for her beauty and implicated her family to move out of the capital. Qin Pingon once again introduced himself. This time he used Dali's official language and not Longquan's local dialect. The middle-aged man bowed and said, "Sun Jing greets Luopa Mountain's immortal master Qin." After straightening his back, the man apologized. "This matter is of great importance. Sun Jing does not dare to mention immortal master's name without permission to the rest of the family." Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "It's fine." Qin Pingon turned his head to look at the young girl. "Do you have anything to say to your family? After arriving at Luopa Mountain, you can't casually descend the mountain and enter the city. Even if you exchange letters, there will still be some mountain rules to follow. Therefore, if you have something to say, I can wait for you to finish." Sun Yuanji shook her head. Qin Pingon led the horse and turned around. "Then we'll be leaving." He did not visit the Tsun family for a cup of hot tea, nor did he give the Tsun family's man any reassurance. Just like that, Qin Pingon led the young girl out of the street. When they reached another street, Qin Pingon finally spoke his first sentence. He had the young girl look after the horse and wait outside the door. The young girl silently nodded. This mansion was called the Gu Mansion. Nowadays it was quite famous in Longquan County City. It was said that she was an extremely rich woman and had a great backer in Dali. As soon as the gatekeeper heard the 3 words Qin Pingon, he hurriedly led the ordinary-looking young man into the mansion. Qin Pingon saw the pampered woman and drank a cup of tea. Then, under the woman's urging, he had a servant girl from Chunting Mansion who was full of reverence for him refill his cup. He slowly drank the tea and talked with the woman about Gukan's experiences in the mountains south of Book Slip Lake in detail. This made the woman feel much more relieved. Only then did he stand up and leave. The woman personally sent him to the gate of the mansion. After Qin Pingon led the horse, the woman even stepped over the threshold and walked down the steps. Only when Qin Pingon smiled and said that there was really no need to send him off did the woman stop. The man and woman gradually walked away. The woman looked at the back of the unknown young girl and seemed to understand something. She turned her head and glanced at the gate behind her. The beautiful servant girl she had brought back from Verdant Gorge Island slowly walked back to the gate. She pinched the servant girl's ear and scolded jokingly, "Disappointing thing losing to a country girl." The young servant girl was actually quite beautiful, but she was somewhat innocent. Qin Pingon brought the capital girl named Xianxia back to the mountains south. They did not speak along the way. The girl had been secretly observing the master of Luopa Mountain, that old immortal Zhou had mentioned. However, she could not figure out who he was. She was somewhat disappointed. She had thought that it would be an old immortal with the demeanor of an immortal, or an elegant man with a distinguished reputation. Who would have thought that he was a haggard young man who looked only a few years older than her? Along the way, Qin Pingon walked in front. He loosened the reins of the horse and repeatedly thought about the contents of the letter that Cui Dongshan left for him. It was a matter of great importance, and some things could extend thousands of miles if one followed a certain vein. He had completely forgotten that there was a weak girl following behind him. By the time Qin Pingon regained his senses, they were already in the mountains. He turned his head and saw the girl limping along. Her brows were furrowed, but she didn't say a word from beginning to end. Qin Pingon stopped and turned around. He said apologetically, "Sorry, I was lost in thought." Xianxia pursed her lips and still did not say a word. She was angry. She thought that this guy must have deliberately used this kind of lame method to advance by retreating. He deliberately ruined her to pretend that she was not the same kind of person as those lechers. He had to be more careful. When she reached Luopa Mountain, she had to try her best to stay by old immortal Zhu's side. She did not want to be harmed by this young man surnamed Qin. As long as she saw old immortal, she should be safe. Qin Pingon saw that she did not speak and could only ask, "Do you know how to ride a horse?" She shook her head. She did not know how to ride a horse. Who knew if this seemingly simple and honest man was actually a slippery debauchee? Was he using this opportunity to peek at some scenes that all men wanted to see? The people on the mountain were really shrewd. Compared to those superficial perverts in the capital, their skills were much more profound. The girl kept reminding herself, "Xianxia, you have to be careful." Qin Pingon did not think of this girl. His thoughts were hundreds of thousands of miles away. He said, "Then let's go slower. If you want to rest, let me know." Look, first he was a bad person, then he was gentle. His methods were intertwined and endless. The girl was more and more certain that this guy was not a good person no matter how she looked at him. Qin Pingon felt that the way the girl looked at him was somewhat strange and deep. Turning around, he led the horse forward. Qin Pingon rubbed his cheeks. How could it be that Zhou Lian was right? Now that he was roaming the Jianghu, he had to be careful of attracting romantic debts. Qin Pingon took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. He hesitated whether he should let Xianxia go to Luopa Mountain alone first while he went to the medicine shop in the small town. As soon as she saw the man drink, the girl looked around. There was no one in the wilderness. She wanted to cry but had no tears. Was this guy going to do something bad under the guise of being drunk? Qin Pingon learned from his mistakes. He noticed that the girl behind him was breathing erratically and her steps were unsteady. He turned his head and saw that her face was pale. He put away the blade-strengthening gourd and said, "Stop and rest for a moment." As soon as Xianxia saw that the guy had drunk the wine and put away the gourd, he was about to make a move. She suddenly cried out and turned to run. She was unsteady and did not know where to go in her panic. Qin Pingon scratched his head and muttered, "Are you homesick halfway?" Qin Pingon sighed and had to lead the horse slowly. He could not leave her alone in the deep mountains. He wanted to send her off on the official road outside the mountains and let her go home alone. When she thought it through, she could go to Luopa Mountain with her family. Just as Qin Pingon was about to remind her to walk slower, he saw Xianxia stumble and fall flat on her face. Then she lay there and wailed, repeatedly saying that he shouldn't come over. Finally, she turned around and sat on the ground. She threw a rock at Qin Pingon and cursed him for being a lecher, a shameless person and a lecher with a belly full of evil tricks. She wanted to fight him to the death. She wouldn't let him off even if she became a ghost. Qin Pingon squatted in the distance and covered his forehead. Qin Pingon stood up and gently stamped his feet. He said helplessly, "Wei Pai, do me a favor. I know you are looking over here. Have you seen enough of a joke?" In the blink of an eye, Wei Pai, dressed in white and with golden earrings, appeared. A cool breeze lingered in the mountains and his sleeves fluttered like water ripples. Qin Pingon did not look at the girl anymore. He said to Wei Pai, "I'll have to trouble you to send her to Luopa Mountain and send me to Jinzhu Mountain. This Chu Huang horse will also be brought to Luopa Mountain. You don't have to follow me." Wei Pai held back his laughter and snapped his fingers twice. Qin Pingon had already arrived at the peak of Jinzhu Mountain alone. Wei Pai accompanied the extremely sad girl to the foot of Luopa Mountain. The Chu Huang horse took the lead and started climbing the mountain. The girl, who was covered in mud, was frightened and dizzy. She bent over and retched. Wei Pai did not even look at her. He raised his head and looked at the top of Luopa Mountain. He smiled and said, "Sinyuanji, you are the only one who can treat Qin Pingon as a libertine." The girl took a few steps back and asked carefully, "Sir, you are?" Ordinary people were not qualified to know the name of a Dali mountain god. Wei Pai smiled and did not say anything. He took the lead to climb the mountain. The girl hesitated for a moment. She opened up a distance and silently followed behind the white-clothed immortal. When they arrived at Zhou Xian and Jing Dafeng's courtyard, Wei Bian took pleasure in their misfortune and gave them a brief account of what had happened. Jing Dafeng clutched his stomach and laughed heartily. Zhou Lian wiped his face in sorrow, feeling that he was going to have to bear the consequences. Sun Yuanji saw the most familiar old immortal Zhu and was relieved. But for some reason the three unworldly experts had different expressions. Qin Pingon walked down Jinzhu Mountain and went to the small town. This time he was not rejected. He was led to the backyard by the youth named Shi Lingshan. Old Man Yang was sitting on the stairs smoking a pipe. He was still puffing out smoke from his mouth. Qin Pingon did not know why the old man looked like this. 100 years. 1,000 years or 10,000 years. When he chose Luopa Mountain, why did the old man in front of him reveal such an expression when he mentioned Old Man Yao? Qin Pingon had too many questions in his heart. He wanted to ask this old man. Because Old Yang definitely knew the answer. It was up to the old man whether he was willing to reveal it or whether he was willing to do business. But in the end Qin Pingon only said, "What will happen to Jing Dafeng in the future?" Old Yang said indifferently, "Wait and see." Qin Pingon did not speak. He just sat there quietly. The old man did not chase him away. In the end it started to drizzle. Soon it became heavier. Qin Pingon borrowed an umbrella from the unwilling youth of the pharmacy. Qin Pingon stood under the eaves of the pharmacy. He stopped and looked at the deserted street for a long time. Then he stepped out into the rain. For 63. Leaving the Yang family's drugstore, he went to the old school that was neither destroyed nor used. Qin Pingon stood outside the window with an umbrella and looked inside. There seemed to be the sound of reading in his ears. Just like when he was young, he squatted by the wall and listened to the teacher's lectures. Leaving the school, he went to the new school built by the Qin family in the Dragon Tail Creek, which was much bigger than the old school. Qin Pingon stopped outside the memorial arch and turned to leave. Walking past the place called Crab Square in his hometown, Qin Pingon looked up and walked around. There were 4 plaques written by the saints, which were the Confucian schools. Buddhism's don't ask for external help, Taoism's hope is natural, and military's Qi Chong fighting bull. After the Pearl Cave fell, it was copied layer by layer by the Dali imperial court with a secret technique, which stripped all the spirit contained in the words. It was unknown who got these lucky chances. Looking up at the word hope, Qin Pingon thought about what Cui Dongshan said in the letter. His eyes were dark and unclear and his thoughts were wandering. After that he passed by the Iron Lock Well, which was now privately bought and became a forbidden area. The local people were not allowed to draw water and a low fence surrounded the outside. Qin Pingon thought of the young man who got the iron chain at Betail Ferry. He was the disciple of Lu Laoqing of Gonglu Island, a tall and gentle young man in black. Not only did he think so, even Pei Qian thought that the young man was a good person, so he must be a good person. Later on, the reason why Qin Pingon dared to take the risk and ascend Gong Willow Island was all thanks to him. Qin Pingon always felt that Lu Laoqing, a rogue cultivator who could teach such a disciple, would not be so bad as to have a rotten belly. Facts proved that Qin Pingon made the right bet. However, every time he thought about the scheming with Lu Laoqing, it would still cause Qin Pingon to have a lingering fear. Qin Pingon suddenly laughed. For some reason, standing outside the fence and looking at the well at this moment, it was a bit like looking at the heavenly gate to the great wall of sword chi in the inverted mountain. There was a man holding a sword sitting on the top of a stone tablet, and a little Taoist boy reading on a futon. Qin Pingon traveled far and wide and felt that the only place that could compete with this small town with hidden dragons and crouching tigers was the inverted mountain. As the largest mountain seal in the world, it was the second Taoist master's great work. Qin Pingon raised his head and looked at the sky. After retracting his gaze, he looked at the civil and military temples in the distance. One of them was in the old porcelain mountain, and the other was in the immortal's tomb. Both were very particular. Qin Pingon did not go near the ancestral temples, especially the old porcelain mountain that he rarely went to when he was young. It was very far away, but Qin Pingon strolled around the newly renovated immortal's tomb for a long time. Many of the statues of bodhisattvas and heavenly officials had been repaired by Dali's skilled craftsmen. They were rebuilt one by one, but they were not completely finished. There were still many craftsmen working on the tall wooden frames. It was said that the Dali imperial court planned to continue expanding the civil and military temples, and then put the bodhisattvas and Taoist heavenly officials in one of the temples. When the time came, the civil and military temples here, although it was a county temple, would be the most magnificent civil and military temples in all of Dali. When the time came, there would be a lot of incense, and an endless stream of high-ranking officials and dignitaries would come to burn incense and worship the gods. In the beginning, it was actually Qin Pingon who asked Zhou to help him repair the statues and build the houses. However, it was quickly handed over by the Dali government. After that, no private person was allowed to interfere. Among the 3 statues that were originally collapsed, Qin Pingon had thrown 3 gold copper coins. Although Qin Pingon urgently needed these things now, he did not have the slightest intention to pursue any clues. If they were still there, it would be fate. If they were accidentally found by children or villagers, it would be an unexpected fortune for them. However, Qin Pingon felt that the latter was more likely. After all, in the past few years, the local people went up the mountain and down the river, rummaged through chests and cupboards, and scoured the ground in search of their ancestral treasures and heavenly minerals and earthly treasures. Then they took them to the Oxhorn Mountain and sold them for money. Then they went to the Longquan County to buy a big house and increase the number of maids and servants. Qin Pingon did not think that what they did was wrong. He just felt that even if they wanted to sell them, they should have done it later. The price would only be higher. It was also an immortal artifact. If they sold it a few years later, it was possible that the price would increase several times. Why did the Oxhorn Mountain and the Sioux clan do the same thing? Why did they take the initiative to withdraw from the Longquan County and give up a huge immortal fairy for the Song clan? At the beginning, Qin Pingon felt that the bundle shop had made a wrong bet. They had bet on the Zhuang dynasty. Now it seemed that it was very likely that they had bought too many treasures at a low price. The immortal money they had earned was so much that even the bundle shop felt sorry for it. Therefore, when the situation in the central part of the Aquarius continent became clear, the bundle shop weighed the pros and cons. They used an immortal fairy for their shops in exchange for a protective talisman from the Dali cavalry. This was equivalent to burning an incense stick with the Song clan. In the long run, the bundle shop might even earn more. Qin Pingon felt that his thoughts were most likely the truth. Doing business with the government was quick to make money, but it was also quick. It was not the right way. As for how to do business that was not biased towards money, Qin Pingon naturally did not know. Presumably, Sun Jiashu of Old Dragon City and Lu Zhongruan of Pearl Hairpin Island were more clear about the rules. He could ask them in the future. The layout of the immortal tomb had changed a lot. Revisiting the old places, many places that he wanted to go could not be visited. The places that he could not go before now had pavilions and viewing platforms. Qin Pingon rested in a small pavilion with raised eaves. Among the many helpers of the craftsmen, there were many survivors of the Lu family who had migrated to Longquan County. Qin Pingon had seen many convicts in the past. Because of the mountain god temple and the burning of incense in Luapa Mountain, there were traces of convicts. Compared to the past, these survivors who were busy doing odd jobs in the immortal tomb were mostly young and strong. They still did not speak much, but they were no longer as disheartened as they were in the early days. Probably after years of hardship, They each had their own little hopes. Yilu, thank you. One was the crown prince of a fallen Lu dynasty. The other was the god's favored son of an immortal family on the mountain. They were not fish that escaped the net. In fact, they were pawns selected by Cui Dong and Dali respectively. After a series of behind-the-scenes transactions, they ended up as students of the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. Yu Lu and Zhou Xian had a good relationship. They were somewhat like brothers in distress. One was exiled in a foreign land, the other was a hostage in an enemy country. As for thank you, he was indeed bullied badly by Cui Dongshan in the past few years. But just as the old man surnamed Cui would not interfere in the affairs of Qin Pingon and Pei Qian, Qin Pingon would not order him around just because he was Cui Dongshan's teacher. How to show kindness to others was a great skill. The 3 words, I think, could not make up for the consequences of doing bad things with good intentions. The layout of the place where he fought with Ma Kuxuan had changed greatly. Outsiders could no longer set foot there. Wei Pai had mentioned that the immortal tomb and the old porcelain mountain could be visited freely during the day. But at night, the great cultivators of the school of Yin Yang and the school of Moism would appear and set up formations. They would be responsible for affecting the foundation of the mountain and the water. At that time it would not be suitable for a night tour. Qin Pingon felt a little regretful that he could not return to the battlefield site, where he fought with Ma Kuxuan. He walked slowly along a familiar route that often appeared in his dreams. Halfway there, Qin Pingon squatted down and grabbed a handful of soil. He stopped for a moment before he started again. He went to the sword-making shop that did not move to the spiritual beauty mountain with him. He heard that a woman who was expelled from the Wind Snow Temple had taken Wan Tong as her master. She cultivated here and guarded her ancestral property. She even chopped off the thumb of her hand that held the sword to prove to Wan Tong that she had made a clean break with the past. Qin Pingon walked slowly along the Dragon Whisker River. It was destined that he would not be able to find a single snake gall stone. Opportunities were fleeting. Qin Pingon still had a few high-quality snake gall stones. 5 or 6. On the other hand, there were not many ordinary snake gall stones left. He originally had a lot of them. Qin Pingon did not return to Luapa Mountain. Instead, he crossed the stone arch bridge that had been restored to its original appearance and went to find the small temple. Many names were written on the walls of the temple. Qin Pingon, Lu Xianyang and Guqin were among them. The 3 of them were written together in a blank space at the top of the wall. The latter was stolen by Lu Xianyang, and the charcoal was taken by Guqin from home. When he got there, he found that the small temple for people to rest in had disappeared. It was as if it had never been there. Only then did he remember that it seemed to have been taken by Old Yang. He just didn't know what was going on here. Returning to the bank of the Dragon Whisker River, Qin Pingon went down the river. The road opposite had been widened into one of the post-house roads of Longquan County. It was the road that Qin Pingon left his hometown when he first went out to travel. In the beginning, there was only a little girl in a red cotton-padded jacket by his side. He took care of the little girl along the way, passing through green mountains and clear waters. But in fact, it was also the little girl who silently supported the mentality of the youngest martial uncle, which allowed him to travel far away from home and never give up. Qin Pingon passed by a temple of the water god that had been accepted by the Dali imperial court as an orthodox temple of the water god. There was almost no incense and its name was also strange. It seemed to only have a golden body and an ancestral temple. It was even worse than the obscene temples in other countries because there was not even a decent plaque. Until now, few people were sure whether it was a temple of the river god or a temple of the goddess of the river. On the other hand, the temple of the river god on the Tiefu River was built very magnificently. The people of the town would rather walk more than 100 miles to burn incense and pray for the goddess of the river. Of course, there was also the most important reason. According to the old people of the town, the statue of the goddess in the ancestral temple looked too much like the appearance of an old woman in Apricot Blossom Lane when she was young. The old people, especially the old women in the streets, would tell the younger generation not to burn incense as it was easy to attract evil spirits. Qin Pingon didn't enter the ancestral temple. He continued to walk down until he reached the Tiefu River deity temple. The Tiefu River was now Dali's top river, and its deity position was revered. As a result, the standard of the ceremony was extremely high, much higher than the Embroidery River and the Jade Liquid River. If it wasn't for the fact that Longquan was only a prefecture now, it wouldn't have been the prefectural governor Wu Yuan. Instead, it would have been the prefectural governor who would personally come here every year to pay respects to the river god, praying for favorable weather and no drought or flood for the people under his jurisdiction. On the other hand, it was enough for the prefect of Xihua River and Yuye River to personally visit the river deity temple. Occasionally, when he was busy with work, it was not considered an offense to let the subordinate officials pay respects. After Qin Pingon left, ripples appeared on the clay statue of a deity in the ancestral temple behind him. Mist filled the air, revealing the face of a young woman. She sighed and frowned. With almost no incense left, she couldn't help but complain. However, after a while she didn't have the mood to scold people like she used to in Apricot Blossom Lane. Hunger cures all diseases. Qin Pingon quickened his pace, walking faster and faster. Finally, he started the 6-step stance walking. It had been 3 years since he put down the Book of Shaking Mountains and did not practice the 3-fist stances. He was slightly rusty. According to the expert Elder Cui, Qin Pingon's current physical condition was both good and bad. The good part was that he had the physique of a martial artist. After 3 years of silence in the Book Lake, his basic foundation was still fine. The fire dragon immortal of the North Continent had taught him 3 times in the air, which benefited him a lot. Otherwise, Qin Pingon would have walked into the verdant canyon island and left the Book Lake lying down. However, the path of cultivation was full of setbacks. After the golden body script gallbladder was broken, the aftereffects were huge. Back then, he created the natal item of the 5 elements as the key to rebuilding the longevity bridge. The higher the grade, the more related it would be. After the collapse, it would be harder to climb up and harder to fall. This point, like what Elder Cui said, would poke a big hole in Qin Pingon's state of mind after witnessing the sword Celestial's elegance. It would be even more difficult to rebuild after breaking it. Therefore, it was urgent for him to refine the 3rd natal item. Therefore, Cui Dongshan changed his original intention in the secret letter he left in the bamboo house. He suggested that Qin Pingon, the natal item of the 5 elements, should still be the soil of the new 5 peaks of Dali that Qin Pingon had given up. Cui Dongshan did not explain the reason in detail. He only asked Qin Pingon to trust him once. As the imperial tutor of Dali, once he annexed the entire Aquarius continent and became the land of Dali, he naturally knew which 5 peaks to choose as the new 5 peaks. For example, in the Longquan county of Dali, Mount Biyun was promoted to the northern peak. In the entire Dali, the number of people who knew about this, including the late Emperor Song Yongchun, could be counted with one's fingers. The middle peak was the old middle peak of the Zhuang dynasty. Not only that, the great mountain god who was forced to change his sect due to the general trend, still maintained the golden body of the ancestral temple. He took a step further and became the middle peak of a continent. In return, this untouched god had to help the Song clan to stabilize the fate of the new rivers and mountains. Any cultivator within the jurisdiction could be protected by the middle peak. However, they also had to be restrained by the middle peak. Otherwise, Dali's iron cavalry could not be blamed for turning hostile and taking care of its golden body. The hero of Moism, Su Rual, was personally in charge of this matter and was stationed near the ancestral temple. When the time came, Yuan Tong would also leave Longquan County and head to the new western peak. It wasn't too far away from the Wind Snow Temple. The new western peak was called Ganzhou Mountain. It had always been absent from the local 5 peaks. This time it could be considered to have ascended to the heavens in a single bound. A group of Dali's top consecrators, all of whom were earth immortals like Jindan and nascent soul cultivators, would head to the new eastern peak called Mount Qishan. They would patrol the borders together and prevent the stubborn cultivators of the fallen country from infiltrating. They would destroy the local landscape even if it meant risking their lives. As for the southern peak, Fan Junmao would be the mountain god there. Regarding the location of Dali's new southern peak, Cui Dongshan kept him in suspense. He said that Mr. could wait and see. When the time came, he would understand what it meant to pile up soil into a mountain. Therefore, Cui Dongshan confessed in the letter that he would take this opportunity to dig up soil from the other 4 new peaks. How could it be called stealing when it came to the affairs of scholars? Moreover, even if Mr. was unwilling to choose the 5-colored mountain soil in the end, as his next natal item, baskets of precious soil should at least be filled to the brim with a Fengxuan item. This would be a huge sum of money. Taking advantage of the lax security now, it would be a waste not to take it. As for Wei Pai of the northern peak, Mr. was wearing the same pants as him anyway, so why be polite? Qin Pingon had unknowingly arrived at the solemn river deity temple. The incense here was too exuberant and couldn't be compared to the buried river deity temple. In the middle of the night, there were still more than 1,000 pilgrims waiting outside, waiting bitterly to enter the temple to burn incense. After all, there weren't many people in the area of Longquan County. When Longquan was promoted from a county to a province, the Dali imperial court would continuously immigrate here. At that time, one could completely imagine the lively scene of this Dali River deity temple. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment before stepping in. The ancient cypress trees were lush, most of them were transplanted from the mountains in the west. At the side of the main hall, Qin Pingon stepped over the threshold and raised his head to look at the painted clay statue. It was 4 feet tall, vivid and lifelike, with ribbons lingering around it as if it was about to ascend. The height of the golden statue, to a large extent, signified a god's position in a country's imperial court. For example, in the ancestral temple that Qin Pingon had passed by earlier, the statue was only a little more than 10 feet tall. Qin Pingon knew about this secret. This river deity's real name was Xianxia, and she was once the personal maid of Empress Dali. She hugged an ancient sword with a long golden tassel, but later on, for some unknown reason, she gave up her human body and died as a god, becoming the god of this river. She suffered great pain in the water, and when she was sculpting the golden body of a god, she had once attracted a vision. The golden body's rank was extremely high, causing the Dali imperial court to attach great importance to it. First, the river was promoted to a river, and then this water deity was directly promoted to the highest position among the river deities. Qin Pingon didn't burn incense, nor did he make any respectful actions. After staying for a moment, he left the main hall, walked out of the ancestral temple that occupied a vast area, and returned the way he came. From the beginning to the end, the atmosphere of the river deity temple was quiet, with only the incense burning in spirals. Qin Pingon didn't bother Wei Pai this time. When he walked back to Luopa Mountain, it was already dusk of the second day. During this time he also visited a few mountains along the way. When he got a few bags of gold and copper coins, Yuan Ting suggested that he buy a mountain. Qin Pingon alone took the map drawn by the Kiln Affair Supervision Department and walked through the mountains. Finally, he picked 5 mountains, including Luopa Mountain and Jinju Mountain. Now that he thought about it, it really felt like a lifetime ago. After Qin Pingon climbed the mountain, he first went to the bamboo house. The monk could run away, but the temple couldn't run away. He couldn't hide from the old man every day. Besides, if the old man really wanted to beat him, he couldn't avoid it. Qin Pingon wrote a few letters on the first floor, intending to send them to Cliff Academy, Lu Jimao and Gu Ken of Verdant Gorge Island, and Song Yushao of Combe Country. Among the letters sent to Gu Ken, he also wanted to help pass a message to Lu Zhongruan of Pearl Hairpin Island. As for the flying sword message sent to Lu Jimao, it mentioned the situation of the female officer of Spring Court Mansion Hong Su. Lu Jimao didn't die. Now, not only had he safely walked out of the water prison of Gonglu Island and returned to Verdant Gorge Island, but he had also changed. Like Lu Laoqing, he had become a consecrator of the Jade Gui sect and was ranked 3rd. The many forces of Book Lake who kicked Verdant Gorge Island when they were down would probably have to bear the consequences. As for the disciples and consecrators of Verdant Gorge Island, they would probably suffer even more. For example, the smart person who planned everything on the premise that his master Lu Laoqing would die, the golden core cultivator of White Scale Island Tianhu. Therefore, the old saying that people should leave a way out was very reasonable. The last letter was written to Zhong Kue of Taiping Mountain in Tongyi Continent. It needed to be sent to Old Dragon City first and then sent by cross-continent flying sword. As for the other letters, there was a sword house at the ferry of Oxhorn Mountain. Within a continent, as long as it was not too remote and weak, it could be reached smoothly. However, the flying sword of the sword house was now firmly controlled by the Dali military, so it still needed to pull the banner of Wei Pai. If it was Yuan Ting, it would not be so troublesome. After all, Luopa Mountain was still not mature enough. After writing a letter, he found Pei Qian and Zhu Lian and asked them to send it to Oxhorn Mountain. Pei Qian was in high spirits. He wanted to call the little boy in green and the girl in pink to go with him. It was better to have fun together than to be alone. However, Qin Pingon stopped them. Pei Qian had to go down the mountain with the old chef. However, he asked his master if he could take the Chu Huang horse. Qin Pingon said yes, so Pei Qian swaggered out of the courtyard. She originally thought that she would only be able to ask her master for a little donkey the next time she roamed Jianghu. She did not expect to be able to ride a big horse now. Why not stop roaming Jianghu in the future and ride a horse around Luopa Mountain? She did not have to meet so many bad people she did not like. When she was hungry, she could run back to Luopa Mountain and did not have to worry about food or clothing. This kind of Jianghu was small, but she liked it very much. Jing Dafeng was no longer on the mountain. He said that he went to Longquan County City to settle some accounts and then came to Luopa Mountain to stay. Jing Dafeng probably owed a lot of money to restaurants and inns, so he borrowed money from Zhou Xian. As for whether he would pay it back or when, only God knew. The girl called Xin Yuanji was standing in the courtyard at that time at a loss. Her face was red and she did not dare to look at the young mountain lord of Luopa Mountain. Qin Pingon naturally didn't mind that little misunderstanding. To tell the truth, he had thought too highly of himself at first, mistakenly thinking that Zhou Lian's words had hit the nail on the head. He hadn't expected that the naive young girl would be hit in the head so quickly, and Qin Pingon was a little disappointed. It was not that Qin Pingon was really a playboy, but which man in the world did not like his appearance not annoying? Qin Pingon also did not deliberately neglect Xin Yuanji. He repeated the words he said to the Xin family in Longquan County City. Since she had come to Luopa Mountain and wanted to practice martial arts here, there must be rules. It was best to first clarify with Zhou Lian. Then, as long as it was within the rules, there would be no taboos. Moreover, even if she was punished in the future and felt that she was not wrong, there was no need to worry. She could directly look for Qin Pingon to reason with him and no one would stop her. As long as what she said was right, Qin Pingon would recognize her reason. Xin Yuanji was in a daze. She nodded but still did not speak. She was both relieved and worried. She was relieved that Luopa Mountain was not a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. She was worried that other than old immortal Zhu, why did the young hill master, the hill master's first disciple, and the pair of little attendants in green and pink dress differ so much from Xin Yuanji's image of a cultivator on the mountain? The only one who fit her image of an immortal, Wei Pai, was not a cultivator on Luopa Mountain. As for the old man named Shiro, he did not like to talk and was even more strange. Just looking at him was enough to frighten people. Xin Yuanji sighed in her heart. Whatever, it was better to practice martial arts in peace. Qin Pingon brought the little attendant in green and the little girl in pink dress to the stone table by the cliff near the bamboo building. The little girl in pink dress sat beside Qin Pingon. Her position was towards the north so that she would not block her master's view towards the south. The little attendant in green sat opposite Qin Pingon. He stretched out his hand and the little girl in pink dress took out a handful of melon seeds. After spending so much time with Pei Qian, who liked to eat melon seeds, she was somewhat like a peddler selling melon seeds. Qin Pingon said seriously, "It's not a good thing that you don't have an official name. In the future there may be a sect in Luopa Mountain. Maybe there will even be a hall of ancestors. However, you should hide your natal names well. I haven't asked you all these years and I won't ask for them in the future. Even if Luopa Mountain becomes a real cultivation mountain in the future, I won't ask for it from you. I can say it now. In the future, if anyone talks nonsense and wants to talk about something, you can tell me and I will talk to him. But in the future you must have a name that can be recorded in the Hall of Ancestors. So, do you have a preferred alias? The so-called natal names of the monsters in the mountains and rivers must be carefully engraved somewhere in the Heart Lake, Heart Door and Heart Field. Especially after turning into human form, this name was indispensable. It was equivalent to announcing to the world, like the title of a country. If the monsters in the mountains were not willing to be recorded, they would be excluded by the great Tao of the world and have a bumpy life. Many monsters in the mountains and lakes far away from the human world did not know this Tao. The reason why it was so difficult to achieve Tao was that no one on the path of cultivation told them about this. This led to hundreds and thousands of years of being nameless, stumbling and slow in breaking through realms. It was one of the fundamental reasons why they were not recognized by the world. However, once the real name was known by the cultivator, the monsters would be held against them. Therefore Qin Pingon had never asked the little attendant in green and the little girl in pink for their natal names. Qin Pingon suddenly smiled and said confidently, "If you can't think of it, it's okay. I'll help you come up with a name. I'm good at this." The little attendant in green, who was still shaking his head and eating melon seeds, suddenly threw the melon seeds on the table as if he was struck by lightning. He put his hands on the stone table and wailed, "You can't do this. I can slowly think of a name myself. Master, you're already working so hard, don't trouble yourself anymore." Even the little girl in pink, who was closest to Qin Pingon, had her adorable face stiffened. Qin Pingon looked at the little attendant in green and then at the little girl in pink. "You really don't need my help? You won't get another chance like this if you miss this opportunity. Don't regret it." The little attendant in green rubbed his cheeks hurriedly and muttered, "Bloody hell, I've just survived a disaster." Afraid that her master would be sad, the little girl in pink pretended that she was not that happy and kept a straight face. Qin Pingon did not give up and asked tentatively, "On my way back home I came up with a few names. Why don't you guys listen to them first?" The little attendant in green was on the verge of tears. "Master, I've heard that the knowledge of scholars is limited. Every bit of it is used up. 4 swords on the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month to subdue demons and demons. Master, your knowledge and talent should be almost used up by now. Please use it sparingly." The little attendant in green slammed his head on the stone table and pretended to be dead. However, he was truly bored and would occasionally reach out to grab a melon seed. Tilting his head slightly, he secretly ate it. Qin Pingon sighed. "All right then. Let me know when you regret it." The little attendant in green plastered his face on the table and made a funny face at the little girl in pink. The little girl in pink covered her mouth and laughed. With a gentle smile, Qin Pingon rubbed her little head. On the way back home, Qin Pingon rode on horseback and flipped through the bamboo slips one after another. He browsed through the beautiful words on them carefully so that he could come up with a nice name for the 2 little fellows. It was a pity that heroes had no place to display their talents. After they were done with their discussion, the 2 little fellows stood up and bade farewell before running off at a breakneck speed. Qin Pingon could not help but laugh. He sat where he was. There were still some melon seeds left on the table that the little attendant in green had not finished eating. He picked them up one by one and ate them alone. The imperial court would send an assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights over the matter of him signing a mountain contract with the Song clan. Qin Pingon clapped his hands and took out the true body talisman of the day and night wandering god. He was a little hesitant. Wei Pai had said before that although the Li family of Fortune Street had a deep foundation, the Li family's patriarch had spent a lot of money to forcefully break through the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm and reach the nascent Soul realm. Moreover, this nascent Soul realm cultivator, who was extremely young compared to the cultivators outside, was used to the small world of the early years after the restriction of the Black Pearl Grotto heaven was broken. Now that he had returned to the big world, it was a disaster. His foundation was too shallow and his realm was too high. As a result, it formed a dangerous situation where seawater poured in. He needed to spend immortal money to build a dam to prevent the continuous invasion of the murky Een aura. In addition, the Li family had now taken over a big house for the descendants of a fallen noble in the capital of Dali. The expenses were huge, so the Li family was really short of money now. The original 4 surnames and 10 clans of Fortune Street and Peach Leaf Alley in the small town had changed greatly. Some had already moved out and then there was no news of them. Some had been silent since then. It was unknown whether they were accumulating power or being harmed by unknown schemes behind the scenes. Some clans that were not included in this list back then, such as the Xia family of Peach Leaf Alley that had produced long eyebrows, were now second to none in Peach Leaf Alley because of the patriarch of the North Continent's Lord of Heaven, Xianxia. On the 2nd floor, the old man said, "Start practicing martial arts tomorrow." Qin Pingon responded and stood up. He went to the small pond behind the bamboo building. The pond water was so clear that the bottom could be seen. After Wei Pai opened up this small pond, the source of the water was not simple. It came directly from Mount Biyun. Then he threw the golden lotus seed into it. Qin Pingon squatted at the side and patted the ground gently. He smiled and said, "Come out." A little lotus figure broke out of the ground. There was no mud on her body. She giggled and pulled Qin Pingon's green robe. She sat on Qin Pingon's shoulder. Qin Pingon had already told Wei Pai to help take care of the little lotus figure. Wei Pai's eyes were in a daze. He just nodded. He looked at the small pond for a while. Of course he could not see a flower. Qin Pingon stood up and led the little lotus figure to the first floor. This was Qin Pingon's official residence. Many items were left here. When Qin Pingon was not at Luapa Mountain, the girl in the pink dress would clean it every day. She also did not allow the little boy in green to enter. Qin Pingon sat at the table and suddenly smiled. He was still wearing his green robe. Then should he be the accountant again? Carefully take stock of his current belongings? The little lotus figure jumped onto the table and began to run around. She checked the items and books on the table to see if they were neatly arranged. She looked meticulously. If anything was not neatly arranged, she would gently move them. The little guy was very busy. Qin Pingon suddenly caught a glimpse of a seal box on the table. After opening it, there was a private seal inside. He had not carried it with him during his several travels. It was probably the treasure of Luapa Mountain now. Qin Pingon raised the seal high. There were 3 words engraved on it. Qin Pingon kept looking at the 3 small ancient seal characters. Qin Pingon placed the seal on the table. His chin rested on his folded arms as he stared at the seal characters at the bottom of the seal. Qin Pingon sat up and twisted his wrist. He controlled his mind and took out the life item water seal from his life underwater residence. He gently placed it to the side. Finally, the 2 seals were no longer just shadows. Qin Pingon lay on the table again and muttered to himself, "I hope that one day when someone tries to reason with me, they will first ask my fist and sword if they agree. But now my fist technique is not good and my sword technique is not good. Half of the 10-year agreement is already over. What should I do?" At this moment, the sword immortal in the scabbard on his back was like a dragon that added the finishing touch. "464. By the way, Swords of the Future is already on Kindle. Those who are used to reading on Kindle can read it there. As for the rest of my friends, Swords of the Future is 40,000 with an average subscription of nearly 35,000, and close to 30,000 in 24 hours. Thank you for your company in the past year and a half. Swords of the Future will take at least another year and a half to write." On the first floor of the bamboo building, a row of antique shelves had been placed. The wood was simple and elegant with many grids and few treasures. Qin Pingon wanted to take out something from the square inch object and the close object to decorate the shop. However, Qin Pingon was stunned. Logically speaking, Qin Pingon had seen and handled many good things after so many years of traveling. However, it seemed that other than the gift from Lu Tai from the Fuming Sect, the gift from Wu Yi from the Xiang Prefecture, the painting of a court lady that Qin Pingon bought from the Crying Ape Street in Pool Water City, and a few small items given by the old shopkeeper as a reward, there was not much left. His family's wealth was thinner than Qin Pingon had imagined. Each treasure was like a leaf of duckweed spinning in the water, disappearing and disappearing at will. Qin Pingon suddenly thought of the pass on the border between the Shurhao nation and the Malay nation. Stay Pass. It was called Stay, but in fact it could not keep anything. Some were temporarily lent to others, such as Wei Xian's ancestor Du Armor West Peak, Lu Baixiang's narrow saber, Still Snow, Sui Yu's sword of infatuation, Wei Pai's jade token, I'm good at nurturing the great spirit, Gukan's 2 Yama halls and the fake glazed pavilion, and so on. Most of them were directly given away, such as the city god's blessing seal from the Tsai Nation's Toji County. Everyone from the Luapa Mountain and the Cliff Academy had received a gift from Qin Pingon. Not to mention these acquaintances, even the dog meat shop in the Shurhao Nation, Qin Pingon could give a small sum of money. In the mountain forest by the Spring Flower River in the Malay Nation, Qin Pingon gave money and medicine. Earlier, on the Osmanthus Island, there were countless snake gall stones that he sprinkled into the water to feed a young flood dragon. Qin Pingon laughed at himself. When I give it away I'm generous, but when I think of it my heart and liver hurts. After pondering for a moment, Qin Pingon rubbed his chin and nodded his head. Good poem. The little lotus person was originally sitting on the table resting, but after hearing Qin Pingon's words he immediately fell backwards and lay on the ground. He only had one small arm left, and there he was patting his stomach with all his strength, laughing non-stop. Looking at the little guy's cute appearance, Qin Pingon was also very happy. In the Luopa mountain, as long as it was not flattery, Qin Pingon would find it pleasing to the ear. Qin Pingon stretched out a finger and gently tickled the little fellow's armpit. The little fellow rolled all over the floor, but in the end he still couldn't escape from Qin Pingon's teasing. He had no choice but to quickly sit up and sit upright. He puffed up his cheeks and swayed his remaining arm gently. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the stack of books on the desk, as if he wanted to tell this little teacher that he shouldn't play around on the desk. Qin Pingon smiled and stopped. He took out some of his belongings from the square-inch item and placed them on the table one by one. Now his belongings were just less than expected. Qin Pingon's family was still quite rich. Not only did he have a mountain to earn money, he was also carrying a sword immortal on his back. This was not a mosquito leg meat from the old Dragon City's Fu family, but a real half-immortal weapon. The golden wine robe that was peeled off from the old nascent soul of the Flood Dragon Valley was a relic of an immortal who cultivated overseas. The unknown immortal failed to ascend and could only reincarnate. The fact that the golden wine robe did not turn into ashes was a proof in itself. Therefore, Qin Pingon was not too surprised to know that the golden wine robe could grow into a half-immortal weapon by eating the golden copper coins. An incomplete walnut bracelet. Each of the core carvings was equivalent to a fatal blow from an ordinary gold core earth immortal. The thin green robe was not a magic treasure, but Qin Pingon liked it very much. He always felt that the white robe of the golden wine robe was too eye-catching. The walnut bracelet and the green robe were also brought along when he went to the North Continent. There were many items on the table. The two seals were still placed in the center of the hall, surrounded by stars and moons. Qin Pingon began to calculate silently. It was impossible to not pay back the debt. Zhou Xian had once said from experience that borrowing money was the best test of friendship. Often, many so-called friends would not be able to remain friends if they lent money to each other. However, there would always be one or two who would return the money they borrowed. Zhou Xian also said that there were two types of repayment. One was that they would return the money when they had it. The other was that they could not return the money for the time being, but they would greet them every time and would not hide. When they had more money, they would return the money. During this period, if you urged them, they would apologize out of guilt and would not complain. Zhou Xian said that this type of friend could last for a long time. They would not complain about being friends for a lifetime because of gratitude. At that time, Qin Pingon smiled and asked Zhou Xian, "Are you planning to borrow money? And you won't return it to me for the time being?" Zhou Xian lowered his head and rubbed his hands. He said that the young master was a learned man and could predict the future. The hunchbacked old man really shamelessly borrowed some snow from Qin Pingon. In fact, he was only 10. He said that he wanted to build a private library behind the house. Of course, Qin Pingon would lend it to Zhou Xian. As a martial artist in the far travel realm, to a certain extent he was involved in the martial arts fate of an entire country. To think that he would need to nag for half a day just to borrow 10 snowflakes to spend money. Qin Pingon felt indignant for Zhou Xian, but since they had agreed on 10 snowflakes to spend money, he meant 10 snowflakes. Qin Pingon requested that when Zhou Xian finished building the library, it must be in the forbidden area of Luopa Mountain. No one was allowed to enter without permission. Zhou Xian agreed. Qin Pingon estimated that the bookstore business in Longquan County City would be prosperous for a while. The little lotus person was still fiddling with the items, arranging them neatly one by one. Qin Pingon didn't know who the little guy got this habit from. Qin Pingon let it be busy minding his own business. Verdant Gorge Island's secret storehouse and Pearl Hairpin Island's Lu Zhongruan owed money. However, the real big expenditure was destined to be the grand ritual of Heavenly Cycle and the Water and Land Dojo jointly organized with Gukan. If they really let loose, they could become two bottomless pits. It was definitely not a matter of a few grains of grain rain money. If it was an ordinary small country's monarch or rich person who set up a grand ritual or a dojo, the Taoists and eminent monks invited were mostly not cultivators. Even if there were, they could be counted on one's fingers. Therefore, the expenditure was not too big. Tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of taels could be held 1 or 2 times. Even if it cost 500,000 taels of silver, It would be 5 grains of grain rain money and half a grain of grain rain money. In any small vassal country of the Aquarius continent, it was a grand event that would not be seen for decades. However, when it came to cultivators, especially when they hired Earth Immortals, they had to deal with the old immortals of famous Taoist temples. Even if they were kind and benevolent, they could smile and say, whatever, or whatever. When Qin Pingon and Gukin took out the money, would they really dare to say whatever? Moreover, before Qin Pingon left Book Lake, he had discussed with Gukin that the 2 rituals should be big and not small. Moreover, they had to ensure that there were no people fishing for fame and reputation and taking advantage of the chaos. Otherwise, it would not only be a waste of immortals' money, but also delay the blessings and reincarnation of those Een spirits and ghosts. Therefore, in 2 years, Gukin had to hold 2 rituals in succession. It would be extremely exhausting, testing one's eyesight and requiring a lot of patience. This was also a kind of training for Gukin by Qin Pingon. Since he had chosen to correct his mistakes, he would be embarking on an extremely difficult and bumpy road. Back then, in the mountains near Book Lake, demons ran rampant, evil practitioners appeared, and miasma was everywhere. However, what was more difficult than that was the Yama Palace that Gukin carried on his back and the many send-offs. Gukin almost gave up twice in the middle. Correcting one's mistakes was not a matter of saying, I know I'm wrong. Then one could walk a little further and spend some immortal's money with a clear conscience, as if one had done a great deed or a good deed. There was no such good thing in the world. However, Qin Pingon was well aware that Gukin had not gone from one extreme to the other. Gukin's temperament was still wavering. It was just that he had suffered greatly at Book Lake and almost died from eating too much. Therefore, Gukin's current state of mind was somewhat similar to Qin Pingon's when he first walked the Jianghu and imitated the people around him. However, he only observed the way people dealt with the world. After pondering over it, he turned it into his own use. His temperament had changed, but not too much. Gukin was still generally Gukin. He just understood the weight of the word rules more. Qin Pingon stood up and hung the sword fairy on the wall. Qin Pingon went outside the house and under the eaves. He and the lotus figure each sat on a small bamboo chair. It was made of ordinary materials. After so many years, its original emerald color had turned yellow. Qin Pingon sat there and began to doze off. Inside and outside the bamboo house, it was warm in spring and cool in summer. Even a weak mortal teacher would not have to worry about catching a cold or getting heatstroke if he sat there for a long time. It was even more ethereal than Cui Dongshan's courtyard in Cliff Academy. He had to practice boxing again tomorrow. In a daze, he seemed to see a blooming flower swaying in the distance in a filthy place where people's hearts were haunted. Qin Pingon did not wake up. Instead, he fell into a deep sleep. The lotus figure sat on the edge of the chair next to him. He raised his head and gently swayed his legs. He saw Qin Pingon with a smile on his face as if he was dreaming of something beautiful. The sun rose from the east. Soon the morning glow spread for thousands of miles. The bamboo house shook. Qin Pingon, who had slept in the chair for the whole night, suddenly woke up. He took off his boots, rolled up his sleeves and pants and went up to the 2nd floor. Outside the house on the 2nd floor, Qin Pingon paused for a moment. He lowered his gaze and turned his head to look. At that time Cui Dongshan must have been sitting here. He did not enter the house. With his youthful appearance and temperament, he finally met his grandfather after 100 years. The two of them sat across from each other. No one knew what they talked about. Qin Pingon was just about to step into the house when he suddenly said, I'll go say hello to Shi Ro. I'll be back soon. The barefoot old man turned a deaf ear to him. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes in concentration. Qin Pingon jumped down from the 2nd floor. He did not put on his boots. He quickly arrived at the place where several houses were built adjacent to each other. Zhou Xian and Pei Qian had not returned yet. Only Shi Ro, who lived in seclusion, and Xin Yuanji, who had just come up the mountain, were left. He did not see Shi Ro. Instead, he saw Xin Yuanji. The tall girl must have just returned from a walk. When she saw Qin Pingon, she was bashful and hesitant. Qin Pingon nodded in greeting and knocked on the door of Shi Ro's house. After Shi Ro opened the door, she asked, Young master, is there something you need? Qin Pingon nodded and said, When Pei Qian comes back, tell her that I want her to go to Dragon Rider Alley to watch the shop. You should go with her. Also, remind her for me that she is not allowed to take Chu Huang to the small town. With her forgetful nature, she can't remember anything when she's crazy from playing. Keep an eye on her copying books. Also, if Pei Qin wants to go to the school opened by the Qin family in Dragon Tail Creek, ask Zhou Xian to go to the county yamen and see if there are any conditions. If there are no conditions, that would be even better. Shiro agreed. She hesitated for a moment and asked, "Young master, can I stay on the mountain?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "If you really don't want to deal with outsiders, that's fine. However, I suggest that you adapt to the small world of Longquan County and go to the Civil and Martial Temple to take a look. Even further, there's also the Tiefu River Water God Temple. In fact, you can take a look at all of them. It's always good to be familiar with them. Your roots are delicate and can't be concealed. Even if Wei Pai doesn't say anything, there are many capable people in Dali. Sooner or later you will be seen through by people with ulterior motives. Of course, this is only my personal opinion. I won't force you to do what you want in the end." Shiro smiled and nodded. "Then I'll try." Qin Pingon said helplessly, "In the future, don't call yourself a servant in front of outsiders. When others look at you and me, their gazes will be strange. When the time comes, the first thing that Luopa Mountain will become famous for is that I have a strange fetish. Longquan County isn't that big, but it's just a small place. Once this news spreads, our reputations will be ruined. I can't explain everything one mountain at a time." Shiro held back her laughter. "Young master's thoughts are meticulous. I've learned something." Qin Pingon felt even more helpless. He quickly waved his hand. "Luopa Mountain doesn't lack your flattery." Shiro naturally covered her mouth and laughed. Qin Pingon sighed in his heart and returned to the bamboo house. Not far from the house, there was a young girl who seemed to be taking a stroll but was actually secretly sizing them up. She was already covered in goosebumps. Sun Yuanji tiptoed and quickly slipped away. She felt that she had seen an incredible truth. After closing the door, Sun Yuanji patted her chest and muttered, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. This is good. Most likely she won't have any bad intentions towards you." The young girl's heart was filled with sorrow. She originally thought that after moving away from her hometown in Jingji, she would no longer have to deal with those frightening and powerful men. She never thought that when she was young she would encounter such a young and mischievous mountain lord. After arriving at Luopa Mountain, old immortal Zhu did not like to mention anything about the young hill master. He allowed her to beat around the bush, but all he said were good things that she did not dare to take seriously. As for the charcoal girl named Pei Qian, she came and went like the wind. It was difficult for Sun Yuanji to even talk to her. On the second floor, when Qin Pingon stood still, the barefoot old man opened his eyes and stood up. He said in a deep voice, "Before we practice, let me introduce myself. This old man is called Cui Qing. I was once the head of the Cui family." Qin Pingon was a little surprised. This was the first time the old man had introduced himself. The old man said slowly, "Gentleman Cui Ming Huang. I was the young man who came to Lizhu Cave Heaven to collect a debt on behalf of Lakeview Academy. According to the genealogy, this kid should call Cui Dong Marshal granduncle. His bloodline was once the concubine of the Cui family, but now it's the eldest son of the first wife. My bloodline was implicated by this boorish man and has been removed from the Cui family. All the children of my bloodline have been removed from the genealogy. They were born in different ancestral halls and died in different graves. This is the greatest pain of a rich and powerful family. The reason why I've fallen to this point is that I was once delirious and wandered the streets of Jianghu for more than 100 years. If we really want to settle this debt, it's very simple to use martial arts. We can go to the Cui family's ancestral hall and settle it with a punch or two. But if it's me, Cui Qing, and my grandson Cui Dong or Cui Dongshan, as long as they still think of themselves as scholars, it's very difficult because they can't find fault with the family rules." Qin Pingon nodded to show that he understood. In the long river of time in the lotus flower-blessed land, in the history of Songlai Kingdom, there was once an extremely powerful high-ranking official. Because he was a concubine's son, he had a dispute with the local family over his mother's memorial tablet and genealogy. He wanted to discuss it with his elder brother who had no official position, so he wrote many sincere letters back home. At first his elder brother ignored them. Later he probably annoyed his younger brother and finally replied with a letter, directly rejecting the proposal of the Grand Secretary. The words in the letter were very rude. One of the sentences was, "You can care about the affairs of the world, but you have no right to care about the family affairs." That high-ranking official didn't get what he wanted until his death. At that time, the entire officialdom and scholarly circles agreed with this small rule. Then why didn't Cui Qing show up in the family and give a punch to those ants in the ancestral hall? Why didn't the Grand Secretary of the Lotus Flower-blessed land directly use public power for private purposes and force a cow to drink water with an official document? He could obviously do it, but he didn't break this seemingly fragile rule? Qin Pingan thought for a while. This was probably one of the reasons why Cui Qing was able to reach a realm where there was no one in front of him and why that Grand Secretary was able to occupy such a high position in the imperial court. Once Qin Pingan made up his mind to establish a school in Luapa Mountain, it could be said to be extremely complicated, but it could also be said to be relatively simple. It was nothing more than being pragmatic, like a swallow holding mud in its mouth, accumulating a little to make a mickle. Focusing on the person, focusing on the reasons, slowly but surely, steadily, and moving upwards. Qin Pingan needed to think more, learn more, and do more. Cui Qing suddenly said, "Cui Minghuang is not simple. Don't underestimate him." Qin Pingan was somewhat speechless. What right did he have to underestimate a gentleman of the academy? Qin Pingan had already experienced the power of the sage of Lakeview Academy at the Brushwater Mountain Manor. Zhong Kue of the Tongye Continent was also a gentleman of the academy. Cui Minghuang was known as Lakeview Young Gentleman. He was one of the two most outstanding gentlemen of the Academy of the Aquarius Continent. According to the agreement with the imperial tutor of Dali, who was also his martial granduncle, Cui Minghuang would openly leave Lakeview Academy. As a gentleman of the academy, Cui Minghuang would become the deputy hill master of Dali's Linlu Academy. And the first hill master of Padding Cloud Mountain was supposed to be the old dragon who appeared in the world as the old assistant minister of Huangting country. Together with a native scholar of Dali, one chief and two deputies, 3 hill masters were all transitions. When Linlu Academy obtained the title of one of the 72 academies, Qing Shuidong would step down from his position as hill master. The old scholar of Dali would be powerless and unwilling to fight for it. Cui Minghuang would go with the flow and become the next hill master. In this way, Lakeview Academy would gain face. Of course, most of the benefits would fall into the hands of Cui Dong. Cui Minghuang, who had long been a pawn of Cui Dong, would be satisfied after obtaining the position of hill master of the academy. After all, this was a great honor and was almost the pinnacle of a scholar. Moreover, as long as Cui Minghuang was in Longquan of Dali with Cui Dong's ability to calculate, even if Cui Minghuang had more lofty ambitions, he could only be a teacher under the eyes of Cui Dong. However, later on the situation changed unpredictably. Many trends were even beyond the expectations of the imperial tutor, Cui Dong. For example, the imitation of the Beko Keikyung building by Dali almost became a joke in the world. The late Emperor Song Yongchun was severely injured. Dali's cavalry went south in advance, and Cui Dong's many schemes in the central part of the Aquarius continent also began. Lakeview Academy was tit for tat. In a spurt of energy, they sent many gentlemen and sages to the palaces of various countries to reprimand the kings of the human world, or to settle the chaos of various countries. In particular, the crash of the cross-continent ferry of Mount Dage in the Zhuang dynasty and the emergence of the North Continent's Lord of Heaven, Xianxia, pressuring Lakeview Academy behind Zhuang. Not only did this provoke the anger of the cultivators of the continent, but in this way Lakeview Academy and the Song clan had completely fallen out. Cui Minghuang could only stay in the academy and could not be the deputy hill master of Linlu Academy. It was said that this gentleman had been concentrating on learning in the study room all these years and did not waste any time. The entire academy praised him. Qin Pingan was a little puzzled. This time, the old man did not seem to be in a hurry to teach him how to be a man. In the past he was straightforward and direct, as if watching Qin Pingan live a life worse than death was the old man's greatest pleasure. Today he started with a casual chat and they talked a lot. Cui Qing did not have an awkward temperament. Although it did not suit his temperament, he took the initiative to mention Pei Qian's martial arts for the second time. He asked, "Do you want to give Pei Qian a carefree life so much?" Pei Qian's aptitude was indeed too good. It would be a pity to waste it. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment. Some unintentional words of an adult may be forgotten after saying it, but a child may always keep it in mind, not to mention the words of an elder. Tui Ching frowned. There was a hidden meaning in his words. Of course he was complaining about the words he said to Pei Qian. That was nothing. But Qin Pingon's attitude was worth pondering. Qin Pingon seemed to be deliberately avoiding the matter of Pei Qian's martial arts cultivation. To put it nicely, he was letting nature take its course. To put it bluntly, he seemed to be worried that the pupil would surpass the master. Of course, Tui Ching was familiar with Qin Pingon's nature. He was definitely not worried that Pei Qian would surpass his half-baked master in martial arts. Instead, he was worried about something such as worrying that a good thing would turn into a bad thing. Tui Ching said unhappily, "If you have something to say, say it." Qin Pingon wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Tui Ching laughed and said, "It's okay if you don't say it now. I have my ways to make you speak first." Qin Pingon was unyielding. "How are we going to fight? If you don't care about the gap between our realms, I can say it now. But if you are willing to exchange pointers with me in the same realm, we can talk about it after I lose." Tui Ching said, "Then you can say it now. When I see that you are asking for a beating, my hands are itchy and I probably can't control the strength of my fists." Qin Pingon cursed incessantly in his heart. When he returned home this time, Qin Pingon's only reliance in the depths of his heart when he faced Zhou Lian's feeding punch was the 4 words "exchange pointers." He hoped that he could vent his anger and at the very least give the old man a few good punches. As for whether he would be beaten even more miserably afterwards, it didn't matter. He couldn't go from 3rd realm to 5th realm and practice his fists time and time again without even touching the corner of the old man's clothes. Qin Pingon sighed and told the old man about that strange dream. This was the first time Qin Pingon had confided in someone about this. The old man was silent. Qin Pingon asked, "Can you explain the dream, old man? Or according to the old saying in my hometown, the dream comes in the opposite direction?" The old man sneered and said, "Well, it's another big knot in your heart. One is afraid of death and the other is afraid of his own incompetence. What's wrong, Qin Pingon? Have you become more and more timid after walking such a long path?" Qin Pingon shook his head. "It's because I've seen more of the world that I know the outside world is full of masters. There's always a higher mountain. It's not that I'm looking down on myself, but I can't be arrogant and think that just because I practice my fists and swords diligently, I can win against anyone. There's always a time when a person's strength is limited." The old man's face was full of disdain. He sneered, "How foolish." Qin Pingon sincerely asked for advice. "Senior, please speak." The old man instantly stood up. Qin Pingon still had a telepathic connection, but his movements were slower than his heart's desire. Just like when he was baking porcelain, his palms were different and he often made mistakes. It wasn't that Qin Pingon was too slow, but that a 10th level peak martial artist was too fast. Qin Pingon could only raise his arms to block in front of his body, but he was still hit in the forehead by Tui Cheng's knee. He flew high into the air, hit the wall, fell down and was kicked in the stomach by the old man. He hit the ceiling and fell heavily to the ground. Finally, the old man kicked in the forehead. Qin Pingon's body instantly slid out and hit the wall. He vomited blood, unable to fight back. What a vengeful person. Sneak attack with a knee was Qin Pingon's tactic. Tui Ching crossed his arms and stood in the middle of the room. He smiled. "If you don't pay a price for my priceless advice, I'm afraid you won't know how precious it is and won't remember it." Qin Pingon stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood. Tui Ching asked, "If there's a predestined fate in the unseen world, can Pei Qian avoid it by slacking in his martial arts practice? Only the strongest martial artist would be able to wrestle with the heavens." You wandered around Lotus Blossom Blessed Land for so long and claimed to have seen the flow of time for 300 years. What kind of bullshit principles did you learn? You don't even know this. Qin Pingon didn't even use his eyes to catch the old man's figure. In an instant, his mind was immersed in the mysterious state of, there's no one in front of him, only himself. He stomped heavily on the ground and threw a punch at a place where no one was around. However, this punch was casually pushed aside by Tui Ching. It was as if his chest was hit by a heavy hammer. Qin Pingan's back was pressed against the wall and his elbow was pressed against it. Coupled with the sudden force of the collapsing fist stance, Qin Pingan rushed towards the old man at a speed faster than his retreating speed. However, he didn't expect that it was as if he had bumped into the muzzle of a gun. The old man's arm flung Qin Pingan's neck and directly threw him to the ground. The force was so great that Qin Pingan's body bounced several times on the ground until the old man stepped on his forehead. The old man lowered his head and looked at Qin Pingan, who was bleeding from his 7 orifices. Not bad, but your strength is too weak. Your punches are too slow and your will is too shallow. You're full of flaws and every punch is a flaw. You still dare to meet force with force with force? Little girl using a long lance, aren't you afraid of breaking your waist? Qin Pingan slammed his hands on the ground and turned his body upside down with his feet facing the sky. His head slid out from under the old man's feet. Using his hands to support himself, he suddenly spun and narrowly dodged the old man's casual kick. Unexpectedly, the old man slightly raised his sleeve and brushed Qin Pingan's body with the heaven and earth pillar. Like a snowball rolling in the air, he fell on the door and window on the north side of the bamboo building. The old man didn't pursue and casually asked, "Did you tell Wei Pai about the location of the new 5 peaks in Dali?" Qin Pingan struggled to get up and shook his head. "I thought about telling him, but after thinking about it, I decided not to. Dali is a top secret and I don't dare to reveal it casually. Although I'm friends with Wei Pai, I can't sell my own student in exchange for a favor. Besides, Wei Pai is a big tree that attracts the wind. It's hard to guard against a hidden arrow. It's better to be careful." Cui Qing still stood in the same place and nodded. "It's a family matter. Things can be done and things can't be done. It's best not to say anything when there's something that can't be said." Qin Pingan silently remembered the old man's words. Having an old man in the family is like having a treasure that can't be exchanged for money. Cui Qing roared, "You dare to be distracted when you're punching?" Qin Pingan seemed to be distracted, but in fact he was using the secret technique of the 18 stoppages of sword qi to transform his pure spiritual gas. After he was punched by the old man, he gritted his teeth and punched out while enduring the excruciating pain in his soul. His fist turned into 2 fingers, and he was only 1 inch away from the center of the old man's eyebrows. The old man reached out and grabbed Qin Pingan's 2 fingers. With a tug and a kick, Qin Pingan was thrown into the air. Then he moved a few steps and changed his position. Like a horse squat, he tilted his shoulder and crashed into Qin Pingan, who had landed on the ground. With a bang, Qin Pingan was once again stuck against the wall of the bamboo building. In the end, he could only lean against the wall, unable to stand up. That half a breath of genuine qi was a desperate move that could kill 1,000 enemies but hurt 800 of his own. Moreover, against the old man, it only hurt 800 of his own. The old man rubbed his chin and smiled. "Let's be honest. The current you isn't completely useless. Back then, when you were training your 3rd realm foundation, your punches could only be described as silly. You didn't have the brain you have today. It seems that after taking so many punches, your brain has become sharper." Qin Pingan's face was expressionless. He wiped his face and his hands were covered in blood. Compared to the torment his body and soul suffered back then, this injury was like scratching an itch. It was King small matter. Qin Pingan leaned against the wall and slowly got up. The old man smiled and asked, "I'll ask you one last question. You're so afraid of death. Is it because you cherish your life because you have money and don't want to die, or do you feel that you can't die?" Qin Pingan took the opportunity to convert a breath of pure Zhenqi and asked, "Is there a difference?" The old man's fist arrived. "There's no difference. You'll still be beaten." After Pei Qian and Zhu Lian went to Oxhorn Mountain to deliver the letter, she became very familiar with the Chu Huang horse. She discussed with it that they would be friends in the future. In the future, whether or not she could roam Jianghu during the day and go home to eat at night would depend on the horse's leg strength. The better its leg strength, the bigger her Jianghu would be. She might even be able to go back and forth between Luopa Mountain and the small town. As for the so-called discussion, it was just Pei Qian leading the horse and talking endlessly. Every time he asked a question he would say, "If you don't say anything, I'll take it that you agree." At most he would give her a thumbs up and praise her. "You're indeed my friend. You'll grant my request and never refuse. Good habits must be maintained." Seeing this, Zhu Lian looked as if he had picked up a fly from a bowl. As a result, as soon as they returned to Luopa Mountain, Shi Rou repeated Qin Pinggan's advice. Pei Qian could only reluctantly say goodbye to the Chu Huang and follow Shi Rou down the mountain to the small town. In the Dragon Rider Alley's New Year's shop, other than the old pastry chef who was still the same, he had to pay a higher price to stay. Other than that, the shop's staff had already changed. A young girl had married, and another young girl had found a better job as a servant girl in a big family in Peachleaf Alley. She was very free and often came back to the shop to sit down. She always said that the family was good. It was at the corner of Peachleaf Alley, and they treated the servants as their own family members. It was really a blessing to be a servant girl there. There was also a woman who found 2 ancestral treasures that had not been taken seriously for generations. She became rich overnight and moved to the new county city. She had also come to the shop twice. In fact, she was showing off to the illegitimate Miss Ruan Xiu. After getting along with her for a long time, the woman did not have any deep feelings about Master Ruan's only daughter or the unreachable Dragon Spring Sword sect. She only felt that the girl was cold to everyone and was not likable. Especially when she was caught red-handed by Ruan Xiu, it was very embarrassing. The woman cursed endlessly in her heart. You're just a virgin girl who is not related to shopkeeper Chen. You don't have any status. You stay in the shop all day pretending to be the lady boss or what? Compared to the shop that was filled with fragrance, Pei Qian still preferred the nearby straw shop. Rows of tall shelves were filled with antiques and miscellaneous items that the Sun family had sold in the past. However, when Sister Ruan Xiu was in charge of the family, she sold some items that were called spiritual weapons by the cultivators on the mountain at a high price. After that, they did not sell much. The main reason was that there were a few items that Sister Ruan Xiu had secretly sealed up. Once she secretly brought Pei Qian to the back storeroom to inspect them. She explained that these few items were the best of the best and were the treasures of the shop. They could only be taken out when they met big customers in the future. Otherwise, they would not be able to get along with money. Pei Qian was happy at that time. This was an unexpected surprise. She immediately smiled from ear to ear. At that time, Sister Ruan Xiu looked at her and probably felt that it was funny, so she gave a piece of cake to Pei Qian. That was the first time Ruan Xiu gave her a piece of cake. Later, Pei Qian was about to ask for more. As long as Ruan Xiu had it, she would not refuse. Today, Pei Qian carried a small stool and placed it behind the counter. Standing there, her head just happened to float above the water. It was as if there was a head placed on the counter. As for Pei Qian, she felt more like a mountain king patrolling her own small territory. Shi Rou stood beside Pei Qian. The counter was indeed a little high. She was only slightly better than Pei Qian, who was standing on the stool. Shi Rou felt a little strange. Pei Qian was clearly very dependent on that master of hers. However, she still obediently came down the mountain and quietly waited here. Shi Rou could not help but ask, Pei Qian, aren't you worried that your master will make a mistake while practicing? Pei Qian still stood there without moving. Her eyes were fixed on the counter as if she was playing a game of, who's the blockhead? Her lips moved slightly. I'm worried. However, I can't do anything. I can only pretend that I'm not worried so that my master won't worry about me. Shi Rou stretched out her finger and rubbed her forehead. According to Jing Dafeng's catchphrase, it was a headache. Pei Qian sighed and continued to look forward. Sister Shi Rou, do you think that if a person stays in someone else's house and that person is not even your friend, you need to pay? It was hard to say and even harder to listen to. Shi Rou was puzzled. What are you talking about? Pei Qian sighed. Sister Shi Rou, you can copy books with me in the future. The two of us can keep each other company. Shi Rou did not know whether to laugh or cry. Why should I copy books? Pei Qian said in all seriousness, copying books makes one smart. Shi Rou finally understood what Pei Qian meant by staying in someone else's house. She was insinuating that she was living in the immortal's remains that her master had given her. Shi Rou stretched out her finger, wanting to copy Qin Pingon and flick the little girl's forehead. In the end, the blockhead saw Pei Qian in front of her dodge at lightning speed and then returned to her original state. From beginning to end, she did not even glance at Shi Rou. Pei Qian grumbled, "Stop fooling around. I'm thinking about my master." 465. On the second floor of the bamboo building, Qin Pingon sat cross-legged with his fists on his knees, panting heavily. His face was covered in blood and his blood dripped onto the floor. Fortunately, the bamboo building was extremely mysterious. It was equivalent to a talisman of cleansing dust and dispelling filth. There was no need to worry that it would affect the elegance of the bamboo building. However, he heard that the girl in the pink dress often carried a small bucket to the second floor to wipe the floor. Day after day she was the only outsider who could enter the second floor. The feeding of the fist had come to an end. As for the so-called teaching and sparring, it was clear just by looking at the battered and exhausted Qin Pingon and the calm and relaxed barefooted old man. However, Qin Pingon still felt that it was a little strange. Unlike the old man who used to train his muscles and bones, Qin Pingon could only endure it from beginning to end. Now that he was learning the fist again, it seemed that it was more to sharpen his skills and also to help him consolidate the fist intent of no one in front of him. Occasionally, when the old man was in a good mood, he would recite some rhyming fist theories. As for whether Qin Pingon who was knocked down by a punch from time to time, the old man did not care if he could hear it or not. At this moment, Qin Pingon could not help but ask, "Why don't you need to train your body and soul?" Cui Qing sneered, "You're already a teenager after teaching a child how to use chopsticks to eat. Do you still need to teach it again? Are you that stupid, or am I blind to have picked an idiot?" Qin Pingon wanted to say something but stopped. He was skeptical. A martial artist should train in the word purity. Logically speaking, it was necessary for every realm. It was different from Qi cultivators who learned the secret skills of the immortals and paid attention to the master's guidance. Cui Qing seemed unwilling to take advantage of this matter. He asked, "I heard that you used to let Zhou Xian fight with you when he was in the Golden Body realm?" Qin Pingon nodded. "It was very difficult." Cui Qing shook his head. "You're too weak. Zhou Xian did not dare to kill you and you knew that he would not kill you. It was like a pair of love-struck men and women flirting. You scratch me and I touch you. How can it really benefit martial arts?" Qin Pingon felt his scalp go numb. Cui Qing said, "From tomorrow on, call Zhou Xian to the second floor. I'll watch you feed each other." Qin Pingon was puzzled. "Isn't it the same?" Cui Qing sneered. "Same? If Zhou Xian didn't dare to kill you, I'll kill him with one punch. Do you think it's the same? Remember, make it clear to Zhou Xian. Don't take it lightly. I don't want to repeat those words to a corpse." Qin Pingon smiled. "Senior, you've taken a liking to Zhou Xian?" Cui Cheng's lips twitched. "When will this guy lose all his cleverness and wealth? Only then will he barely be worthy of my attention." Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "When I sparred with Zhou Xian who was in the Golden Body realm, I've never been able to seriously injure him. Every time he still had some strength left. You'll know if you just listen to his flattery after his punches." Cui Qing chuckled and said, "You don't, but I do." Qin Pingon smiled knowingly. There were many people in the world who weren't afraid of suffering. However, there weren't many good things that would definitely be rewarded after suffering. Although Qin Pingon didn't know why Zhou Xian had stayed in Luopa Mountain for 3 years and never learned from the old man, as long as the old man opened his mouth, it would be a great thing for Zhou Xian, who found it extremely difficult to break through the 2 bottlenecks of his boxing style and martial arts realm. Almost everything Qin Pingon would discuss with the person involved. He would never insist on what the other party must do. Whether Sui Yu went to the Jade Gray sect or whether Shi Ro was willing to accept the immortal's remains, it was all like this. However, regarding Zhou Xian going to the second floor to practice martial arts, if for some reason Zhou Xian was unwilling, Qin Pingon would persuade him. Cui Qing suddenly said, "It's naturally good to remember the good of the people around you. However, you have to remember to reach the top of martial arts, to have an invincible fist, is ultimately a very lonely thing. You have to be clear about the two." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "I once studied chess and came up with an armchair swordsmanship. It focuses on cutting and delineating. I relied on this to overcome many difficulties at the calligraphy lake." Without waiting for Qin Pingon to finish his heartfelt words, the old man clicked his tongue and said, "As expected of the swordsman who carries the sword, immortal sword. You're mediocre in your fist skills, but you're so talented in swordsmanship. It seems that I've delayed you from becoming a great sword immortal. Isn't that good?" Qin Pingon knew that things were not going well. He was about to slap the ground so that he could slide backward in a sitting position to avoid the old man's unreasonable punch. As for getting up and dodging, there was no need to even think about it. As expected. As the saying goes, 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 the old man stamped his foot and the bamboo building shook. Qin Pingon, who had just leaned back a little, bounced into the air. His tall figure appeared in the blink of an eye. If it was the iron horse chisel formation, it would be fine. After being knocked out by a punch, the pain would only last for a moment. However, the old man obviously did not intend to let Qin Pingon go so easily. This was the deity beating drum style that Qin Pingon was most familiar with and most liked to use against his enemies. After a total of 14 punches, Qin Pingon floated around like a willow catkin and never landed on the ground. Poor Qin Pingon fainted the moment he fell. The feeling of being hit by a deity's drum beating style more than 10 times, especially when it was used by Cui Qing, the ancestor of this style, was really enough to make one want to die. Even though Qin Pingon had fainted and completely lost his mind, his body was still rolling on the ground. The old man watched for a moment and nodded. He seemed to be satisfied. This meant that the kid's fist intent was really alive. When a real martial arts master was sleeping soundly, even if he encountered a top assassin, he only needed to sense a trace of murderous intent to trigger his fist intent. He could get up and punch out to kill the enemy in an instant. This was the principle. However, the old man still did not let Qin Pingon go. He kicked the pure genuine qi in Qin Pingon's body that was like a fire dragon and precisely broke it at the waist. Like a chisel formation of elite cavalry, it cut through the enemy's formation on the battlefield. The joints in Qin Pingon's body suddenly exploded like firecrackers, like the sound of soldiers on the battlefield. As the old man's gang qi stopped, the cavalry cut through the formation without stopping. Therefore, Qin Pingon's pure genuine qi quickly gathered. In the Battle of Old Dragon City, Du Mao's natal item, the sword-swallowing boat, pierced through Qin Pingon's abdomen. The reason why Qin Pingon suffered from endless diseases was that it was difficult to get rid of. It would not dissipate and would continue to eat away at his soul. However, the old man's kick this time did not have such a drawback. Therefore, the rumor in Jianghu that the fist of a martial artist at the peak is as powerful as a tidal wave destroying a city and as skillful as a flying sword piercing through a needle's eye was not an exaggeration. A martial artist's pure genuine qi was still connected, but it still did not hurt the word pure. This was one of the special skills of the 3 stages of spirit refinement: golden body, distant travel, and mountain peak. 4 martial artists below the golden body stage. Once their genuine qi was broken, it would be completely broken. If they changed their qi, they would expose their flaws. How could they fight with a great cultivator for a long time? However, this method of feeding the fist was not suitable for all martial artists of the younger generation. It was like an ordinary person holding a bowl of rice. The bowl of rice was as hot as charcoal. Not to mention the bowl being dropped, it would also burn the palm of one's hand. Whether it was Luopa Mountain's Tsin Yuanji or the female kiln worker of the Yang family's medicine shop, they were all considered martial arts geniuses. However, they were destined to not be able to endure this torture. However, they had their own martial arts opportunities. The path of martial arts seemed to be a winding and narrow path, but each of them had their own unique bridges to walk on. There were pros and cons for women to practice martial arts. Cui Qing had once traveled to the Central Plains and had personally seen many stunning female grandmasters. For example, they were skillful and gentle. Even Cui Qing, who was a martial artist at the 10th realm back then, would still be amazed. Moreover, compared to men, their lifespans were often longer and they walked further on the path of martial arts. Cui Qing had a few regrets in his life. One of them was that he had never fought against the female martial god of the Central Plains. He could only hope that the kid under his feet would not disappoint him. It was not that the old man looked down on the heroic women of the world. However, the 4 peaks of the martial path were monopolized by a woman. She looked down on everyone else. This made the old man feel a little uncomfortable. As for Qin Pingon, he was temporarily inferior to the person of the same age called Zhou Xian. However, the old man was not anxious at all. Qin Pingon's most outstanding point was his tenacity and comprehension. Good tenacity, high comprehension. So what if Zhou Xian was a martial arts genius that only appeared once in 1,000 years? So what if he reached the 9th realm or 10th realm first? In the end, he still had to obediently wait at the 11th realm, this natural barrier for his old enemy to compete with him. Of course, if Qin Pingon walked too slowly, it would not work. Zhou Xian might turn around and compete with her master. If she was already at the legendary 11th realm, then Zhou Xian would compete with that old fellow who liked to fish for whales in the cloud sea. Nothing could be done more than 3 times. The cultivators who truly stood at the top of another mountain wouldn't just stand by and watch one pure martial artist after another build a long bridge for the dead end. Back then, when the Taoist sect leader Lu Qin came to the bamboo house to meet him, he pulled Cui Qing into the world that Lu Qin was in charge of. Was it just for fun? Cui Qing sighed and squatted down. He stretched out his thumb and gently wiped the blood on Qin Pingon's face. In terms of bearing hardships, he was indeed much better than his grandson back then. The sons of wealthy families, those who had a good character, helped the people and left their names in history. They all felt that it was right and proper. Those who had a bad character, they played around with life and felt that it was right and proper to be born with a good life. Those who were born poor had ambitions and wanted to bring glory to their ancestors. Those who had no ability were filled with hostility. No matter what, they would be able to bear hardships. The old man sat beside Qin Pingon. He lightly waved his sleeves and the bamboo door opened. The mountain breeze blew in uninvited. Qin Pingon's breathing had already stabilized. The recuperation of a pure martial artist was about sleeping like death. Qin Pingon had been lacking this in the book Slip Lake for all these years. In fact, in the eyes of the old man, Qin Pingon had been traveling for a few times and had always lacked the sense of sleepiness and calmness. Only when he practiced the sword furnace stance was it slightly better. Otherwise, if the bowstring was too tight and he was not beaten to death by people in Jianghu, his martial arts path would be filled with flaws. However, the old man still did not point it out. It was just like he did not point out the gift of the strongest martial arts fate in each realm of martial arts. Some obstacles had to be overcome by the young to understand the principles. Otherwise, even if the holy master sat in front of him and spat saliva everywhere, it might not be useful. Cui Qing looked into the distance and muttered to himself. But then again, the aristocratic families also climbed up from the cold. It's just that the aristocratic families are afraid of the saying that a gentleman's grace for 5 generations will be beheaded. The poor families are afraid of the saying that dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes and rats give birth to children. Once Luopa Mountain has its own sect in the future, its troubles will be different from many aristocratic families and immortal mansions. It will not be a dispute over who is right or wrong, but who is more right. That kind of trouble can be said to be very small, but it can be said to be bigger than the sky. It will depend on whether you, Qin Pingon, can convince everyone by then. That kind of tempering of the state of mind and the big mistake of facing the people close to you on the book Slip Lake are 2 different scenes. Cui Qing turned to look at the sleeping young man and smiled. It's a good thing to be afraid of death. You're still young, so don't die. There are great rivers and mountains. Just the vast world alone has 9 provinces. Kid, how many have you seen so far? The old man suddenly seemed to be in a good mood and laughed. Of course, I'll still win if I fight with the 5th realm. But it's inevitable that I'll have to take a lot of punches from you. In this way, even if I win, I'll lose. Where will I put my face? The old man laughed loudly. Little brat, so what if you've taken a few long trips? You're still too young. After laughing, the old man said in a low voice, it's time to break through. As long as you don't let that Zhou Xian widen the gap of 2 realms, there will be a day in the future. Don't talk about getting back at him. As long as you catch up and surpass him, it won't be a problem for you to win 30 rounds. The old man suddenly looked a little gloomy. Although this kid's future achievements were worth looking forward to, when he thought that it would be an extremely long journey, the old man's mood became a little unhappy. He turned his head and looked at the sleeping guy. Unable to vent his anger, he waved his sleeve and scolded angrily, "Sleep, sleep, sleep, are you a pig? Get up and practice your fist." Qin Pingon was blown away by that gust of wind and crashed into the wall. He woke up in a daze. Cui Qing had already stood up, his face gloomy. He took a step forward and stomped down heavily. Qin Pingon rolled to the side and barely dodged the kick. Cui Qing spoke out, "When you are able to deal with a golden body realm martial artist calmly, and in a life-and-death battle when you don't lose too badly, then you can go down the mountain. After that you can go to the central region of the Aquarius continent to meet your friends, or go to the North continent to wander around, it's up to you. But if you can't do it, then stay in this bamboo house and enjoy your life. Otherwise you'll just be giving away your life to others." Qin Pingon shook his head. "I can't die." Cui Qing asked, "Why? Just because you, Qin Pingon's life, is more precious than others?" Qin Pingon said solemnly, "Because the senior who taught me fist techniques is named Cui Qing." The old man was startled, then nodded his head gently and said with gratification, "That's not flattery, just because of your beautiful words. If I don't give you a punch, then I'll be letting you down, Qin Pingon." The old man's figure and aura was like a mountain pressing down. Qin Pingon's vision turned black, and he fainted on the spot from the punch. The old man stomped down. Qin Pingon, who was paralyzed on the ground, jolted up, and woke up in the air, and the old man's kick came again. And without any suspense he fainted again. The cycle repeated. Qin Pingon complained incessantly he was tired of dealing with it. But the old man was enjoying it. His clothes were tight and his attacks were loud. Naturally, it was not an ordinary Jianghu style. He pursued the saying in his family's fist manual, training without making a sound, sailing without oars. It was because Cui Cheng's fist aura was too strong, and every time he punched out it was too carefree. In the end, the old man swept Qin Pingon's neck with a whip kick. Qin Pingon spun a few times, and when he landed he staggered a few steps, but his strength was not as strong as before, so he did not fall to the ground. Qin Pingon bent his body and took a few steps back. He did not slack off at all. He stared at the old man. He was beaten so badly, in fact both his fist stance and fist aura were shaking. But Qin Pingon's body had a vague meaning. He did not move at all, like an old monk in meditation. Cui Qing smiled. "All right, that's enough for today. If you continue your bones will fall apart." Qin Pingon did not move. Cui Qing nodded. "That's right, you can take one less punch. Go downstairs yourself. Same rules, soak in the tub of medicinal water. Remember, unlike before, you can't let the water cool down. You can only leave when you can boil the medicinal water with your Xianxia. Otherwise, just stay in the tub obediently and treat it as practicing duck diving. Wei Pai has already prepared the herbs." He went downstairs and asked the girl in pink to boil the water. Qin Pingon held his breath and walked out of the house, stumbling downstairs. When he walked down the stairs he had to hold on to the railing. It was similar to when he burned charcoal in the mountains when he was young, and it was difficult to go down without getting tired. The girl in pink had already started boiling the water downstairs. Taking advantage of the break, Qin Pingon did not immediately return to the house on the first floor. Instead he sat at the stone table by the cliff and practiced the sword furnace stance. When the girl in pink came to greet him, he stood up and went into the house. An hour later, Qin Pingon changed into a simple but elegant green robe, which was given to him by Wu Yi of Purple Sun Residence. The girl in pink familiarly busied herself and cleaned up the mess. Qin Pingon sat on a bamboo chair under the eaves, smiled and thanked her. The little girl smiled back as if doing these chores gave her a greater sense of accomplishment than cultivating and breaking through to the next realm. Qin Pingon hugged the back of his head with both hands, leaned back against the chair and stretched out his legs. So, not getting beaten up was the life of an immortal. In the distance, Zhou Xian brought the girl, Xianxia, over slowly. Qin Pingon turned to look. Zhou Xian took a bamboo chair and sat at the side. Xianxia stood behind the old immortal with her hands and legs tied. Zhou Xian smiled. "Young master, is there a rule for Xianxia to practice martial arts?" Qin Pingon said helplessly, "You can just lead her into the sect. It's up to you whether you want the title of master and disciple." Zhou Xian hurriedly shook his head and said, "How can I do that? I'm good at fighting with my life, but I'm far from being as good as young master when it comes to teaching." "Young master is young, but he already has the demeanor of a master," Xianxia lamented in her heart. It was a pity that a hero like old immortal Zhu was reduced to being a servant to this young mountain lord. Qin Pingon asked softly, "Does Xing Dafeng have any ideas?" Zhu Lian shook his head regretfully. That brother Gale is now wholeheartedly focused on how to build the thatched hut for the mountain gate. Not only does he want to look good, he can't lose face for Luopa Mountain, but he also can't waste money and let young master spend money in vain. Brother Gale really can't be distracted. Qin Pingon felt a headache coming on. Cui Qing walked out of the second floor. First practice the mountain quaking fist 200,000 times, then talk about martial arts. Qin Pingon was hesitant. Julian thought it was feasible. He turned to Xin Yuanji and smiled. What a blessing. This boxing stance is a rare technique in the world. It's ingenious, but it seems clumsy. It contains endless fist intent. Xin Yuanji, from today onwards, you must focus on practicing the stance over and over again. Julian turned his head and looked at Qin Pingon with a smile. Qin Pingon said, 6-step stance. What are you teaching? You can't. Julian said guiltily, no matter how upright this old servant's stance is, it's not elegant enough. It's hard to avoid the suspicion of a duck walking. Who knows, it might cause Xin Yuanji to underestimate this peerless stance. Young master's stance is natural and unrestrained like a spring breeze. Qin Pingon really couldn't stand this guy's flattery, so he roughly repeated Cui Cheng's words, but omitted the mention of the golden body stage and so on. Zhu Lian frowned bitterly, not saying a word. Qin Pingon held back his laughter. Zhu Lian took Xin Yuanji back home. On the way, Xin Yuanji found that the old immortal seemed to be in a heavy mood. At the Xin residence, the old immortal said that he was a 6th-level martial artist who was about to reach the golden body stage. He also said that he had hopes of reaching the 7th level in the future. Could it be that the tall old man who liked to hide in the bamboo house was a golden body stage grandmaster? Otherwise, he would be too shameless to say that he would kill the old immortal. Julian seriously taught Xin Yuanji the 6-step stance. After repeating it 3 times, Xin Yuanji was already very familiar with it. Julian only told her to work hard and quickly finish the 200,000 stances. She must be fast and steady. After that, he would practice for her 3 times a day and let Xin Yuanji watch from the side to avoid taking a wrong path. Xin Yuanji was full of fighting spirit and promised Julian that she wouldn't be lazy. Julian walked out of the courtyard with his hands behind his back. In fact, the first test for Xin Yuanji had quietly begun. It's just that the girl was unaware. The next step was to see how long it would take Xin Yuanji to finish the 200,000 stances and how long it would take for her to go from the form to the spirit. After the spirit, how much fist intent would she have? Or would she let go of the stance for the sake of speed and unknowingly take a shortcut? Cleverness may be the cause of her own cleverness. She had already reached the end of her own path of martial arts. When the time came, Xin Yuanji's martial arts practice, comprehension, tenacity, and temperament would all be revealed at a glance. Whether Xin Yuanji's future achievements would be the golden body stage that was already in the bag, the far travel stage that had some hope, or even the peak stage that originally had a very slim possibility, it would all depend on these 20 repetitions of the 6-step stance. This was probably the so-called 3 years old can see the old. All of this was just a few words from the barefoot old man. Julian actually didn't particularly want to get involved in Qin Pingon and the old man surnamed Chui's fists. It would delay him from going down the mountain to pick books, buy books and collect books. In the next half hour, Julian was beaten half to death many times. Qin Pingon wasn't any better. But unlike Qin Pingon, who gritted his teeth and persevered, Julian, who didn't pay much attention at first, eventually became addicted to being beaten. He was indeed the martial madman from the lotus flower-blessed land who wanted to kill 9 people by himself. What happened next was beyond Cui Cheng's expectations. Julian, who was in the far travel stage, used various methods to provoke Cui Cheng, who was in the peak stage of the 10th realm. The result was just as Cui Cheng had said. Julian couldn't really kill Qin Pingon, but he could force him to kill him. In any case, with him watching from the side, there wouldn't be any mistakes. But when Julian put on the attitude of someone who wanted to die, someone who didn't hit him, could Cui Cheng really kill Julian? Didn't he still beat Julian half to death every time? These days were the happiest days of Qin Pingon's martial arts practice. Of course, when Zhou Xian sparred with him, he was really vicious and merciless. But every time Qin Pingan lay in a corner on the verge of death, watching Zhou Xian miserably being beaten by the old man, he immediately felt that he was actually considered lucky. But when Zhou Xian was enjoying himself to the fullest, that state of selflessness where he was on the verge of qigong deviation, and yet his state of mind was still clear and pure, really opened Qin Pingan's eyes. Presumably, Tui Qing deliberately didn't let him faint every time he finished, and also had the intention of letting him watch the fight. If it wasn't for the great age gap and Zhou Lian's insistence on the distinction between master and servant, the two of them would really be brothers in hardship. Late one night, the two of them sat at the stone table. Zhou Lian glanced at the bamboo building, eager to try. With great difficulty, he restrained himself from cursing in that direction so that he could get a good beating. Qin Pingan was speechless. At most he could be considered to be suffering, but this Zhou Lian was suffering to be truly blessed. Zhou Lian sighed emotionally. Old senior, when you were purely in the golden body realm, you beat me until I cried for my father and mother. Back then, young master was only in the 5 realms and forcefully withstood my golden body realm attack. Both senior and young master are truly rare geniuses in the world. Qin Pingan reminded, don't drag me into this. Zhou Lian suddenly said seriously, old senior, you have given a lot of thought. Qin Pingan nodded. You wanted me to know your attitude towards the matter of martial arts. There are still people like you in this world. Qin Pingan's perseverance is nothing. Zhou Lian said with a face full of guilt, every time I punch young master, this old servant's heart hurts. Qin Pingan laughed angrily. Forget it. Zhou Lian sighed. Xinyuanji's stance walking is still too slow. Qin Pingan nodded. He didn't deliberately put in any good words for Xinyuanji, but he still said something fair. You can't expect everyone to learn from you. Back then I also worked so hard to hang on to my life. Zhou Lian shook his head. Young master, don't say that. Otherwise, you'll be letting down those 1,000,000 punches that young master threw after your life was no longer in danger. Qin Pingan asked, is there a way to raise Xinyuanji's fist intent in a relatively natural way without affecting her state of mind? Zhou Lian nodded. There is a way, but young master's sacrifice will be greater. Qin Pingan asked curiously, tell me about it. Zhou Lian's expression was bashful as he lowered his voice. Young master can pretend to be that unscrupulous mountain master, but your martial arts realm can't be too high. On a dark and windy night, after struggling for a while, just as young master was about to succeed, I appeared coincidentally and helped her kowtow to beg for mercy. Young master, to save face, temporarily left angrily. But when you stepped out of the door, you looked back at the bed, your eyes filled with unwillingness. Then I comforted her, so that Xinyuanji would think that as long as she practiced more diligently, she would be able to beat young master sooner and avoid the pain of harassment. Qin Pingan took off the blade's strengthening gourd and drank a few mouthfuls of wine to calm himself down. Finally he asked, why don't we switch positions? Zhou Lian said helplessly, Xinyuanji isn't stupid, she won't believe it. And once she does, I'm afraid she'll risk her life to sneak down the mountain. Qin Pingan asked again, I'm curious, why does Xinyuanji think that you're a good person and I'm a bad person? Zhou Lian thought for a while. Women don't like bad men? Qin Pingan was hesitating whether to ask the sword immortal to come out of its sheath and chop Zhou Lian half to death. Zhou Lian was no longer joking. He licked his lips and begged Qin Pingan for a jug of wine. He said that as a loyal and devoted old servant, he had to endure the rebellion of the wine worm in his stomach. When he buried the wine, he did not dare to hide a few jugs of good wine. Now his intestines turned green with regret. Qin Pingan told him to get lost. Zhou Lian knew that it was hopeless and smiled. Young master, you're still so young, yet you're so old-fashioned when it comes to matters between men and women. Isn't it too pedantic and boring? Which good man doesn't have a few female confidants? Qin Pingan fastened the blade's strengthening gourd to his waist and covered his sleeves with his hands. He looked into the distance and said softly, in the future, if there's a girl who likes me, I may not be able to stop her. But I can't only like one person in my life, that's something I can do and must do. Zhou Lian scratched his head and did not speak. Qin Pingan waited for a long time before he turned around and joked. For the first time, you don't have any flattery to follow? Zhou Lian shook his head and murmured, Only infatuation in the world can't be made fun of. Qin Pingon said emotionally, if you're not infatuated, then you can't describe such a person. Zhou Xian slapped the table and said, young master is indeed a hidden master. This kind of flattery is flawless. This old servant is far inferior. Qin Pingon gritted his teeth and said with a fake smile, Zhou Xian, just you wait. When I reach the same level as you, just wait and see. Zhou Xian nodded and said, maybe it'll be tomorrow. It's very simple. Looking at Zhou Xian's expression, Qin Pingon was speechless. Zhou Xian looked as if he would be struck by lightning if he told half a lie. There was a moment of silence. Qin Pingon asked, I can see that Pei Qian and the two little guys get along very well. But I haven't been home all these years. Is there any problem that I missed? But you don't think it's appropriate to talk about it? If there is, Zhou Xian, you can talk about it. Zhou Xian shook his head and said with a smile, there's nothing that can't be said in front of young master. Qin Pingon sighed and pointed at Zhou Xian helplessly, indicating that he had nothing to say. There aren't many people in Luopa Mountain now, so there aren't many problems. As for some external affairs, young master has already taken care of the big ones. As for the small ones, such as giving gifts to the neighbors who helped young master every year to repay their kindness, Miss Ruan also set the rules back then. In addition to the two shops, when this old servant took over, it was just following the prescribed order. It wasn't complicated at all. Many families have already moved to the county capital and have made a name for themselves. Some of them have politely rejected this old servant's gifts, but they are still courteous to me when I visit them for the new year. As for some, even though they have money, they become more and more greedy. This old servant will play along with their greed. As for those who are still poor, this old servant did not give them much money, but I will visit them a few more times. I will visit their homes and ask them if they need anything urgently. If they can help, they will help. If they can't, they will play dumb. Zhou Xian spoke tirelessly. If one understood Zhou Xian's life in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, one would know that Zhou Xian handled the affairs of the secular world with ease, from the court to the battlefield to the trivial matters of the family. Zhou Xian smiled and squinted his eyes, looking at the young man in green who was used to thinking about this and that. Other than that, there are some small problems that I can't speak or do on behalf of young master. When young master reaches Luopa Mountain, these will vanish. This is the truth. Therefore, young master, I have another truth to say. No matter how far away you are from home, no matter how difficult your journey is, you must come back. Luopa Mountain is not afraid to wait. Qin Pingon nodded. Zhou Xian smiled and said, that's enough. When young master travels to the North Continent in the future, you don't have to worry too much about Luopa Mountain. There's Elder Cui, this old servant, and now brother Feng Feng. Young master need not worry too much. Qin Pingon nodded again, then asked curiously, why is Shi Rou no longer as wary and distant towards you as before? Zhou Xian smiled and said, maybe Shi Rou has been looking at me for a long time and feels that my appearance is not really unsightly? After all, when I was in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, I was known as a banished immortal, a distinguished and handsome young master. Qin Pingon glanced at Zhou Xian and shook his head, saying, in any case, I can't tell. Zhou Xian covered his sleeves with his hands and smiled with squinted eyes. He laughed until his shoulders shook as if he was reminiscing about the past. Young master, you don't know how many girls in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land back then, just by looking at my portrait, they fell in love with me for the rest of their lives. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, back then, could you compare to Cui Dongshan's current youthful appearance? Zhou Xian thought for a while and said seriously, to tell you the truth, I'm not boasting. Back then I was even more elegant. Qin Pingon sighed, that was really asking for a beating. Zhou Xian smiled and said, that's why I have to go and learn martial arts, or else I'll have to worry about my but one day. Qin Pingon was stunned for a moment before he understood Zhou Lian's meaning. Qin Pingon did not turn his head. If you have the guts, say that to the senior. Zhou Lian secretly laughed and waved his hand, saying, then I'll really be looking for death. Qin Pingon said, I wonder how Lu Baixiang, Sui Yuyu and Wei Xian are doing now. Zhou Lian's expression was slightly mocking, but his tone was indifferent. They're just going their separate ways. Each one is worse than the last. Qin Pingon smiled, complaining behind my back? Zhou Lian smiled, "Young master, you're a god for seeing through people's hearts." Qin Pingon suddenly said, "Zhou Xian, if one day you want to go out for a walk, just say hello. There's no need to be polite with me." Zhou Xian shook his head. "I appreciate young master's kindness, but I really don't want to go far. I've walked enough in lotus flower blessed land. For home, country, filial piety and loyalty it's very tiring. Besides, my last journey in Jianghu, especially the Battle of the Ten in Nanyuan Kingdom, was for myself. I should have no regrets in this life. Those who know themselves will suffer less. Those who are content will be happy. Young master, this sentence is not bad, can you carve it on the bamboo?" Qin Pingon listened carefully at first, but Zhou Lian's last sentence broke his concentration. Qin Pingon stood up with a dark face and went to the room on the first floor. Zhou Lian stood up and watched Qin Pingon leave. After closing the door, he returned to his seat. The hunchbacked old man looked at the night scene alone. The pine nuts in the mountains rustled and the grass insects chirped under the moonlight. This was the end of the world. What more could a man ask for? A moment later, this martial artist, whose heart was as calm as water, looked around and saw that there was no one around. He secretly took out a book, dipped it in his saliva and began to flip through the book. Reading a forbidden book in the moonlight was also a great joy in life. The next day Qin Pingon did not go to the second floor to be fed with punches. Because the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights of Dali Imperial Court had arrived at Mt. Paul Cloud to sign a contract with the Song clan. Wei Pai personally came to Mt. Luapa, and then brought Qin Pingon to Linlu Academy. The old assistant minister and the relevant officials were already waiting there. Qin Pingon was no stranger to Dali's high official. After Liju Cave took root, he had met the old assistant minister several times. This was the first time Qin Pingon came to Dali's highest standard academy. Because he was directly dragged to a secluded place in the academy by Wei Pai, he saved a lot of walking through corridors and buildings. Wan Tong was not there. The military saint who was in charge of this place had secretly left. It was the Golden Core Earth Immortal Dong Gu of the Dragon Spring Sword sect who came in his place. He had his master's personal seal, which was a saint's token. It was not an ordinary object. From this, it could be seen that Wan Tong trusted this disciple who was born a demon. On one of the tables, other than the most important general contract of the alliance, there were also many mountain land deeds. The Ox Horn Mountain that originally belonged to the Package House, the Cinnabar Mountain of the Su family in Qingfeng City, the Gray Mist Mountain that was closest to Mt. Luapa, the Longfish Back, the Azure Dawn Peak, and the Sword Prayer Platform that was located in the westernmost part of the mountains. There were a total of 6 mountains of different sizes that were all under Qin Pingon's name. Other than Qin Pingon, the old assistant minister who had both the imperial seal of Dali Imperial Court and the official seal of the Ministry of Rights, the Wan Tong seal in Donggu's hand, and Wei Pai who took off the golden earring. After taking off the earring, Wei Pai used some kind of magic to turn it into a solid round seal. There were also 2 deputy mountain masters of the academy who were just there to join in the fun. One of them was a famous scholar of Dali in the literary world. It was said that many of the plaques and couplets in the Wenwu Temple of Longquan were written by this famous scholar. The other one was an acquaintance. The old Confucian of Huangting Kingdom who had entertained Qin Pingon and the others back then was actually an old flood dragon that had lived for countless years. He was also the father of the founder of Xiang Prefecture, Wu Yi. The governor of Longquan Prefecture, Wu Yuan, county magistrate Yuan, and supervisor Chao, 3 young officials were all present today. Beside Donggu stood a young man Mi-er of the Xia family, Xia Ling from Peachleaf Valley. Logically speaking, even if Xia Ling was the disciple of Wan Tong, he shouldn't have appeared here. However, his ancestor was too famous, the heavenly lord Xiaxia. Therefore, when Xia Ling appeared, most of the people present pretended not to see him. The old assistant minister even took the initiative to exchange some pleasantries with this young man. Xia Ling responded appropriately, neither arrogantly nor shyly. After chatting with the old assistant minister, the young man continued to remain silent. However, when the main character Qin Pingon finally appeared, Xia Ling took a few more glances at the guy from Mud Bottle Alley. Ma Kushuan from Apricot Blossom Alley, Qin Pingon from Mud Bottle Alley. They were already very famous in the mountains of Longquan Prefecture. A cultivation prodigy who had already killed a golden core sword cultivator. A landlord who bought Immortal Mountain like buying a few acres of farmland. However, there were rumors that Ma Kuxuan and Qin Pingon didn't get along. It was rumored that they had fought in the immortal tomb in the early years. Xialing was very curious, how did Qin Pingon survive? One had to know that Martial Mountain's Ma Kuxuan had always been the person he was chasing. And he, Xialing, not only had a powerful ancestor, he was also favored by sect master Lu Chenqing, who personally gave him a Linglong treasure pagoda that was close to an immortal weapon. Therefore, Xialing's gaze since he was young had always been looking at the peak of Treasure Bottle Continent. Occasionally he would lower his head to look at the people below. There was also Lu Xianyang. Back then he had profited from a disaster and survived. He was even brought to South Swirling Continent's Qin clan to study. His luck and future were very good, but after all the journey was long and the news was not smooth. Furthermore, in a short period of time, it would be very difficult for him to do well. In the cultivation of the 3 sects and 100 sects, the more orthodox one was, the harder it was to break through quickly. Although one could walk higher and further on the Great Tao in the early stages, they were often inferior to the genius disciples of the unorthodox path, who would advance rapidly on the path of cultivation. As for the little fellow called Gukin from Book Lake, it was said that he was extremely dismal. He had even lost the descendant of the true dragon. It was estimated that his great Tao had collapsed. Back then there were 5 opportunities in Pearl Grotto Heaven. Gukin was the first of the 5 to lose the pitiful worm. As for the matters outside, Xialing was not very interested. Even if senior apprentice brother Dong Gu and senior apprentice sister Su Xiaoqiao said something, he would ignore it. Qin Pingon was wearing a green robe today. He had a white jade hairpin on his head, a sword nurturing gourd and a sword immortal on his back. In the eyes of ordinary people, the haggard look had subtracted some of the impression of inexperienced and incompetent. Standing among the crowd, even if he did not stand out, at least he would not be overshadowed by others. Even if Qin Pingon did not deliberately pursue anything, his tone was gentle and his expression was calm. He socialized with those people one by one. For example, he talked about the old days with Lao Jiao, the cliff stone carvings in Huangting country, and the food in Lao Jiao's residence in the forest. He told the great Confucian of the academy that he had once read the works, and that he would pay a visit to the academy in the future to ask for advice. The old assistant minister looked at all of this with a smile. He was considered a third-grade high official in the center of the imperial court. He was noble and had real power. Of course, the old man had an impression of Qin Pingon. The first time they met was at Saint Ruan's sword-forging shop. The shabby young man was standing beside Ruan Xiao. Both of them were friends and neither of them felt awkward. The old assistant minister, who had cultivated a pair of sharp eyes in the officialdom, remembered Qin Pingon at that time. Wei Pai stood beside Qin Pingon throughout the day. Even Dong Gu of the Dragon Spring Swordsmanship sect, who looked like a man of few words, took the initiative to chat with Qin Pingon. The matter of signing the contract was originally not complicated. Probably because there was a scribe from the imperial court named Pen Sticker on the side, and Wei Ba and Wan Qing were participating in this event. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites added a few more steps to make it seem more grand. Of course, it had to conform to the Great Li's etiquette. From the beginning to the end there were no twists and turns. The group chatted happily and there was no banquet to celebrate. After all, they were in Linlu Academy. As the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites of Dali, he was busy with work. This year he was in charge of the local evaluation of officials in Dali. Therefore he was about to go to Oxhorn Mountain. He took the ferry back to the capital and left first. In the end, Qin Pingon and Wei Pai stood in a pavilion used for sightseeing in Linlu Academy. Qin Pingon did not ask about Zhou Xian. It was inappropriate. After all, he was a hostage sent by the Great Sui Kingdom to Dali. Wei Pai smiled and asked, "What are you looking at?" Qin Pingon retracted his gaze and smiled. "Nothing." Standing in this new and magnificent Linlu Academy, looking at the old school that no one taught and no one read, one could only vaguely see the outline of the town. It was not clear at all. Wei Pai reminded him, "There will be some social engagements later. The immortal forces that stayed here will definitely pay a visit to Luapa Mountain in the near future. You should be prepared." Qin Pingon smiled. "I'm not unfamiliar with these social interactions now. I can handle it. Wei Pai joked. Don't you feel a little irritable after delaying your practice? Qin Pingon shook his head. No, understanding the world is knowledge. As long as it's useful, there's no avoiding it. It's better to adjust my mentality early on. Wei Pai asked, why do you want to know about Dong Shuijing indirectly? You don't trust him? Qin Pingon laughed and shook his head quickly. He did not hide anything from Wei Pai. No, Dong Shuijing and I are friends. It's just that this business deal involves another friend. Since it's a business deal, I can't be biased. What if I'm friends with them, but they don't see eye to eye with each other and become entangled with each other? It'll be a pity if I lose two friends in a good deal that's supposed to be mutually beneficial because of some things that I'm unclear about. Qin Pingon had already planned to write a letter to Pondwater City's Guaniran. He roughly said that he had a friend from the same hometown called Dong Shuijing. He was a businessman, honest and quick-witted. However, he would also tell Guaniran frankly in the letter that if it was difficult, or if it wasn't the right time to be in the limelight, or if it wasn't the time to make money, then don't force yourself. Moreover, before leaving Longquan County, he would most likely receive a reply from Guaniran. Therefore, Qin Pingon would find Dong Shuijing again and speak more thoroughly. Even if some of the words might not be pleasant to hear, he still had to say what he should say. Qin Pingon sighed ruefully. I've suffered in this kind of matter before. Wei Pai nodded. Qin Pingon had roughly told him about Wine Thunder Garden's Lu Baqiao and Old Dragon City's Sun Jiashu. Qin Pingon smiled with some heartfelt joy. With so many mountains we can do a lot of things. Wei Pai joked. For example, who will be the mountain king of this gray mist mountain, and who will occupy that cinnabar mountain to cultivate? Qin Pingon smiled. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Wei Pai didn't say anything. The mountains were all properties under Qin Pingon's name. As for how to settle them, it was all up to Qin Pingon himself. Wei Pai thought of something. In the near future, my northern mountain domain will hold the first night parade of gods after I took office. The gods from all over will have to leave their territories and come to worship this cloud-splitting mountain. If you're interested, I can bring you to Cloud-Splitting Mountain when the time comes. Qin Pingon had carefully flipped through the immortal book of Hanging Mountain and knew the origin of this matter. The mountain gods of various countries had revered statuses. Moreover, the god position and the highest-ranking Jiang god were destined to not be higher than the 5 great mountain gods. According to the etiquette of the vast world, the mountain gods in their territories would have to meet the mountain gods at fixed times. From the lowest level like the earth god Hebo and so on to the water god of Tiefu River Yanghua of Longquan County, and further down were Xihua River, Tongdan River, Yie River. These mountain gods, as well as the mountain gods of Luopa Mountain and Mount Fengliang, as well as the gods of civil and military temples and city god pavilions of various levels, all had to leave their territories on a certain day to bring gifts and worship Wei Pai, the mountain god. At that time, Longquan County and county cities would have to implement a night ban. This was a rule that had been passed down for a long time. Every 30 years or 60 years or at most 100 years, the mountain god temple that ruled over a region would hold a night parade. Actually, there was another situation where a similar grand event would occur. When a cultivator ascended to the upper 5 realms, the mountain gods within thousands of miles, regardless of their borders, would often take the initiative to worship the immortal. There were many gods in the night parade and there were more than 100 of them. Each of them had their own magical powers, so it was known by the cultivators on the mountain as the immortal map of the gods. Qin Pingon politely rejected Wei Pai's good intentions. On that day I'll just watch from Luopa Mountain. Wei Pai did not insist. Qin Pingon did not immediately rush back to Luopa Mountain. He would let Zhou Xian enjoy his life alone today. He also wanted to take a break from his busy schedule and tidy up his messy thoughts at the same time. Wei Pai accompanied Qin Pingon to stand there and enjoy the scenery. Qin Pingon turned his head and glanced at the north. All the way north, after crossing the sea, they would reach the North Continent. Wei Pai smiled and said, "At that time I was in a hurry and didn't go to the South Sa continent or the Fuyao continent that was closest to the inverted hanging mountain. Do you have any regrets?" Qin Pingon smiled bitterly and said, "I really couldn't care less. I don't have any regrets." Wei Pai walked over and sat on the railing. "I heard that the saints of the academies of the 2 continents are the worst. They are the North Continent and the Fuyao continent. One is busy mediating fights, the other is busy cleaning up messes. They can't relax and study in peace. Wei Pai turned his head. Oh right, you've been to the Tongyi continent. What's your impression? Other than it being much bigger than the Aquarius continent, what else do you think? Qin Pingon thought for a while. Maybe it's because the territory is too big, many places are very isolated. Moreover, there is a huge difference in the amount of spiritual energy in each place. It's easy to have big mountains and huge immortal cave abodes like the Tongyi sect, Jade Gui sect, Taiping Mountain, Fuyao sect, all of them are huge. In the Aquarius continent, I'm afraid only the Divine Grandeur sect can compete with these big mountains. However, there are many small countries in the Tongyi continent that don't know what cultivators are. The spiritual energy is thin and it's truly a lawless place. Wei Pai nodded and asked with a smile, then do you know that in the vast 9 continents of the world, other than the central divine continent, the destiny of the other 8 continents is actually the same? Qin Pingon shook his head. He did not know, but soon he had some doubts. Wei Pai understood and explained, don't look at how small the Aquarius continent is, and there aren't many local great cultivators. It's a classic example of someone who worked hard for others. If we trace it back to the source according to the so-called books of the secular dynasties, it's actually not bad. Just the cultivators who came out of the Pearl Grotto heaven, there's Xianxia from the Peach Leaf Alley, Chaoshi from the Mud Bottle Alley, and the younger generation Lu Xianyang, Zhao Yao, didn't they all run out, right? It's because they can't keep people that makes the Aquarius continent seem especially shabby. Qin Pingon sighed. Previously the Tongya continent was in chaos. I don't think the Fuyao continent is any better. Moreover, the demon clan's 1,000 years of operation in the Tongya continent has caused great damage to the Tongya continent, especially the Taiping Mountain and the Fuyao sect, which suffered the most casualties. But at least the continent has been turned upside down. When I was at the Inverted Mountain, I knew that the South Sa continent, the Tongya continent, and the Fuyao continent all had great treasures. I heard that the Fuyao continent was the most chaotic among the 9 continents. Now that the Fuyao continent is also in chaos, I can't imagine how badly the saints and gentlemen of the academy are in. The Fuyao continent, as Qin Pingon knew from the Immortal Book, was indeed chaotic. If the entire Fuyao continent was seen as a dynasty, after 500 years of continuous annexation, it had formed a vassal town separatist force, led by more than 10 great dynasties. Fighting and fighting, heroes and heroes surged, treacherous officials and pillars of the chaotic world emerged one after another. Moreover, the cultivators of the Fuyao continent liked to go down the mountain to support the dragon. Therefore, it was also mocked by the Central Plains as the Bucket Continent because it was the most shaky. As for the South Sa continent, which was closest to the Inverted Mountain, the cultural pulse was flourishing and the martial arts were thriving. In the eyes of the cultivators of the Central Plains, there were very few vassals of other continents that were worthy of their attention. Moreover, the South Sa continent had produced a mellow scholar, Qin Chunan, who could carry the sun and moon on his shoulders. It was just that after chatting about the situation of the world and the general trend, that was all. Qin Pingon was worried about these seemingly unrelated matters because of the Great Wall of Sorchi. Wei Pai was worried because as the future righteous god of the Northern Peak Mountain, he would have immediate worries if he did not think about the future. Qin Pingon smiled and said, I'll go back first, but not to the Luapa Mountain but to the small town. I'll go and see Pei Qian. Just send me to Mount Jinzhu. Wei Pai nodded and gently flicked his sleeve, sending Qin Pingon to Mount Jinzhu. The imperial wind drives the sun and moon, shrinking the earth and walking the mountains and rivers. The water is the palm print, and the thunder is the thunder that shakes the heavens. He was a god. After Qin Pingon left, Wei Pai sat alone on the railing of the pavilion. The birds and beasts, the sea of clouds, the mountain wind, the living and the dead, all seemed to be extremely docile. Suddenly he laughed. Because he remembered a small matter just now. Mei of the Xia family found Qin Pingon in private. After greeting him, she asked with a smile, Aren't you curious why Sister Xiaoxiu didn't come to the cloud-covering mountain? Sister Xiaoxiu. It was a very particular name. In the end, Qin Pingon smiled and replied, I'm familiar with Miss Ruan, but I'm not familiar with you. It almost caused Xia Ling, the little fellow with great fortune, to suffer internal injuries. No words could compare to such an understatement. It was enough to make people suffer in silence. Perhaps even a blind person by the roadside could see that Xia Ling admired his eldest senior sister very much. Not to mention the disciples of the Dragon Spring Sword sect. It was just that Xia Ling's cultivation talent was good and his opportunities were great. In the end he was inexperienced and thought that not many people could see through his thoughts. Then he met Qin Pingan. Although the two of them were not much different in age in terms of controlling people's hearts, it was like a lower 5-realm cultivator being casually bullied by an upper 5-realm cultivator. The key point was that Xia Ling asked for it. From the moment they met he had been sizing up Qin Pingan. When Qin Pingan saw Wan Fei, of course he could only hide. Seeing Xia Ling, would he be afraid? Wei Pai stretched and turned to look at the long spring palace in the north of Dali's capital. He wondered if the osmanthus flowers had bloomed this year. Would there be another woman who broke the osmanthus branches and walked on the mountain path with it in her hand? Would there be a man beside her that she liked in this life? If there was, he hoped that he was a scholar with good character and learning. Wei Pai nodded. Zhou Xian said it well. If it was a scholar without the strength to truss a chicken, there would be no worries at all. If it was a cultivator it would be more troublesome. But it didn't matter. If he, Wei Pai, couldn't do it, he, Zhou Xian, as his brother, would do it for him. This kind of thing, holding a gunny sack covering one's face and knocking someone out, was a secret technique that one had to be proficient in. It was a blessing to have such a close friend in life. Wei Pai thought of Qin Pingan's actions after returning to Luopa Mountain for no reason. Wei Pai sighed and murmured, "You already have such a big territory, but you still think that living in a small house on the first floor of the bamboo building is enough?" Wei Pai was relieved. The place to settle down was small. A place of peace needed to be big. To search for great freedom in a mustard seed. Wei Pai put his hands on the railing and softly hummed a folk song that he learned from Pei Qian, "Eat stinky tofu." Wei Pai suddenly had a craving for food that he hadn't felt for many years. He didn't know if Qin Pingan would stay until winter. At that time, when there were winter bamboo shoots in the bamboo forest, he would dig up a few and bring them to the bamboo building. He heard from Zhou Xian that Qin Pingan's cooking skills were actually quite good. Wei Pai didn't know that when the young Qin Pingan took Li Baoping, Li Huai and the others to travel to study, the only time he felt wronged was when those heartless little guys disliked his cooking skills. The pot of fish soup he cooked was far inferior to the big table of mountain offerings in Lao Jiao's mansion. This was a knot in Qin Pingan's heart that he still couldn't untie. After that he traveled alone, eating and sleeping in the open. Every time he was free he would compete with his food. Naturally his cooking skills were good. In the small town. As soon as Qin Pingan stepped over the threshold he saw the head on the counter. The key was that Pei Qian's eyes didn't move at all. Looking at her in broad daylight, Qin Pingan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He quickly walked over and hit her. Pei Qian held her head with both hands and complained, "Master, I'm not lazy or playful." Qin Pingan reached out and pulled her ear. Pei Qian immediately said seriously, "Master, I was wrong." Qin Pingan nodded and stopped. Pei Qian smiled and said, "Master, now can you tell me what was wrong?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "It's nothing. Master's hands are itchy." Shiro held back her laughter. Pei Qian turned her head and stared. "Sister Shiro, what's wrong with you? How could he be secretly happy? Don't you know that people like you are the first to be killed in Jianghu?" Shiro smiled and said, "I'm already dead." Pei Qian said angrily, "Then I'll beat you back to life with one punch." Shiro raised her chin, indicating that Pei Qian's master was still here. Pei Qian didn't turn her head and said to Shiro with a smile, "In Jianghu, how can you fight and kill as you wish? I'm not that kind of person. If word gets out it will ruin master's reputation." Qin Pingan took a piece of pastry and put it in his mouth. He picked one for Pei Qian and Shiro and handed it to them at the counter. Pei Qian took a bite and smiled brightly. "Wow, today's pastry is especially delicious." Shiro took small bites of the pastry. She was very ladylike, but with Du Mao's appearance, such a delicate action was not as comfortable as Pei Qian's head on the counter. Qin Pingan patted his head and suddenly realized, no wonder the shop's business is so bad. "Do you two get paid?" "If you do, half of it will be deducted." Pei Qian's eyes indicated that it was time for Sister Shiro to act. She wasn't good at dealing with her master. Shiro smiled sweetly. Qin Pingan's hair stood on end and changed his words. Okay, I won't deduct it. Pei Qian raised her hand. Ro hesitated for a moment and quickly gave her a light high five to celebrate. Qin Pingan said helplessly, I'll go to the other shop to take a look. Pei Qian quickly jumped off the small stool and went around the counter, shouting to lead the way for her master. In fact, they were all in Dragon Riding Alley just a few steps away. Ro looked at the back of the big and small one walking out of the shop and she also smiled. Until this moment she realized that it was indeed different without Qin Pingan in Luopa Mountain. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Book Guest House mobile version. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.